Hey, quiet. What? You're on speaker. You need to switch this. Do you hear them on the phone? Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning.
This is Joe Mays' wife.
Okay, good morning.
Okay, so we just sit and be quiet now?
Yes, please. So go ahead and mute your telephone by pressing *6 until the meeting begins, and when called upon, you'll be able to speak. Thank you.
Yeah, it was. I didn't know if we had.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
This is Frank Cameron.
Good morning, Mr. Cameron. If we could please ask you to go ahead and mute your telephone by pressing *6. Please mute your telephone and press *6 until called upon.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then, how do I come off of *6? How do I unmute it?
Once you're ready to speak, you would go ahead and press *6 to unmute your telephone as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's my recorded. It doesn't say.
I'm no longer muted. What does that mean?
Please go ahead and press *6 to keep your phones muted, and then you will press *6 to unmute your phone when asked to speak. Thank you.
Yes.
Excuse me. Good morning, everybody. We're now going to call the meeting to order. We'll begin with a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Thank you. Supervisor Villapudua, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, please. Please join me.
Thank you. For the record, this is the board meeting of November 17th, 2020. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Supervisor Villapudua,
Present.
Supervisor Patty,
Yes.
Supervisor Winn,
Here.
Chair Miller,
Here.
and for the record, Supervisor Elliott is absent today.
Thank you. We're going to begin today with some recognitions and presentations. And our first recognition is of the pilots and crew of the 40th Combat Aviation Brigade responsible for the Camp Fire rescues. The Creek Fire and the SQF complex fires began September 4th, 2020 in the Sierra Nevada range on the east side of the central San Joaquin Valley near Fresno, Madera and Tulare counties. Shortly after the fires began, hundreds of people in the area over Labor Day weekend became trapped. An initial call for an emergency evacuation went out, and 2 crews of the 40th Combat Aviation Brigade did not hesitate to respond. The first, a CH-47 Chinook twin-rotor helicopter designed for 30 passengers, flown by Chief Warrant Officer 5 Joseph Rosamond of Stockton, California, and his crew, Chief Warrant Officer 2 Brady Helbane, Flight Engineer Sergeants George Esquivel and Cameron Powell. The second helicopter, a UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter designed for 11 to 12 passengers, was flown by Chief Warrant Officer 5 Kep Goding of Fresno and his crew, Chief Warrant Officer 2 Irvin Hernandez and Chief Warrant Officer 1 Z. Gong. Both crews were familiar with wildlife missions in the past, but reports of limited visibility due to darkness and smoke, extreme heat, and the use of night vision goggles made this rescue extremely difficult. Their first rescue, beginning Saturday, September 5th, and continuing overnight on into the morning hours, focused on critically injured women and children, rescuing 65 people from the Mammoth Pools area. Crews went back a second and third time, rescuing 102 people and then again another 37 people. Smoke and poor visibility grounded the helicopters until September 8th, when the smoke cleared enough to evacuate another 175 people from China Peak, Lake Edison, and Muir Trail Ranch. In total, over 390 people and 27 animals were safely rescued by these 2 heroic crews. Both fires combined burned over 547,000 acres. The SQF complex fire is considered the largest wildfire in Tulare County's modern history. The camp fire continued to burn and was expected to be fully contained by November 15th. Today, we express our deepest gratitude to the heroism, hard work, and ability of the pilots, crew, and everyone involved in the rescue and firefighting efforts. I would like to ask Chief Warrant Officer 5 Joseph Rosamond, pilot of the CH-47 Chinook helicopter, to say a few words.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for this recognition. It means a great deal to all of us to have this story continue to be put out there, and that we had the opportunity to be able to make such a large difference in the community. Once again, thank you very much, and have a great morning.
Thank you. And now I'd like to ask Chief Warrant Officer 5 Kip Goding, pilot of the UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter, to say a few words.
Good morning. We would like to just express that we're very thankful that we were there, able to provide support. We have many people in the California National Guard that are there every day. It just happened to be us that day, but we're happy to represent. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to ask this board if they have any comments they'd like to make. Supervisor Villapudua.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, gentlemen, I just want to say thank you for your bravery and all the people you saved. You changed a lot of lives, and you trained for it, and you carried out what you trained for. And I'm very proud to say that I support you firemen. You guys are amazing people. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Listen, to the 40th Combat Aviation Brigade, you guys are heroes daily. I know that you work, you train, you prepare for these types of circumstances and situations, and to save hundreds of lives as you did for the simple call of duty, and doing what you are trained to do and doing what you have chosen to do is something that we are all grateful for. Thank you for your service, for you, the entire team, the men and women that serve on the ground and in the air. We thank you all.
Thank you. Supervisor Winn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As has been said by the other supervisors, thank you certainly for your commitment to our communities. Oftentimes we think of the military and certainly the National Guard in regards to their service in overseas in many conflicts, but we sometimes forget the public service they provide, especially in times of tragedy, and those fires have certainly devastated Northern California. So for all of you, and I know it's not just the pilots and the crew, it's also the ground crews, it's also the organization itself. To all who participated in this and had some impact on it, we certainly recognize and thank you certainly for your service and the benefits you provide to our communities.
Thank you. I would also just like to express how grateful we are. I'm so pleased we were able to have you both here, even if it's virtually today. We had a hard time getting this scheduled, and it was really important to me that we be able to provide this recognition. And I would hope that you would also extend our gratitude and thanks to your families as well. We know that this would have been a very difficult weekend for your families to get through, knowing what you were involved in and the danger you were in. And so on behalf of this board and the residents of San Joaquin County, we just want to say thank you for all that you do to serve our residents. We are really grateful. Thank you.
You're welcome. They will appreciate it for sure.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You as well, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, and now along in these in the same vein today, although it's a little bit after Veterans Day, today we are here to honor our veterans of San Joaquin County. Today we have Virginia Wimmer, our Veterans Service Officer, and I'd like to ask her to come up and make a few comments.
Good morning, Chair Miller. Thank you for the warm welcome and the opportunity to speak before you all. Good morning to the members of the board, County Administrator, County Council, Mr. Miles. Very nice to see you all. On behalf of Greg Dieterich and the Director of Healthcare Services Agency and the staff of the County Veteran Service Office, I'd like to thank the veterans of our county for their selfless sacrifices and brave service to our nation, our state, and our county. I'd also like to thank you and say good morning to all of those who've joined us by phone and through the internet to share in on this event with us. Let us reflect on the honorable service of our men and women who served in the armed forces and who are currently serving our country here at home and abroad. I'd also like to take a moment to reflect on our fallen heroes and the ultimate sacrifices that they have made for our nation's freedom and the many rights that we enjoy. To those men and women and their families, we humbly salute you all. Thank you all for your sacrifices you've made, not only for our country, but in your own lives. Making the decision to join the military and serve our country is one of the most selfless things you will ever do. And an even bigger thanks to your families, your spouses, your children, your moms and dads, who deserve our country's gratitude and respect. Although these are words we have all heard before, they ring no less true. As you all know, I am Virginia Wimmer. I served 26 years active duty in the Air Force. I currently serve as a Veteran Service Officer. Today, I want to recognize two very brave women, strong and extraordinary women, who I think deserve our county's gratitude as well. These women not only answered the call to serve their nation, but they faced adversity and challenges to succeed in their duties. They're representative of less than 15% of the total American fighting force. They took that warrior spirit and they embraced it. They also brought that warrior spirit home to our county to showcase it right here in San Joaquin County. They not only serve veterans in the county, but their footprints expand from the Central Valley through the Bay Area. These women embody servant leadership at its finest. Jennifer Volbrecht, who is a former combat aviator who served in the United States Marine Corps as a helicopter crew chief and door gunner. Jennifer serves as the vice president of Fixed Inc. right out of Tracy, California. Fixed is a community-based organization that supports justice-involved veterans, homeless veterans, and their families who are in crisis, as well as support the San Joaquin County Veterans Treatment Court. Jennifer ensures that these veterans receive immediate access to behavioral health resources when and where needed. Jennifer used her military experience and warrior spirit to launch her own business. As an entrepreneur, Jennifer executes and delivers projects on time and on budget. Those are her words. With projects ranging in size from $100,000 to over $4 billion, Jennifer continually goes above and beyond the call of duty, working with veterans, participating in communities of practice in the project management field, and she holds affiliations with several national laboratories to offer continued partnership in the project management field. Jennifer believes that the leadership required to move an organization forward is a position of respect, which is always earned and never given. Jennifer, thank you for your service to our country and to our county. I'd also like to introduce you to Rosalie Salcido. This is my favorite. I'm a little biased about Rosalie, who took an interest in the military while in high school. Rosalie joined the Army Junior ROTC program in Manteca, California. Later, Rosalie enlisted in the Army as a nutritional specialist, 68 Mike. Rosalie was later commissioned as an officer in the Signal Corps and served as a platoon leader and executive officer in the 2nd Infantry Division. After separating from the Army, Rosalie went to become a school teacher. This is why she's my favorite. She took her military experience and warrior spirit to begin a podcast interviewing teachers about their experiences in the classroom in order to raise awareness about the many challenges that our California education system faces. Rosalie was recently recognized and honored as one of the California Department of Veterans Affairs trailblazers. Jennifer and Rosalie inspire me, and they motivate me to be a better county veteran service officer. With sister warriors like these two brave women, I strive to be better. Thank you, Jennifer and Rosalie, for your continued service. Thank you, Chair Miller, for allowing me to speak today, and thank you for recognizing our veterans in our community.
Thank you, Ms. Wimmer. It's always a pleasure to see you here, and thank you personally for your service as well. Thank you. This year, we had to be a little creative in terms of how to craft our recognition. And so we have produced, with the help of Daily Video, and I want to thank Tim and Barbara Daly, we've produced a tribute video from the Board of Supervisors and the residents of San Joaquin County to our veterans. So I'd like to ask the clerk to go ahead and play the video now.
Get the sound going in just one moment.
6 combat deployments have been Iraq.
Being a veteran is about feeling like you're a piece of a permanent fabric of this nation.
I've done 6 combat deployments. I've been to Iraq once, 4 Afghanistan, Africa. I just felt a duty and obligation to do so.
What I admire most about our veterans really goes back to I joined the Marine Corps at 19, and it changed my life forever. We can never thank veterans enough for their service to our country. Over 666,000 of our Americans died in the battle since 1776. More importantly, over 1.3 million have been seriously injured, which has adversely affected their lives. By virtue of that, they have made tremendous sacrifices, and yet not the veterans, but also their families, because families obviously are always waiting to hear from their loved ones as to their status, whether they're in this country or certainly overseas.
I think everyone should know that that's what every veteran they did. They had no idea what they were walking into. They said, I'm going to give my life to this, and I'm going to dedicate it and sacrifice myself for the betterment of my country. And I think that's very important for people to remember and understand.
As a fellow veteran, I consider it my duty to pay particular attention to veterans' issues and to advocate on your behalf. I was privileged to lead soldiers for 30 years, and it has truly been my honor to represent and work on behalf of the veterans of San Joaquin County. We owe our veterans a debt that we can never repay, and we must never forget that we are free today because our veterans paid the price to win and preserve that freedom. Thank you to all our veterans and your families for your years of dedicated service to our country.
Everyone takes home the wounds of war in some way, whether that's physical or mental, and I think it's important that we sort of understand that everyone comes home with something, and they're all dealing with it, whether we can recognize it or not.
As a son, as a father, as a business owner, as a public servant, it's our veterans that make all of it possible. We thank you, we need you, we value you. It's because of veterans that we have the freedom and the opportunity that America offers. It's only because of the veterans that step up and serve this great country and make this country the blanket and the example of freedom and opportunity throughout the rest of the world. Thank you, veterans.
Having served, I'm most proud of just doing my part, putting some skin in the game and doing my part in this moment in time to try and make something better for my son, for your family members, and then also hopefully to inspire them to also take up that mantle and take that torch and serve as well.
We will never forget the sacrifice our veterans gave for this country, our flag, our freedom. We thank you. Every day for me is Veterans Day.
And I think that if you know a veteran, you know someone who wants to still serve in some way, because we still love this country, we love the people of San Joaquin County, and if you need help, even if it's like mowing someone's lawn, we're going to help you out. That's what I want people to know. We still want to serve. We're never unoathed. You take an oath to defend and serve your country, basically. When you leave, they don't unoath you. You're still going, like, what can I do to serve and to help?
It's so important to recognize the service and sacrifices of our veterans and their families. I understand that the pain and trauma of our veterans doesn't end when they come home, and it's shared by their families. So on this Veterans Day, on every day, we say thank you. Thank you for your willingness to put yourself in harm's way to protect us and our nation.
I want to thank Tim and Barbara Daly again for producing that video. It's really awesome. Now, as part of our tradition, each year, each supervisorial district and each supervisor recognizes a specific veteran. But each one of these veterans are representatives of all of our San Joaquin County veterans. So we're going to go in order, and we're going to start with the first district, Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chair Miller. Name of my recipient is Joseph F. Maz, and he was a sergeant in the Army, and he was part of Alpha Company of the 1st Infantry of Wolfhound's 25th Division. and he served from 1967 to 1968. Joseph Frank Moss Sr. was born to Celso J. Moss and Josephine Souza Moss in Stockton, California, on August 1st, 1947. Joseph is a Native American Southern Ute. Joseph has 3 siblings, 2 brothers, Raymond, deceased, and Celso, and his sister Loretta, deceased. Joseph graduated from Franklin High School in 1966, where he was active in sports, participating in cross-country, track and field, and wrestling, earning his Block F. He also liked woodshop, auto shop, and art classes. While growing up, Joseph's parents would take their children hunting and fishing. Joseph was drafted into the service on November 14, 1967. He did his basic training and advanced infantry training in Fort Lewis, Washington. From there, his orders were given to him that he was going to Vietnam in April 1968. Joseph served 1 year in Vietnam. On one of Joseph's patrols, he and others stayed on a mission for 73 days in the jungle, fighting day after day and night after night, eating sea rations, getting little or no sleep, walking in the infested dirty waters with leeches hanging on you, no time for resting, living in the rice paddies. Joseph was wounded November 17, 1968, exactly 52 years ago today. Joseph got a field promotion to Sergeant E5 on his 7th month in Vietnam. Joseph was awarded a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star. He also received a Vietnam Service Medal with 3 stars. 3 Bronze Service Stars, National Defense Service Medal, Republic of Vietnam Campaign Medal, a Combat Infantryman Medal, a Purple Heart Badge, a Sharpshooter, and when Joseph came home from Vietnam, his family did not recognize him. He was dirty and fatigued. He weighed about 98 pounds. When he went to the service, he weighed 130. Joseph went to Delta College and on to the IBEW as a marine electrician in various shipyards. Joseph became a journeyman electrician and worked out with Collins Home Wiring, Allen Electric, and various other contractors out of the IBEW Hall. He later went to work at Sharp Army Depot, now DDRW, in Rough and Ready Island. He retired after 31 years as an electrician, also retired out of IBEW after 35 years. Joseph has helped many veterans with their claims. He is also recognized by his vital role in the creation of the historic California Vietnam Veterans Memorial in 1988. In Sacramento, he is a member of various organizations: American Legion, Carl Ross Post 16, Purple Heart Association, 25th Infantry Division Association, the 27th Infantry Regiment Wolfhound Pack, IBEW 595, and also a founder of the Central Valley Vietnam Veterans of California. As a Native American, Joseph is a ground dancer, a warrior dancer, which is a high honor. He also does blessings and cleansings at various ceremonies. Joseph has various hobbies: feeding, painting, hunting, fishing, and gardening. Joseph is also writing a book about his year in Vietnam, taking a while because of the stress. In 1971, he met the love of his life, his beautiful, caring, compassionate wife, Susan Jessica. They have 2 children, a beautiful daughter named Sautange, and a handsome son named Joseph Jr., who is also an Army veteran. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And certificates for the folks who are not able to be here today will be delivered to them. Next up is District 2, which is my district, 2nd District. And I'm very proud today to be able to recognize Debbie Gifford, a Staff Sergeant, retired after 20 years of service in active Army military intelligence and in the California Army National Guard. Debbie and her brother came to Lodi with their mom in 1977 when she was 9 years old. She's a graduate of Lodi Public Schools, and she joined the Army and left immediately following her graduation from high school at the age of 17. She trained with the Army, and one of the things you'll see as I speak going on is Debbie's commitment to continuing her training and her education through the years. She did her basic training in Fort Jackson, South Carolina, and then went to the Defense Language Institute in Monterey, California to learn Russian. She also went to Goodfellow Air Force Base in Texas for advanced training as a voice interceptor, and then served for 4 years as a Russian linguist, a voice interceptor. She then went to Fort Devens, Massachusetts for additional training and was stationed in Hanau, Germany as part of a quick fix helicopter unit. She flew as crew on an EH-1H Huey and an EH-60 Blackhawk, operating radios prior to the Berlin Wall coming down. She joined the California National Guard 140th Aviation after end-term service from active duty here in Stockton. She retrained as a helicopter mechanic and aviation life support equipment technician in Fort Eustis, Virginia. She was then deployed in Panama and twice for humanitarian missions in support of building roads and schools, setting up dental and vaccination clinics. In the years to follow, Ms. Gifford was deployed to Romania, Jordan, Iraq, and then served in 2003 in Kuwait as part of Special Forces during Operation Enduring Freedom. She retired from the military in 2006. But since then, Ms. Gifford continues serving our community. She was a teacher with the Stockton Unified School District from 2000 to 2005, an aide in Lodi Unified, and taught 2 years at Cesar Chavez High School, and since then at the Weber Institute of Applied Sciences and Technology, 9th through 12th grade English, occasionally world history, and psychology. She went and completed her master's in learning and technology, and she is the Technology Academy lead and newly assigned grant manager for technology. And she wants to make sure that I let everybody know Weber Institute of Applied Sciences and Technology is always looking for advisory members, mentors, guest speakers, and opportunities for internships. I want to congratulate Debbie Gifford. It was a pleasure meeting you this morning. And I want to thank you for all you've done and you continue to do for our community and our country. So now I would like to ask Debbie, she's here today, if she would like to come to the podium and maybe share a few words. And I believe your certificate of recognition is there at the podium for you, Debbie, you can take with you. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. It was a surprise. I wasn't quite sure how my phone number and email got to you, but I am honored today to represent women, to represent San Joaquin County, to represent, just people in service that continue to serve, and sometimes people don't really realize who you are. It's not very, people don't look at me and think I'm a veteran. So thank you. And I just wanted to say that Joseph Rosamont, I deployed to Iraq with him, so the man that was recognized, and he actually came as a guest speaker to my classroom a couple weeks after that rescue and spoke with my students, which was fantastic. That's all I have to say. Thank you for recognizing me. I'm right up the street, about 3 blocks, and like I said, as a new grant manager, I am looking for connections, networking, to help my students. So if you see my name come across, know that we need help at our school. We recently had a death of a teacher. We recently had a death of a student. And in a small population of under 100 students in the Tech Academy, that's a lot to deal with. So we just had 2 funerals last week.
I'm sorry for your losses. I don't speak for the rest of the board, but if you find a use for me at your school, I would be more than happy to come down and help out. So thank you, and I'm really glad you could be here today.
Thank you.
Now we're going to move on. To the 3rd Supervisorial District, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have the distinct honor to recognize a World War II veteran, and I just want to say in the outset to Miss Virginia Wimmer, thank you for all that you do on a continued basis here in the community with our veterans. I know that we could all collectively speak endlessly for days and hours for recognizing all of the veterans that we owe a debt to, but I appreciate that we can at least recognize one each from our districts. Miss Carol Deal, 91 years young, is a World War II U.S. Marine Corps veteran. Carol enlisted in the Marine Corps in 1945 at the age of 15. Think about that, at age of 15. During World War II, most young people falsified their enlistment papers just to serve this great country of ours. Carol was one of those brave young women of her time who wanted to serve and did what she had to do to make it happen. Carol had only a 9th grade education when she had enlisted. Private Carol Jean Henderson enlisted in Camp Lejeune, then moved on to Camp Pendleton, where she was honorably discharged. Private Henderson should have been promoted to corporal, but because she revealed her real birth date to her commanding officer, Major Brady, he redlined her promotion upon discharge. She never received the rank of corporal, and that's unfortunate, of course. Private Henderson only wanted to have her discharge papers reflect her real birth date, but that honesty cost her that promotion. She was not discouraged because that young lady set out to do what she had intended to do. She served her country in the JAG office as a clerk, and for her service, we are grateful. Later, Carol married a young Marine, and they had 2 sons, Pat and Mike. Carol went on back to school and received her GED, and at the age of 45, she went to college to receive a college degree. Carol resides in Manteca and is a lifelong learner and an inspiration to her fellow Marines. I'd like to wish a great big happy 245th Marine Corps birthday to our Marine Corps heroes, and a sincere, heartfelt thank you to all of those veterans that served, especially Miss Carol Deal, on this day of recognition. Madam Clerk, do we have Miss Deal on the phone?
Mrs. Deal, if you can hear us in board chambers and you are on the phone and available to speak, you can press *6 to unmute your telephone. Unfortunately, Supervisor Petty, I can't tell if she is on the call or not. So if she is, and can press *6 to unmute.
There might be a difficulty. I know that she was instructed and included in the call, so she might be listening. But thank you, Miss Deal. We appreciate your service and this recognition to you and the several World War II veterans that are amongst us here in our county. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 4th District, Supervisor Winn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Supervisor Patty said, you know, our World War II veterans are really a special generation, not only because of their participation in World War II, but certainly what they've done after their service to our country. I'm proud to recognize Corporal Frank Wright, who joined the U.S. Marine Corps on January 21st, 1942, and as Supervisor Patty alluded to, he lied about his age because he was only 16 at the time, and he was living in Little Rock, Arkansas. He reported to boot camp in San Diego on January 24th, 1942, and upon his graduation, he was assigned to the 12th Replacement Battalion in San Diego on March of 1942 also. He was then posted to the Marine Base Naval Air Station in Oregon, and due to his weapon expertise and achievement, he was transferred to a temporary assignment to Anti-Aircraft Training Center in the state of Washington. For instruction and qualifying on 20mm anti-aircraft gun, he qualified with a mark of 3.56. On October 28, 1942, he was promoted to private first class and was then transferred to the San Diego base again, where he had volunteered to help the formation of the 4th Marine Raider Battalion with Major James Roosevelt as their commander. A side note is Major Roosevelt was the oldest son of our president at the time, Franklin Roosevelt, and his wife Eleanor. And he ultimately retired as a lieutenant colonel and then served as a representative in the House of Representatives for California to continue his service to our country. E.F.C. Wright was assigned a squad leader to 2nd Platoon on November of 1942 to Company D, 4th Battalion, and Camp Pendleton. The Marine Raiders were special operations forces, kind of like the Army and also the Navy's SEALs, in that they were an elite group of warriors who participated in very special operations. Edson's Raiders of the 1st Marine Battalion and Carlson's Raiders of notoriety from the 2nd Marine Raider Battalion are said to have been the first United States Special Operations forces to form and see combat during World War II. He was meritoriously promoted to corporal in February of 43. He participated in the New Georgia campaign, Barocco, Enoga, and with the 4th Raiders. The battle on Barocco was in July of 1943 and was the second major operation carried out by the Northern Landing Group of the Raiders. He kept his assignment with the Marine Raiders until they were disbanded in February 1944. Despite their original training and specialization, they were, because of lack of resources, were transferred into other infantry companies. In the Marine Corps, the Raiders were viewed as the elite force within the elite force. On February 9th, 1944, he was transferred to the Marine 4th Division and in the field, and he was transferred to Company F as a squad leader of a 3rd platoon. During the combat actions, you go back a second, he also served as a drill instructor in the end of his career. And for those who have been in the military, knowing that a drill instructor is probably one of the most premier individuals in any service because of their commitment and certainly their training. During the combat operation of the 3rd Division, he received a bayonet wound in the stomach in the reoccupation of Guam. He received machine gun wounds on Iwo Jima and was evacuated and housed and treated in Saipan. After he was ruled ready for duty, he transferred to Headquarters Company, this is Parris Island, where he became that drill instructor. He completed his 4-year tour of duty at Parris Island with an honorable discharge in January of 1946. Considering that his time in service and certainly his leadership, both as a squad leader and certainly a drill instructor, by the time he graduated, I would estimate that he was probably about 20 years old, and at the very latest, 21 years old. To accomplish those things, to actually fought in World War II, and to serve in such prestigious positions as he did, is certainly an honor to him, and certainly for his commitment to the Marine Corps and certainly to this country. His personal awards are Purple Heart with 2 stars, Presidential Unit Citation with 2 stars, Navy Unit Commendation, American Campaign Medal, Asian Pacific Campaign with 3 service stars, Fleet Marine Force with 4 stars, Marine Corps Expedition Medal, his Combat Action with 4 stars, and Victory Medal and Good Conduct Medal. Corporal Wright, Frank, is an exemplary individual, somebody that obviously we are extremely proud of, not only because of his service, but also his service after his end of tour of duty, and certainly the community contributions he's made to the community. So we thank Frank and all military members, both current and past, for their service and certainly the commitment they've made to this country in keeping our freedom and making it safe. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I would ask the clerk if have anyone participating on the phone.
I have Supervisor Patty's office confirming if Ms. Steele's available and able to connect through the call. And Supervisor Winn, I believe that your veteran may be available at this
Okay.
time as well.
I'm on the phone.
There we go. Okay, let's hear from Supervisor Winn's veteran first, and then we'll go back to Ms. Deal. Would you like to make a few comments, sir?
Yes, I probably would. I'd like to thank you, the Board of Supervisors, for honoring me and all of the veterans of the state. This year of 2020 is the 75th anniversary of the battalion on Iwo Jima, which ended in 1945. I am proud to have served in the 4th Marine Raiders with Colonel James Roosevelt and the 21st Marine Regiment of the U.S. Marine Corps in the capturing of Iwo Jima. I am proud to have served our country, and thank you, the Board of Supervisors of San Joaquin County, for this opportunity to express my thanks to you and all those in Stockton and Lodi. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And do we have Ms. Deal now?
Ms. Deal, if you're available and can press star 6 to unmute your telephone. I'm sorry, Ms. Chair, I don't hear her attempting to unmute her telephone at this time.
Okay. Supervisor Elliott, from representing the 5th District, could not be here today, but in keeping with our thinking outside the box theme, he has prepared a short video with his comments for his veteran to recognize. So could we roll that now, please?
Good morning. I'm Bob Elliott, County Supervisor, District 5. On this occasion, as we recognize our county's veterans, I am honored to again participate, yet somewhat saddened at the prospect that this will be my last as your county supervisor, as I am termed out of office. As a fellow veteran, I have seen it as my duty to advocate on behalf of our county's veterans. I was pleased to continue the county's advocacy for the funding and eventual construction of the French Camp VA facility, and was pleased to meet with the directors of Vision 21 and VA Palo Alto Healthcare System to pursue expanding services for our veterans. I was also honored to participate in veteran stand-downs and moving the Victory Gardens housing project forward. It was recently announced that we now have sufficient funding to accomplish this project. On November 11th, we observed Veterans Day, and I urge everyone to thank our veterans for their years of selfless service, not just on Veterans Day, but every day. And since the U.S. Marine Corps birthday is November 10th, I wish all our Marines a happy 245th birthday. It's important to remember all those brave men and women who gave their lives in defense of our nation. It is also important to recognize and remember all our veterans who are still with us, who answered their country's call and personally sacrificed to preserve our freedom and our way of life. As part of today's Veterans Recognition event, it is my honor and privilege to recognize a veteran constituent of 5th District, Mr. Frank Cameron, Petty Officer First Class. His story is not only a story of military service, it is also an American success story. Frank was born in Portland, Oregon in 1937 and joined the Army National Guard while a senior in high school. Then after high school, Frank joined the Navy and attended Navy boot camp in San Diego. 2 days before leaving for boot camp, Frank met Judy, who would become his wife of now more than 60 years. They wrote to each other for 4 years while Frank completed his first tour of duty. And when they married, Frank decided to give a special wedding gift to Judy and extended his service for another year. Frank had qualified for Interior Communications Electrician School, and after graduating was assigned to the destroyer USS Mulaney. He was tasked with ensuring proper operation of a wide range of the vessel's instruments, such as intercom systems, freshwater salinity, ship drive, shaft RPM, and much more. He learned to be very resourceful because when you're out at sea, you can't just stop in at the local Ace Hardware store and pick up a part. They made 3 trips to the South Pacific, executing exercises against submarines, air targets, and other targets for gunnery and anti-submarine drills. Coming to port in Australia, they visited Newcastle, Sydney, Perth, and Darwin. They were reported to have been the first American ships to visit Newcastle since World War II. They crossed the equator to fuel in Pongo Pongo, American Samoa, and his other 2 cruises included ports in Subic Bay, Philippines, Formosa, Kobe, Sasebo, and Yokosuka, Japan, Midway, and Pearl Harbor. Their main mission was to patrol the Formosan Straits between China and Formosa. Quemoy was just offshore from the Chinese mainland and was under fire from shore batteries in China. They helped escort landings by the Chinese nationalists who were resupplying their troops on Quemoy. They were also tasked with tracking Russian submarines in the area. After his 4 years on the USS Mulaney, Frank was promoted to Petty Officer First Class and was subsequently assigned shore duty in Astoria, Oregon, where he was in charge of a crew that maintained all of the dehumidification equipment on a mothball fleet of ships located on the Columbia River. While in the Navy, Frank earned the National Defense Medal, Quemoy and Matsu Island Armed Forces Expeditionary Ribbons with 2 stars, Good Conduct, Cold War Commemorative, and National Guard Commemorative medals for his service. Before Frank left the Navy, his base commander asked him to consider entering the officer program. However, he declined and decided to return to the civilian sector and pursue a new career. Frank and Judy returned to Portland, Oregon, where he took a job with Frieden Calculator, a mechanical calculator and data processing equipment business. Frank, Judy, and their 2 sons then moved to San Leandro, California, where Frank taught maintenance and repair at Frieden's Training Center. During Frank's 11 years with Frieden, he continued his education at night school, earning an associate's degree in business. Frank credits the GI Bill for making it possible to afford that, and he credits his education for the promotions he was able to secure. After Frieden was sold, Frank started a business supporting Frieden's former customers. He partnered with a friend and built a business of computer hardware and software support. Frank served as their president for 20 years, and at the time of sale had about 100 employees. Frank credits his success as proof that in America, you can start a business in a garage and build it into a successful enterprise. Next, Frank and Judy moved to Danville, where they became cattle ranchers and raised Brahmas. He also served 8 years on the Contra Costa Planning Commission and served as chairman 2 of those years. After 17 years in Danville, they moved to a 1-acre ranchette in Tracy, where they are now retired. Although in retirement, Frank and Judy have planted wine grapes, and they make their own wine. Frank has built several street rods and also creates metal artwork. He's participated in several galleries and shows, and one of his art pieces hangs on a wall just outside these board chambers. So when you go out the back door, look directly across the room, and you'll see it hanging there. Right next to it is a plaque from the Board of Supervisors. I have known Frank for many years, and it is a pleasure for me to recognize not only his service to our nation, but also Frank's contributions to the communities where he has lived. I'm proud to call Frank and Judy constituents, friends, and great Americans. Frank believes service to his country provided the foundation for his successes throughout his life. He is a great example of a veteran who has paid tribute to all who have served and sacrificed for our country by living his life to the fullest, enjoying the freedoms secured by the sacrifices of our veterans, by participating in our economy, and by serving our community. Thank you, Frank, for all your service. And at this time, the floor is yours. Please say a few words.
Hello, this is Frank. Hello, this is Frank Cameron, and Bob has certainly told the story. as only he can. We are so appreciative to be recognized, Judy and I, especially as one of the veterans, many veterans in San Joaquin County. I did serve in the Navy, and all of those that are my friends and know a lot of my background. We are so privileged to have been able to go through that. I remember when I went through boot camp in San Diego, I was a mediocre high school student. I spent my 14 weeks in boot camp. I came back to Portland, Oregon to see my friends, and it was almost automatically, I said to myself, I've changed. They haven't changed. I've changed. I am now a young man and not a high school boy. And I went back after that, back into San Diego to go through another 14 weeks of interior communications school and lived on a destroyer for the remaining 4 years. It was a really interesting thing to me to achieve because I finally thought to myself, if you're going to get ahead, you're going to have to study, you're going to have to know about your education and be able to provide through your experiences and in the service. I thank the Board of Supervisors for this recognition. I thank Bob Elliott. I'm sorry that he isn't here and me to see you both at the same time. Thank you so much for this offer and privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron, on behalf of the board. Thank you for your service. And we also wish we could have all been here together, but we're hopeful that this recognition was meaningful to our veterans. I'm going to ask the clerk one last time if we've been able to loop in Ms. Steele.
So I believe that we do have Ms. Steele on the phone, and Ms. Steele, you are currently unmuted. So if you can hear us, you may go ahead and speak now.
Good morning. This is Earl Deal. I'm overwhelmed by all this. I appreciate your thoughts and your honor this day. I often think the time I spent in the Marine Corps just prepared me for civilian life and what all people, go through, marriage, raising your children, and so many things that confront us as we go along. I think I wouldn't have made it if I hadn't spent the time in the Corps. I'm so honored to be honored today, and I'm going to be 91 tomorrow, and I think this is the happiest birthday I've ever had. Thank you, everyone, so much. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Steele, and happy birthday. Many, many happy returns and many more to come. So thank you all.
Thank you.
And Mrs. Deal, Madam Chair, if I will. Mrs. Deal, this is Supervisor Tom Patty, and I want to say happy birthday and thank you. And I'm looking forward to perhaps soon, if this COVID subsides, perhaps I could take you out for a cup of coffee or lunch. It'd be a pleasure to meet you in person.
I would be so honored.
We're honored by you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all our veterans. Okay, now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and any matters listed on the consent agenda. Public comments are submitted via email. We ask that they be limited to 250 words or less, and you may submit them to sjcpubliccomments@sjgov.org. At this point, I would ask the clerk if we have received any public comments, and if so, to please read them into the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have received just 2 public comments this morning, which I will read now. The first one is unsigned and writes, "Why are your meetings closed to the public when other county offices are required to remain open, even though many can also provide services remotely? It's difficult to respect leadership that esteems themselves more highly than their employees." The next public comment is also unsigned and writes, "This message is views of hundreds, not just my own. We are fed up with the health officer, Maggie Park, in a recent interview News Sentinel staff, November 13th, shows some of her dereliction of duty. Maggie Parks said, quote, "I think this might be a wake-up call, and it's a sign we can't let our guard down. How about doing your job? SJC got penalized because you cannot accomplish a state mandate. Why is it difficult to test 272 people per day out of 773,000 people in this county?" Quote by Dr. Park, quote, "The 8.3 is an adjusted rate as the state is asking the county to test some 272 residents for COVID-19 a day. SJC has been penalized for only testing about 219 a day. Take your pop-up testing to the homeless camps. There are more than 272 in Stockton alone. Change your messaging, remove the cartoon pictures from billboards, show information that helps like free testing, and show the fixed locations. People are wearing masks, distancing, and washing. You have no clear data. You blame people for gathering. Any outbreaks at Costco or Walmart lately? Businesses have spent thousands to meet requirements of the state. Seriously, specifically, what do you want people to do?" Listening to the governor and Secretary Galliman was sickening. We don't want to hear how sympathetic and empathetic they feel for Californians. They, like you, are getting a paycheck. The message should be to shelter the health impaired, young and old, and let the rest of us decide what to do. The state has ample supplies for hospitals, the governor said. A virus has 99.98% survive. Governor said positivity rate, which is low, is most important time to make the metric, not cases. And Supervisor Chair, we've also received a third public comment, and this one is from Andrea Covalita Pinkham of SEIU 1021, who writes, "Good morning. I'm writing to you on behalf of San Joaquin General Hospital's respiratory care practitioners. The respiratory therapy department is critically understaffed, and it is virtually impossible to provide quality patient care. The past 5 nights, according to staffing ratios, there should have been 11 to 13 RTs working. There were 5 to 6. This means that 5 to 6 people are responsible for all of the 23 ventilators throughout the hospital, including the critical areas. These critical areas, NICU, ICU, and ER, should each have their own dedicated staff person. Instead, staff was pulled from these areas to care for patients elsewhere in the hospital. This includes the several babies born under 26 weeks in the NICU that require ventilation. They are not immune from the staffing shortages. Additionally, instead of checking a ventilated patient every 2 hours, they are being examined every 4 hours. We have backslid and are once again on the purple tier. There are talks of a third surge this winter. Respiratory care practitioners are an essential part of the caregiving team for COVID patients. I call upon San Joaquin County's Human Resources Department and San Joaquin General Hospital to immediately reach out to SEIU to talk about how we can recruit RTs to San Joaquin General Hospital. We cannot thank our healthcare professionals for the job they are doing and sacrifices they are making during this pandemic if we are not able to help them when they need it. I look forward to hearing from you. And that concludes the public comments that we've received today.
Thank you. And I would just like to say that we will be hearing in not too long about the status of our hospital capacity. So for that individual who was concerned about that, if they're listening, I would encourage you to continue. And we will, as always, follow up on our hospital with those staffing concerns. At this point in time, we are going to have a presentation and or discussion from our Public Works team, which is again, out of the box. We are going to have another virtual ribbon cutting for the Foothill Landfill Solar Project in the 4th District. And so today I'd like to welcome our Interim Public Works Director, Fritz Buckman, and our Deputy Director of Public Works, Jim Stone. Welcome, gentlemen. It's exciting.
Good morning, Chair Miller and board members. It's my pleasure today to inform you that the construction on the solar landfill solar project, or the Foothill Landfill Solar Project, is complete, and PG&E is finishing up work to bring the power from that project onto their grid. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the remoteness of the project site, we are foregoing a typical ribbon cutting, as Chair Miller indicated, and recognizing instead the project completion with a video and ceremony during today's board meeting. In addition to Deputy Director Jim Stone and me, Jim Beer is here to represent our project partner, Ameresco. About 6 years ago, Ameresco approached Public Works and proposed to construct a large solar project at Foothill Landfill, where they had recently completed a project to produce renewable energy from landfill gas. After analyzing the benefits of the project, staff recommending moving forward with it, and the county entered into power purchase and lease agreements with Ameresco in 2015. At that time, staff estimated project benefits to the county of about $5.3 million over 20 years. While environmental clearance with the project was underway, PG&E proposed rate changes which affected the financial viability of projects like this. Our Public Works team partnered with Santa Clara County and led a successful effort before the California Public Utilities Commission to reduce the impact of PG&E's rate proposal on this type of project. We also asked Ameresco to renegotiate the terms of the power purchase and lease agreements. And your board in 2018 approved contract amendments to make the project feasible under then current conditions. By reducing the lease payment to the solid waste fund and adjusting the PPA rates, the estimated project savings in 2018 were $11 million, about double the original amount. Now that the project is complete, the estimated financial benefits to the county are $12.4 million. $500,000 of that is a lease payment to the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund, which is being presented today by Ameresco. The remaining $11.9 million will be electrical cost savings realized over the course of the next 20 years. These savings, which will be managed by the General Services Department, will reduce costs to agencies such as the San Joaquin General Hospital, the Sheriff's Office, Parks and Recreation, Healthcare Services, and other county departments. These energy savings will increase funds available to serve the public, and the project will also reduce greenhouse gases by producing enough zero-emission electricity each year to power over 850 homes. I'd like to thank your board for its support of this project. I'd also like to thank Tom Willard and his staff at Sage Renewables, the county's consultant on the project. They assisted our staff at every stage, including through the CPUC rate renegotiations, and we could not have successfully completed this project without their assistance. I also want to thank our solid waste staff, led by Integrated Waste Manager Desi Reno. The Solid Waste Enterprise Fund is receiving a lease payment of $500,000 today due to our staff's commitment to see this project through to completion and realize the associated environmental and economic benefits for the county. We now have a video presentation about the project, after which Jim Beer from Ameresco will present a check for the lease payment to the county. With that, I think we're ready to begin the video. As county leaders, we're always looking for ways to improve the environment and save money for our residents.
The county recognized that the Foothill landfill site in Linden had a large amount of undeveloped land. Thanks to a previous project implemented at the site, our San Joaquin County leaders knew to think outside the box when it came to opportunities for the land.
When our energy efficiency partner, Ameresco, approached us about using the land for solar arrays, we saw it as a great opportunity.
This partnership between the county and Ameresco will reduce our PG&E electrical bills through a power purchase agreement.
This project allows us to generate low-cost energy at one location and then credit that to many facilities throughout the county. This includes an impressive array that will generate more than 5 megawatts of ground mount solar. It consists of 13,770 solar panels and 29 solar inverters, and these solar panels track the sun throughout the day as it moves to make it more efficient.
It was important that San Joaquin County partner with a firm that has a reputation for producing quality products. Ameresco has a reputation not only from their resources, but certainly their experience to develop projects that benefit not only our county residents, but certainly long-term into the future in regards to reducing emissions and, more importantly, providing electricity for the numerous residents in our county.
I want to thank today the local leadership's willingness to build on our working relationship, which, by the way, began over 10 years ago with our 4.3 megawatt landfill gas energy facility. By expanding Amoresco's generation of clean energy produced in the county, the community will benefit from tremendous financial and environmental rewards. The positive environmental impact of this new solar facility is significant. This renewable energy project will generate approximately 10.5 million kilowatt hours of electricity in its first year alone. This equates to a reduction of 7,400 tons of CO2 emissions, or the same energy use of 854 homes for just 1 year. I want to thank the county and the community for affording Amoresco the opportunity to be its long-term clean energy partner.
It's extremely important that this project reduce costs for our ratepayers and our residents, and more importantly, reduce the pollution that we struggle with in San Joaquin Valley. So we're very happy to have this project on our landfill and look forward to the future.
This solar energy system will continue to reduce utility costs and improve air quality for each and every one of us in San Joaquin County.
Thank you, Chair Miller, and
Good morning.
rest of the distinguished members of the board for allowing me to talk today. First of all, I want to just thank everybody that had any part in that video. I mean, that was just a pretty spectacular video. Thank you for the kind words, Supervisor Winn. One thing that's better than that video, though, is actually going to the site. I had the pleasure of going out there yesterday to see the finishing touches with people. It's just amazing. I mean, just the sheer size of it is very impressive. But the technology is, to me, is pretty crazy. Those panels can rotate up to 270 degrees and follow the sun when it rises in the east and sets in the west. It's really pretty spectacular. So once we're over this COVID thing, I would invite every one of you to come out and see what we've done. I know the board has a very full agenda today, so I promise to be short and sweet. So with no further ado, I have the pleasure of presenting a check for $500,000 for the 20-year lease payment associated with leasing the land out there. And I think we're going to take a Well, if the board could indulge me for a few more minutes. That was the short part. Now the sweet part. So I want to remind the county that this is the second project that Amoresco has done at the landfill. The first project has been operating successfully since 2014, and our annual royalty payments are approaching $1 million. And that project is going to go on for 14 more years. So it's going to be quite beneficial for all parties involved with it. I went back and I wanted to see when we first started talking about this project, and I was amazed that just 2 months after we had completed that project, Desi Reno called me and said, hey, what can we do with some land at the landfill that's not currently being used? And I told Desi that since this first project had gone so well, when we had become such good friends, that I thought I would do anything I could to help out the county and help Desi. So it all started with that one phone call 6 years ago, and it's been quite a 6-year journey, I think, as Jim Stone could attest. So I don't think we'd be here today celebrating our accomplishments without that phone call from Desi Reno. And I would be remiss if I did not also recognize his boss, Jim Stone, who Fritz mentioned a few of the challenges that we had. PG&E was certainly a challenge. Jim was a champion in overcoming that. Army Corps of Engineers and EPA were challenging. You would think a solar project would be easy to build and get permits for, but not in California and not under some federal regulations. So Jim was a huge part in overcoming all those challenges. I liken renewable energy project development to a marathon roller coaster ride. And Jim Stone was not scared with any of the twists and turns and never shied away from any of the challenges. But I think it's safe to say that this project would have never started unless Desi Reno had the vision to see what this project could do, and then also Jim Stone's perseverance to make this project actually come to fruition. The county is really fortunate to have employees like Jim and Desi who are dedicated and talented. So I have one final official duty today, and it's to present this plaque, and I'll read it. In recognition of the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors, with special thanks to Desi Reno for the environmental stewardship of renewable energy, whose dedication made this foothill project possible. November 17th, 2020, and I'll give this to Jim Stone. So in closing, I know Desi's out there listening, so I wanted to say to him that I consider myself very fortunate to call him a friend. He is truly an inspiration to me, overcoming the current adversities that he has. His positive attitude, his faith is an inspiration to me, and I'm sure that everybody that comes in contact with him. So again, Chair Miller and the rest of the board members, thank you for your time today. Thank you for your support of this project. It couldn't have happened without you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our partnership with Amoresco is one that we value. And, you know, everything that we do, we say this all the time, what we do is about relationships, and it's building trust and working partnerships. And so that's part of why today is so satisfying for us to see, I think, for all of us concerned. So thank you. We look forward to more projects in the future. And again, with our Public Works team, you're a big part of why we say greatness grows here in San Joaquin County. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have been informed by the clerk that we do have a member of the public present from our Fire Chief Association who would like to make a brief comment under public comments regarding the new president of the Fire Chief Association.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Matt.
Supervisors, I appreciate this opportunity. I just wanted to bring everybody up to speed a little bit with the Fire Chiefs Association. As you recognize me, I'm the Fire Chief for the Lathrop-Manteca Fire District, and I recently have been elected as the new Fire Chief President for the Fire Chiefs Association. And I wanted to come out and say that we look forward to building that great relationship that has been going with the Fire Chiefs Association and look at pragmatic approaches to any issues that come up with our organization. And that was it, just kind of bring you up to speed to where we're at. And I understand you have a representative that attends those, so it'd be great to meet with them.
Great. Thank you. We've enjoyed a very positive and productive relationship with the association, and we look forward to that continuing. So thank you for being here today, Chief. Okay, next up on our agenda is approval of minutes. We have minutes from the regular board meeting of October 20th, 2020 before us today, so I would be looking for a motion and a second to approve those unless there are any changes or additions we need to make.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And that is approved 4-0. Okay, thank you. Next up on our agenda is approval. Oh, that was just a little, a little echo there. Okay, now we're going to move on to appointments to boards and commissions. So I would ask the Vice Chair if he has a motion for appointments.
Yes, Madam Chair, I have two appointments, so I can briefly go through this. I have an appointment to the Parks and Recreation Commission, 1, third supervisorial district appointment, position number 5103, Ms. Louise Sayoun, incumbent. I also have an appointment to the Escalon Cemetery Board of Trustees, 1 trustee appointment, position number 2801.2, Lynn Hogue. Madam Chair, that's all. I make it in a motion to approve these recommendations.
I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And Those appointments are approved 4-0. Thank you. Now we're going to move on to discuss and receive our update on the COVID-19 pandemic in San Joaquin County. I'd like to ask Dr. Maggie Park, our Public Health Director, to come down and provide us with our update. Good morning, Dr. Park.
Thank you, Chair Miller, and good morning, Supervisors, Ms. Nino, Council Miles, and Clerk DeBoard. I do have an update slide presentation. So this was a picture taken from the epi curve of yesterday, but the total today stands at 24,171, 24,171 total COVID confirmed cases to date. We also have had 504 deaths. I will not be sharing the hospitalization curves because Mr. Danbridge from our EMS agency will be doing that in a separate presentation. So tier assignments came out yesterday. And again, I show you the purple, red, orange, and yellow case rate and positivity rate metrics that need to be met, either to stay in a tier or to move to another tier. And as you can see, what came out yesterday was that we had a case rate of 15.2, adjusted to 16.4 per 100,000 over 7 days. Our positivity rate, which was initially published at 6.5, was adjusted and rectified. The state said that was wrong, and if you looked later in the day, the number went to 7.4, and that is our real positivity rate. Our health equity quartile positivity rate is surprisingly lower at 5.5. So if you look, you will see that an adjusted case rate of 16.4 definitely put us back into the purple tier, being more than 7.0. It's actually more than double of that, and our positivity rate is in the red, as well as our positivity rates for health equity quartile. As long as we made one of either the case rate or the positivity rate in the purple, we were moved back. We were to be moved back, and so we did make that case rate in the purple for the last 2 weeks. The tier assignments came out yesterday instead of the normal Tuesday, and I will be explaining that later on. But this is the assignment for this week. These are the numbers, and they decided at the state level to assign these tiers a day earlier than usual. So, as always, I ask the epidemiology team at Public Health to look at the numbers and confirm for me that our case rate is truly at about the number that the state is giving us. And if you look at the week of November 8 to 14, we had a weekly rate of 112. If you divide that by 7, our case rate is at about 16 right now. So the number is about correct. And so the expansion and the rise was just phenomenal as far as our case rates go. So it's not just us. California is experiencing unprecedented rates of increasing new case numbers across the board, except for in a few rural areas of the state. Many counties were sent back to purple yesterday. And because of this alarming rate of rise, the state decided that in order to meet the goal of preserving our health care capacity, that they would put the emergency brakes on this blueprint framework. This emergency brake ability had been built into the process when it was released. So this means that tier assignments can now occur any day of the week and may come out more than once a week. So as I said, instead of coming out today on its usual Tuesday, they decided to start early and get a head start as much as they could on putting the brakes on the state because they felt that even one day to lose could jeopardize more lives. And they might even come out with more tier assignments later this week. So instead of every week, they may do it multiple times a week as they look at the daily numbers. If there's alarming rises, they may set more counties back to purple even later on this week, such as Wednesday or Thursday. Counties may be moved back more than one tier if CDPH determines that the data support the more intensive intervention. And that did happen to counties yesterday. Some counties that had been in orange met 1 week only of purple tier metrics, and based on that, they were set back from orange all the way 2 tiers back to purple. So now we will be judged every week, and 1 week of purple metrics can send a county back. The most recent reliable data will be used to complete the assessment. So what the state did was they chose to do the most recent evaluation of data that they could, and they chose to use a 4-day lag instead of a 7-day lag. So normally what would have come out today would have been based on the week of November 1 through November 7th, because it's always back 10 days. But what came out instead yesterday were numbers based on the week of November 4 through November 10, counting for a 4-day lag. And that is why our numbers look so stunningly higher, because they're taking the most recent data, and they wanted to do that to really make the point that if we go back a week and a half, we're still looking at older data. And although we had been doing that to account for backlog, even without the backlog and the backfill, we were already at these really high numbers. So the county, so it also says here that county requests for tier adjudication will not hold the county in the current tier, as it had before. Asking for adjudication was buying other counties a week to stay in the tier they were at while the state looked at the numbers and looked at the challenge. And they are now saying that will not occur. And given the current environment of rapidly escalating cases and widespread disease transmission across California, tier adjudication requests are unlikely to be approved unless unique, extreme circumstances and data are submitted, justifying how the county is not impacted by the statewide increases. So they came up with some very hard language, strongly discouraging any county from asking for adjudication. So these are the numbers that came out yesterday. As you can see, our tier status is now purple. We had made it to red at the end of September and stayed in red for 6 weeks. There were counties that made it to red later than us and went back to purple earlier than us, so we stayed in red for a bit longer than some of our neighboring counties. Nevertheless, you see that we are back in purple and that our case rate jumped from 8.3 to 16.4. Positivity rate up from 4.3 to 7.4. This week they did not share with us the test per 100,000 for some reason. But the median is still 272. I do know that we suffered a coefficient of 1.078, so my belief is that we tested at about 80% of that goal of 272. I know we had a public comment read that said that the week before, when we were at 272, we could have made it to 219 or something along those lines. It's not the simple math of saying we needed to do 217 minus 219 tests, which would have been only 53 more tests. That's a misunderstanding. This is a rate per 100,000 population. So you multiply the 272 by our population size of 782,545. We needed to do 2,128 tests that week. And the difference is in the hundreds, not just in the tens. So just wanted to show you the statewide map to show you how many counties now are in purple. And the governor did say this yesterday, that it's 41 counties now in purple. That includes 28 that got moved back yesterday and counties that were already in purple before. There are 11 counties in red, 4 in the orange, and only 2 that are in yellow. And so here's a list of the 28 counties that did get moved back yesterday. So this is a broad, sweeping measure taken by the state to try to move us all back to the more restrictive tiers, even if you only meet the metric for 1 week, and even if that means moving you back to tiers. In the case of our county, we were already expecting to move back, and we had made 2 weeks of purple metrics. 9 counties moved back from orange to red, and 2 counties moved back from yellow to orange. So the state is now talking about our effective numbers again. These had been really good, less than 1 for some time, and around 1 for most counties. And again, now statewide, the R effective is 1.22, which indicates that there's spread increasing. And for our county, the R effective is 1.26. I will share these numbers by city with you just as a point of interest, but this does get moved around quite a bit. When I was here 2 weeks ago, Lodi was in first place and Stockton in second and Tracy in third. And you can see how week by week the rates change. And this is just something I want to show to make a point that it really is everywhere. And some places might feel that they're immune to COVID, but if you look week by week, you might be in the top 3 at any given time. This is our weekly COVID case rates by age, and when I was here 2 weeks ago, I did tell you that our 18 to 24-year-olds were a problem, and that 25 to 34-year-olds were also a problem. It still seems to be that our younger adults are contributing to our case rates more than our older adults, the first group being 25 to 34-year-olds, and then number 2, 35 to 44-year-olds. The top of this slide is basically exactly what you'll find on the state's website if you were to look at the blueprint and try to find our data. As I said, they did not tell us what rate of testing we did this week, but if you look at the fact that we got a 1.078 adjustment factor, and our real case rate was 15.2, and it went adjusted to 16.4, my estimation is if you look at the case rate adjustment factor graph that I have below, that we probably tested somewhere at about 0.75, 0.8, somewhere in that range. So maybe made about 80% of that 272 number. They are reporting us as having had 832 cases during that time frame of November 4 through November 10. So 832 cases divided by 7 days in a week, multiplied against our population size, does give us a case rate of 15.2. When you look at that day by day, that tells us that our new cases, on average, we're getting 119 new confirmed cases per day. And I've shared with you in the past that the goal to stay in red was to be at 55 new cases a day. So there were 3 new guidances that came out from the state this week. On November 13th, there was a travel advisory guidance, and this is the entirety of the travel advisory guidance. It's short and sweet, and the main point is that persons arriving in California from other states or countries, including people returning to California who are California residents, should practice self-quarantine for 14 days after arrival. The state's being very careful with advising that people stay home for 14 days if they've left the state or if they're coming into the state. And you will see that many states have adopted these sorts of measures. So we're not the first. This is something that's going on across the country, especially when there are some areas of the country that we know are doing much more poorly than ours. This also came out November 13th, and this is not the entire document because this goes on for a few pages, so I only clipped the top part, but this is guidance on transmissions for gatherings. So this kind of supersedes or is adjunctive to prior gatherings that came out. More specific, actually it replaces the prior gatherings, it says, of March and October, but this was more specifically made for the purposes of discouraging gatherings as the holiday season arrives. And the main points I tried to summarize on the side there, number 1 is attendance needs to be limited to 3 households. The state did come out with gathering guidance prior saying that you need to gather with only a total of 3 households, and so that's reiterated here. The second point they make is the location of your gathering, and it is strongly recommended that you gather outdoors, and it is said in purple tier to gather outdoors. In red, orange, yellow, strongly recommended also to gather outdoors only. The third point is don't attend a gathering if you're sick. Don't attend a gathering if you're high risk is the fourth point. The fifth point again reiterates the importance of keeping 6 feet away from each other, even at a gathering, and your hand hygiene. Sixth point is face coverings. Keep the event short, and singing, chanting, shouting, cheering are all strongly discouraged. This guidance just came out yesterday, and it also supersedes prior guidance on face coverings. And a lot of the points that are made at the bottom of this document about who's exempt and specific situations that might exempt you from wearing a face covering are not very different from prior guidance. The main point the state is trying to make is right there under the word guidance. It says people in California must wear face coverings when they are outside of the home. And so that is the biggest point being made here. Previously, the guidance said wear your face covering if you are outside waiting in line to enter a public place, standing in line to get on a public bus. There were examples for when you would wear your face covering, and now it simply says if you're outside, wear a face covering. So when I was here last, Supervisor Patty did ask me to bring some numbers as far as our public messaging campaign and the efforts we're making at Public Health to reach people with our education. And so we've had 2 public messaging phases to our campaign. There was an earlier phase in the summer, and then we did come to you, the board. We received more funding. And this, the numbers you see here are numbers based on what we completed for November to, this will go on till December. So it's November till the end of December. I will show you some specifics. It is actually, this is the money that we received was for the September to December period. The numbers I'm showing you are for November. So November 6th through November 13th, this is the amount of website users, people who visited our website. This is the number of Facebook posts we posted and the number of people who looked at them. We like to see what's number 1 and number 2. So the number 1 Facebook post that got the most views was on housing for the harvest. Number 2 was practicing physical distancing, wearing face coverings, washing your hands. Twitter, similar types of messaging go up on Twitter. And you can see the numbers of how many people looked at our sites. Instagram, for that same week, this is November 6th through November 13th. YouTube, our number 1 video that's been number 1 for weeks and weeks is this one entitled Sexual Activity and COVID-19. It's always number 1. You will see that we also have a Tai Chi video that was up and that was seen, and then the bottom 2, those are the videos that I made of getting tested at Eastland Plaza, showing how self-collection is easy, and then a video made on masking. So this is the public health messaging campaign that has run from September that will go on till December. And we have, and I won't want to read all of this to you, but you'll see that we've got billboards, digital billboards, and the locations are entered there. I'm happy to share this PowerPoint presentation with all of you later if you would like to have it. You will see that we've also bought some bus tails with RTD buses. English radio PSAs, Spanish radio PSAs, television PSAs, and Univision. And maybe I'll just leave that up there for a few minutes if anybody wants to take a quick glance. You can see all the channels we've tried to appear on. I do have more for Supervisor Patty. I'm sorry, this appears to be a little bit out of order, but this is the COVID-19 cases at schools. Updated from 2 weeks ago, 37 schools have had COVID-19 cases requiring 40 classes to quarantine, affecting 61 teachers and teachers' aide, 23 office staff, 5 cafeteria workers, 3 coaches for 3 football teams, and there was a bus ride situation as well. Sorry, back to our messaging campaign. This is the numbers from our Mask On campaign, and I showed some of these to you earlier. in the year. This was the partnership that Public Health created with United Way and Dignity Healthcare in giving out bags that had instructions on how to mask correctly and wash your mask. Then there was actually a cloth face covering and a bottle of hand sanitizer included. And I did share some of the data with you from July and I believe in August. But this is July, this is August. All of the agencies that received these packets and have been handing them out to the community for us. September. More of September. And here we are, our most recent distributions for the month of October. And we've done some in November as well. So the next one will show you the total. So you'll see that our grand total is 93,609 of these face mask kits have been distributed. In addition to that, through assistance from our Ag Commissioner, we were able to secure boxes of reusable facial coverings and boxes of hand sanitizer, the larger 16-ounce bottles, not the small ones that go in the bag. And since these were in large quantities and large shipments, we gave them out to agencies box by box, and those are still getting distributed. So there are over 100,000 of those masks, and many of our local agencies have been picking those up as well. And I do believe that our partners from Dignity and United Way will be at Bread of Life tomorrow from 9 to 10, handing some more out. And I guess that's the end. I did mean to keep the schools at the end. Thank you for that. So happy to take any questions. I do want to say one last thing, sorry, before I take your questions, is that, you know, in addition to working with United Way and Dignity, I'm also on the Winter Shelter Committee for the homeless initiatives here and the Continuum of Care, and wanted to make some comments on their behalf as I'm part of that task force. They last year expanded bed capacity, food support, and social services for the winter. And this year in Stockton, along with other cities in the county, they are continuing those efforts for the homeless, adding beds, adding available space. This includes medical screening, flu shots, and COVID-19 testing that's been going on at some of our shelters. For some of these cities, it will be the first time that they will be open or that they will be expanding services. So again, City of Stockton with our Stockton Shelter for the Homeless and our Gospel Center Rescue Mission. City of Lodi is expanding their winter planning through the Salvation Army's Hope House. And the City of Tracy and Manteca are also working to set up temporary winter sheltering programs beginning in December. So I'm very grateful for their partnership because we often talk about COVID-19, how to do the testing, how to screen these people as they enter. And I will say that the Gospel Center Rescue Mission has been a huge benefit to us at Public Health because they have housed COVID-positive homeless people for us throughout this pandemic. And that's been a service that I don't know what we would have done really without that effort being made. And so that part of Gospel Center Rescue Mission has been renamed COVID House, and it's been a real boon to us. I wanted to share also with you that the school numbers I shared with you are K through 12 numbers. We're also tracking preschools, and I will tell you that the number of preschools that have had to quarantine because they've had COVID cases is 29. Home daycare 6. This includes teachers and staff 40. And a total of 142 children. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Park? I have a quick one. I know that when you mention Gospel Center Rescue Mission, the ability to isolate, quarantine COVID positive folks, we were utilizing CARES Act money for that. Have we identified a funding stream or how that's going to continue for this winter?
I don't believe that has been secured yet, Chair Miller.
Okay, thank you.
add comment, Chair Miller. We're working through that. I know there was information from CSAC last night about an additional $63 million from the State General Fund to support Project Room Key. So hopefully there's an ability to continue to support our Motel 6 and our the other one for the presumptive our people under investigation. But the Gospel Center Rescue Mission, we had funded temporarily with whole person care dollars. And if there's not a backfill, because I don't believe Project Room Key could actually fund Gospel. So we're working on interim solutions, but I do believe they're both need to be in place continuous starting in January.
Okay, great. Supervisor Patty, some questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll try and keep this brief. Dr. Park, thanks for being here. And we can exasperate the hardship. I know this burden, again, time and again, we say it rests on your shoulders and ours. People are contacting us, the hardship, the restaurants, gyms, businesses that are going to absolutely go under with more, more delay. So I'll repeat it and I'll ask again, what more can we do? I appreciate data that's shared, in the phone calls you're making. There's a wave going about the country. We know that this is a resilient virus. It's not seasonal. There's higher vulnerabilities in some demographics or age or health conditions. What more is statewide? This isn't you, what you're not doing, with the hardship you're causing. This is, this burden falls on your shoulders and us to convey to the public. What more statewide for me? What I've seen and I've asked about is rapid testing. I know, for an example, I have a family member. They weren't feeling well. They went and got tested. And for the 4 days it took to get results, they were around all sorts of people. And now there's possible mass exposure. So these are issues that are happening. I was down in Los Angeles again, did a rapid test. 15 minutes later, everybody was tested negative and it was fine. And it may not be perfect, but we have to be doing more statewide, nationwide, across the board. But what can we do in our universe?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Patty. So you're right, and I appreciate you for promoting the testing. A lot of our restaurants and other businesses that are having to close this week have made a huge effort to try to stay in the red this week, and I appreciate their efforts. We knew that testing volume was important, and so we made a try at it to really try to test. We had testing events at Lincoln Center twice this week and at a restaurant, and we really did try to increase that volume. But when you look at the numbers, a case rate of 16.2, the highest degree of coefficient advantage you can receive comes from testing double the 272. So if we had tested enormous numbers, we could have reached double, but by testing double, the factor would have been 0.5. So we would have multiplied 16 by 0.5, and our case rate still would have been 8, and still would have been in the red, in the purple. So unfortunately, we are at a point right now where the volume still matters, but it's not going to rescue us. But that doesn't mean stop testing. We have to continue to push testing. That's going to be our way out of this. By testing, we're going to find positives. We're going to isolate them. Many people are asymptomatic. So that's one thing, is the testing, of course. The other thing is, I look at businesses and I think, was this anybody's fault, a church, a gym, or a restaurant? In my eyes, I don't see it that way. I see it as individual behavior. I see it as there are rules that have been put towards the public, and the best we can do is to actually ask people to please understand what is going on and to act responsibly. If I were a restaurant, I wouldn't turn around a group of 15 that wanted to sit together and eat together. But those people should know better. And that's the problem, is that there are things that we keep messaging. And what I would ask of anybody in political office is to keep asking people to follow gathering rules, masking rules, rules to keep your distance. It's a hard sell to people who have never believed in it, but those are the last people that we really need to bring on board. Statewide, what can we do? I believe the state needs to really put that messaging out, that it is individual behaviors. I've talked to the state and I've said, look, when we go from red to purple, the malls are still going to be open at 25% instead of 50%, but open means open to people, and it's not going to make a difference. They're still going to be crowded. No one's going to stop them from entering. How do we enforce? And so they are trying to come up with signs that say this is your capacity, and businesses will have to put that on the walls. And I really just need to ask people to follow that. Look at what a business's capacity is, and if you see that they're beyond that, try to do some other way of giving them business. You know, takeout, delivery, you know, pick up at curbside, whatever you can do to keep our mom and pops alive. You know, on another level, work-wise, the state maybe should consider asking people to get tested before you have a gathering. That was something that was considered. Maybe the state could consider, again, talking to agencies and saying, as many people who can telecommute and work from home, encourage that. As case rates go up, we want to keep our buildings and our workplaces able to spread people apart as much as possible. So it's messaging. It's continued testing. The only weapons we have right now are still the hand washing and the distancing. And I know people are tired of hearing it, but that's all we've got right now. Vaccines are coming, so the other message is a message of hope. Don't lose hope and don't have despair, because this is very discouraging to many people, but we can still claw our way out of this. And this is what I would say to people who are willing to get tested, is that the rules still remain, that we have 3 weeks minimum to stay in the purple, but if you have 2 weeks of red, you move back. They have not changed those rules as of yet. And so if we can do that and work towards that, that should be our goal.
So one quick follow-up is rapid testing. What can we do, even if it's a false positive, at least sounds an alarm like, well, let's do a follow-up, and it's probably rare to get 2 false positives. But what more can we do if testing is a key component? I understand the washing and everything else, but again, let's be proactive. And this is a task. Also, I know that there's vitamin D, zinc, vitamin C. Why don't we as a county put together a suggested daily allotment of vitamins that could help enhance your immune system and resistance to viruses? It couldn't hurt to try and promote what's widely being recognized. Vitamin D is the one thing I hear and read about time and again. So I'm just thinking, again, what more can we do so that we're showing the public that are going to be enduring this hardship that we are being proactive?
So thank you. First off, with the rapid testing, you're not the only one who brings this up. There are some counties, not ours per se, but some counties where there are many private companies that have moved in and started doing rapid testing with antigens. None of that's getting counted at the state because the state's only counting the PCR test. And so those counties are really arguing that those tests should count towards their volume. And so the state continually at the testing task force says that they will consider it, but they have still not moved it into the category of tests that get counted. So there's some hesitancy to really promote that when we know that the PCRs are the ones that get counted. Of course, by testing more, we're going to find more. And so if people are doing antigen testing, like at our urgent cares, there could be some help with doing that. But as far as actually moving our numbers along, it doesn't help. It might help with finding positive people. Again, it's really only supposed to be used in people who are symptomatic within 7 days of onset. The second question you've brought up to me before, the question of vitamins and supplements, and I did take that back to our MedMac committee, which is made up of the 7 area hospitals, all the chief medical officers, because I had told you I would talk with the medical professionals who are dealing with COVID daily in the hospitals. And the time that we took it to them, they suggested that we don't make any broad sweeping sorts of recommendations as far as supplements go. It's something I can take back to them. I don't know if the science has changed, but thank you.
Well, as a quick follow-up on both points, while the rapid testing may not help to our state count, it can help with people finding out and not going around family and self-isolating until maybe perhaps another test is done. But we have to stop the expansion of, you see the numbers are going in the wrong way. So if we can give a rapid test and people know right then and there, not 3 days later, where they may have spread it to numerous people, because as we know, one positive spreads it to, 8 or 10 more people. So we seem to be losing this battle with keeping the numbers down. So even if it doesn't count to the state, it counts locally from people being informed and aware. And as for the supplements, it can't hurt. I don't know about a panel of scientists. I've read there's multiple doctors out there. There's doctors that work from the Bill Gates Association, Stanford, USC. There's all sorts of doctors that are saying vitamin D, zinc, and vitamin C. It may not be what a doctor is specialized in as an epidemiologist, but it is widely recognized in the medical profession and by health professionals that supplements can, in fact, help boost the immune system. Why sit around and wait? Let's get behind something. It's not causing cancer. Zinc's not causing cancer. Vitamin C is not causing cancer. Vitamin D is not causing cancer, but those three together are being promoted as boosting immunology. So it can't hurt. I'm begging you. We got to do more. We can't be reactive. And I know you're being as proactive as possible and you're dealing with state mandates, but we need to do more and think outside the box. It's what people are asking of us.
I'll speak to the testing point one more time, and that is that the antigen tests, when they are done on symptomatic people and are positive, are usually still followed up with a PCR for confirmation. So the utility is still somewhat, in question. But I have nothing against the use of it in people who are symptomatic, where it might help to decide how to cohort them within an ER immediately, and to decide who needs to be taken out of a situation, and perhaps getting that real PCR test. What we're trying to do is to promote the more comfortable, less invasive PCR testing, which is similar to doing an antigen test, and we have really great turnaround times right now. So it's also a nasal swab that doesn't go very far, and we're able to get results pretty much the next day. So it might not be 15 minutes, but it is PCR. It's something that's much more reliable as far as accuracy goes. And so that is what we've really been doing. That's what we did at the restaurants and at Lincoln Center, was the nasal swab and the mid-turbinate, the ones that were not as invasive, and we were able to get a lot of people by saying it was the less invasive self-collect kind. So that is what we're pushing right now.
And Supervisor Patty, through the chair, I would like to mention we are greatly expanding our testing capacity. And I know I wrote an email on Friday in that regards. HR Support, who's been on our county right now for about 30 days, has provided about 6,300 tests that have not counted at this point, because even though there are PCR tests in the gold standard, they're not integrated with CalReady, and we're working for that solution. As Dr. Park mentioned, the statewide average is now 272 tests per 100,000. She did not have it in her graph today, but what I looked at, the snapshot that most recently has for November 8th, we tested at 246, which is that translates into 1,931 tests. With HR Support, they have stood up 12 additional sites. Those are Lodi, Lathrop, Manteca, 8 school sites within Stockton Unified School District, the West Valley Mall. In addition to that, we have our existing Verily site at San Joaquin General, the OptumServe site at Lodi. We have the San Joaquin County Clinics going out basically almost daily doing ad hoc pop-up events. There's a state van that comes out in Planned Parenthood. Pleased to state that the OptumServe site up in Lodi that has some of these have only been operating at 30%. Actually hit their capacity of 162 scheduled appointments yesterday and today. When I get these HR Support testing into CalReady, I think we're on the cusp of having about an additional 1,000 tests per day by HR Support that will get us above the statewide mean and actually start showing us an adjustment that would be more positive to our rates. But we are doing everything we possibly can to greatly expand the availability of testing. As Dr. Park mentioned, HR Support does a little bit less invasive of the nasal swab. So our goal is anybody who wants to be tested can go get tested. These testing sites don't require an appointment. You could walk up and you don't need to be symptomatic. They take children under 18 as well. So we've greatly expanded testing, and it's the gold standard PCR testing. I know there's a place for the rapid antigen testing. I think there are some, listening to the state phone calls are challenges where it has to be a CLIA waived lab. I think ultimately where these point of care tests ultimately need to get to is where it's kind of a home-based test where you can basically do it at home, where you don't need to have a medical facility. But we are, over the last 30 days, we've done as much as possible to greatly expand the testing, and now we just need to drive the volume there.
I was at a sports venue, a sports related issue location, and we did a test, and 15 minutes later, you were allowed in. The test was done right there, it was immediate. I think there's great value in it, and I appreciate all the efforts we're doing. And this is a statewide issue. This isn't San Joaquin County. We know it's a statewide issue. When you look at great results that you saw in South Korea, they did rapid testing for the entire population, and they were able to self-isolate and get a hold of it and bring that infection rate down quickly. So statewide, we need to be doing more, and including in our county. Thank you.
Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chair Miller. Thank you for that presentation, Dr. Park. Just curious, was there ever opportunity to appeal this going into the purple? Could we have appealed it and stayed in the red?
No, Supervisor Villapudua, we've looked at our numbers carefully, and we're quite convinced that the numbers that the state has presented to us and the numbers including the more recent testing from HR support would not have kept us in the red.
Okay. As far as the county goes, is there anything that we can do to maybe force COVID-19 better? Can we help you with that? I mean, as far as like these large gatherings that are happening?
Right. So, and I see something on Facebook all the time about some party happening and come on out, and it's really a hard thing to wrap my head around that people are doing this. Mm-hmm. And I understand that it's not possible to go out to every single party there is and to ask our law enforcement to put a stop to all of it. So whatever we can do. Gatherings are a hard one. I know that we are working with the Latino population on messaging, on really trying to keep their Thanksgiving small, and maybe even stay home. It's not something that some of our communities would even think it would be a natural thing to do. And so we're really trying to work on that messaging. So when we have that out, I would love for you to share that. But all these small little gatherings here and there, parties here and there that are kind of sporadic.
Uncontrollable.
It's hard to get there on time. I often find out about them after they've occurred.
Okay, well, thank you for trying.
Thank you. One last question on the dropping back to purple tier. How does that impact our schools in terms of them remaining open or additional reopening? How does that impact the plans for our kids?
So any school that's already open, whether they opened on the waiver process or they opened because we got to red tier and stayed there for 14 days, remains open. Going back to purple tier does not affect the schools. The schools are closed if they have a significant outbreak, and this state has separate rules for that. But if they're open, they remain open. If they have begun a phased-in reopening, they continue to phase in their reopening. For example, if a high school brought their 9th and 10th graders back, and their plan was always to bring back the 11th and 12th graders a few weeks later, they can continue to do that because the school is considered open. If any school opened only with cohorts, under the cohort guidance, which was for special education, English language learners, children at risk for abuse and neglect, and was limited to class sizes of 16, any school that only brought back those cohorts is not considered open and does not get to progress and bring back grade by grade. So that's where it stands, and schools that did not open remain closed.
So what does that, how are we in this county in terms of the number, the percentage of schools that already are open or that are going to remain closed? Where are we?
I don't have numbers, Chair Miller. I do believe that most of our private schools got on the bandwagon for the waiver process much earlier than our public schools. So I believe the majority of them opened with waivers, and then quite soon after, when we got to red tier, many of our public school districts did open. I don't believe that Lincoln Unified, Stockton Unified, or Lodi Unified ever did proceed with opening any grades, and then you have some districts scattered that they opened up to 6th but maybe not 7th and 8th, or they opened up to 8th but maybe not high school. So it just differs, and I wouldn't have exact numbers.
Okay, great. Thank you. Supervisor Winn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your diligence in regards to this particular issue. I guess my question is, you talk about the increased testing may not help us. Could you expand on that a little bit? Because when we've talked about this, we've talked about if we can get more tests, obviously with the negative results, that would drive our numbers down. So could you just...
Can you put up my slide again, clerk? Let's see where it is in here. Maybe going the wrong way. So what I meant was, for this particular week, with an adjusted case rate of, or a real unadjusted case rate of 15.2, even if we had doubled, did 2.0 times the state median, which is the highest they will reward you for, we would have only gotten an adjustment factor of 0.5. So half of 15.2 is still more than the 7.0 we needed to stay in red. That was the point I was making. If you look at the adjustment factors, the largest award you could receive is to cut your number in half. And by cutting the 15.2 in half, we would still not have been able to stay in red. That was the only point I was making. Testing for the future is still crucial. This is not to say that we'll never get to a volume that's going to reward us. We still have to keep striving to get these case adjustment factors that are less than 1.
So when you move over to the countywide test positivity, the 4-day lag at 7.4, we have to go below 7. Is that correct for the red tier?
So the countywide testing positivity was actually in the red, going the wrong way. Yeah, it won't move.
Just a moment, Dr. Park. Once it comes back up, you'll be able to control
Okay. I might have it in front of me, but the 7.4 is between 5 and 8, which is a testing positivity in the red metric.
So if we increase the number of tests, even though it may not help us in regards to the adjustment, we could still be, maybe below 7, even 6, based upon the increased numbers and the number of negative results. Is that correct?
For testing,
yeah,
correct.
Rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, which obviously is one of the metrics that we're trying to accomplish. Correct.
Right. We are trying to accomplish both metrics. We've always done better with our testing positivity than our case rate, and that's quite universal throughout the state. But we need to keep the testing positivity down as well.
Okay.
Can you go back a slide? Because I think we're mixing up some of the metrics between positivity and case rate, because I believe that the top of the red tier for the positivity is 5.0. It was your first slide.
And I'm going the wrong way again.
Your very first slide.
Yeah. All right, this is not intuitive. And
Dr. Park, we can put it on the first slide.
I'm going to hand this to you. No matter what I do, it seems to be going, it's advancing the slides. There we go. Jeez Louise. So our testing positivity rate being at 7.4, you could see is between 5 and 8. We had made it as far down as in the 4s and even in the 3s at one point. We had been in the orange metric for testing positivity. When we had our testing positivity in the orange, our case rate was in the red. There is a caveat that if we had had testing positivity in the yellow, along with the health equity testing positivity, if you were 2 tiers down below, you could move forward even if your case rate was 2 tiers different. So if you had advanced your testing positivity as far down as yellow and your case rate was in red, you would have been allowed to move to orange. So there's all kinds of permutations and rules, and we had been in orange, and I was hoping that we'd get that orange down to yellow, and that would be a way we could move into orange, but we went the other way, obviously. We went up.
So looking at that contrast between the two different metrics, if we increased our number of tests, and obviously there was a very low positivity rate, and we went, let's say, down to yellow on that particular metric, and we had in the red on the case rate, then we could move into the orange. Is that correct?
Right. You would move 1 tier, and you have to have your health equity metric also be in the yellow.
Which we're currently meeting, correct?
No, if you look at our health equity metric being 5.5, that's in red. Our total positivity rate being 7.4 for the entire county, that's in red. So those are in red, and the only way we could not lower our case rate significantly while moving forward to back to red would be to get those both into orange. It's not something that's an easy thing to do because they tend to correlate at least by 1 tier off of each other. And our case rate being so high, I don't know if that's possible to bring the testing positivity down significantly more than the case rate.
Okay, so obviously the more tests, the more cases, which then contributes to our case rate. Okay,
exactly.
I understand. And the reason I asked that question is because, for example, on our COVID briefing yesterday morning, there was a discussion from Chris Miller in regards to the participants, which are the cities and the county and obviously a variety of public agencies. And this has been, we've talked about this before, is whether it be public or private organizations, businesses, agencies, et cetera, that we would encourage them based upon the number of employees to get them to test, obviously for their own protection, but more importantly to give, different numbers. I know with the county, I know we've talked about it. We've certainly, through Ms. Hopkins, we've done the employees voluntarily, et cetera. And I guess from my vantage point, and it goes essentially to Supervisor Patty's suggestions, is that it seems like we do a lot of talking, and I'm not being critical, I'm just saying we do a lot of talking. However, we don't really have what I consider a strategic plan enumerated that we try to meet numbers, goals. And I bring that up because Chris yesterday talked about, and it's been talked about before, of individuals getting tested periodically, not just once, but maybe even said once a week. That would be beneficial. And so my question arises is, we are one of the largest employers in the county, public or private. And I know that, we certainly appreciate, the voluntariness of our employees in getting tested. But it would seem to me that we could develop a program by which we could work with our department heads and our employees to actually look at some schedules or numbers or whatever you want to call it to really identify, at least for San Joaquin County, to have a plan to reach the numbers that we need, obviously, to increase or decrease, depending on which one you're looking at. And and again, because when you see something visibly, there's more of a tendency. It's like a plan. You can have a plan in your head, but it's more likely to be completed if you have it in writing that you can review it periodically. And so my question is that it would seem to me that through the CEO's office and certainly human resources and our department heads, that we could come up with some type of program to encourage our employees and make it, advantageous or convenient for them to get tested periodically, because, and I don't say that just for the county. Obviously, it's important that we protect our employees and their families and those things. And that's the primary. But secondly, if we had a plan that other cities or other agencies could look at as what we're doing and show the results of that process, I think it's more of a visual encouragement for others to follow suit. Maybe the city of Stockton, other cities, et cetera. And I guess my question is that, do we have the ability to put together that type of program? Because unfortunately, our discussion focuses entirely on health. And we don't talk about, jobs and businesses and schools and those types of things per se. And it isn't just San Joaquin County. It isn't just the state of California. The entire country, in fact, the entire world is experiencing an increase. And so, there seems to be a tendency, and we talk about it, and I would agree that we all have an individual responsibility, but it's like we, as the public, are to blame for this. And frankly, it's like in the criminal justice system, just on a committee meeting yesterday with Administrative Justice with CSAC, but there's a tendency to want to reduce the severity of the punishment or even the criminality of certain violations. Therefore, you don't have a violation anymore. And my point is that we are jumping through hoops because the state has established what they believe is the best path to recovery, et cetera. The governor, in his opening address on Monday with CSAC, talked about, this going into 2021, and maybe 6 months down the road. I just know, and I know Supervisor Patty and his organizations and contacting with businesses and all of us, there are businesses that will not survive a 6-month shutdown. And you can say, well, it's more important health. But, frankly, I don't see any studies on the science of what we're doing, because, frankly, when you talk about gatherings, do we have any evidence of any gatherings that have generated an outbreak of any magnitude? Because you can go to Costco, you can go to Home Depot, you can go to a lot of businesses and potentially be infected. Just as easily you can go to a family-owned business that may be only open 6 hours a day, 5 days a week, closed on Sunday and Monday, and frankly have the same risk. And my point is that we are killing jobs in the economy, in schools, in education, and all those things for the sake of what I believe since the beginning in March on projections of numbers that in most cases never came to fruition. And when you look at the fatality rate, we're talking about probably 80% of the deaths are in individuals, probably over 70 or 75. And so my question is, we talked earlier about veterans. When I was in the Marine Corps in boot camp, if you made a mistake, the whole squad or the whole platoon, everybody paid the price. I think, unfortunately, here we're doing a shotgun approach as opposed to individual, irresponsibility. And I don't see any, or haven't read any, and you're obviously in a better position than I am, but I don't see anything to show that whether it be crowds or family gatherings, and I understand we had an outbreak back in, I think, Labor Day or Memorial Day, and, because of some gatherings of family groups, et cetera. But other than that, I just wonder why we're being so restrictive when I don't see any scientific evidence or specific instances where you can point to a business or a place of worship or a school or anything like that where we've had, this outrageous increase in cases. And cases are going to happen no matter what we do, as evidenced by our current shutdown, and I use that in regards to our 4 colors. we're still experiencing a spike, and it's still nationwide. And everybody, I mean, New York has, if it's over a 3% positivity rate, they're closing down things. So my question is, and I know you're not to blame, I get this, but my question is, why are we so hung up on this? And I guess here's my frustration. Government, for some reason, has this idea that somehow they can solve every problem. And unfortunately, my experience has been oftentimes they create a worse problem as a result of their restrictions. And so, again, I'm a little bit concerned that we are creating a problem that otherwise could be handled. And I know that Dan's back there in regards to the hospitals, but I know the hospitals are looking to gear up, for an increase and maybe an overload in regards to cases. But it seems to me that we're doing a lot of things and making a lot of rules. And we talk about, the 4 colors. I'm waiting for the black to come in. And when I say black, I'm talking about going to a full shutdown, because it's not working. And so we need to be even more restrictive. And the next thing is, we talk about this before, moving the goalposts. Based upon what this governor and other governors talked about, is even when the vaccine comes out, they're going to do their own independent research to determine the credibility or the efficiency of that particular drug. And I can see it coming that somewhere along the way, unless you get, 50% or 75% or 80% or 100% of vaccines and it's all certified, you're not going to open. And I see this going with the way we're doing now with this resurgence of restrictions. I'm looking at 2021, December of 2021, of continuing on down this path and just wrecking every aspect of our society for the sake of looking at science. And again, I'm not, quick example, Elon Musk, 4 tests, okay? 2 positive, 2 negative. How does that work? Supervisor Patty talks about getting tested in LA. I assume he's been tested more than once. So how is the system so erratic and I guess inaccurate in regards to going through all these things, and we don't even know, how legitimate or how accurate our tests are. Again, I asked this to the CEO, Ms. Hopkins, certainly Dr. Park, Mr. Diederich, in regards to, I just think that we can talk, and the numbers you show, as far as the contacts and Twitter and all those things, I mean, a lot of them are like 1,000 views and 1,500 views and 25 views and 3 and whatever. And I guess my point is that talking is not getting the job done, and I think I would encourage staff to look at the possibility of something documented that we can show, not just to ourselves, but show to our employees and encourage them to be partners in this, because let's face it, as a government agency, oftentimes we're criticized for what we do or don't do, and it would seem to me that we have the opportunity to really step up and make every effort to make a difference, to get our businesses back open, our schools open, et cetera. So again, I just throw that as an idea. And what Supervisor Patty talks about, there's nothing wrong with, obviously you meet with the hospitals, et cetera. There's nothing wrong based upon any documentation or case studies that would show these particular vitamins may be beneficial, and let people decide whether they want to take them or not. But I think just sharing that information would be beneficial, because people are looking for answers, and they often look to us as government to provide them with solutions. And unfortunately, I think at times we are going the wrong direction. So again, thank you for that.
Thank you, Supervisor Winn. I'm willing to look into it. Public health is usually not in the position of giving specific medical advice, although we do connect with the physicians in town and let them know what's going on from a public health standpoint as far as outbreaks and whatnot. Yes, it does seem like we talk a lot, and especially here at this meeting, it feels like we're talking a lot, but behind the scenes, I will tell you that the staff at Public Health works a lot. We're very busy. COVID is ongoing, nonstop, and there's constant efforts being made to curb the disease. So you might not see the work that's being done, but it is constant. I will tell you that the state did share with us some outbreak numbers, and what they said was that statewide, healthcare facilities make up 15% of outbreaks, and gatherings, as you asked, makes up 15%. Restaurants, 7%, schools, 1%, private homes, 0.8%. Those were some numbers shared with us when they asked us to join them for a meeting, when they told us that 28 of us would be moving back to purple. So I appreciate what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying. Even here in San Joaquin County, it's not that I can say that this one church had an outbreak or this one restaurant had an outbreak. We certainly had some outbreaks amongst staff at restaurants. Very hard to pinpoint that somebody went to a restaurant and picked up COVID there, because most of the time people don't know. But the assumption is they could be picking it up at any of those environments, and that they tend to be higher risk. You know, that's an argument we could make with the state. But I'm with you on that, is that, you know, economically our businesses are suffering because of the decisions being made, and I wish that weren't so. And as I said before, I think a lot of it comes back to individual behavior, and if people had been or would be more responsible in the future, maybe we could get through this a little bit faster. But to say that you're open and then to go 100% full force, I mean, people as customers need to understand how they're really, you know, exacerbating the numbers. You talk about, you know, working with agencies and trying to incentivize this testing process. We did try to promote the self-collection. I don't have, as I've said before, nurses that are clinical, that are going to go out and do the nasopharyngeal swab on people. This is a misunderstanding. But we can observe self-collection, and so we did do a standing order under my name saying that I'm the ordering physician and that we're going to observe you do a self-collection. So we did initiate that, and just in the last couple of weeks, our lab was able to validate our machines to do both the mid-turbinate and the anterior nasal types. And that's what we took out to Lincoln Center last Thursday with the help of Joan Sing Song. We did 80 tests there. On Friday, we did 105. We went out to the public health staff, went out to the DA's office Friday, did 128 tests. And then on Saturday, we went to a restaurant and there were over 200 tests done. So we are making efforts to push the testing. And the way I push it is through the self-collection. All of those have been brought back to our lab at Public Health. So our lab staff are working hard. Any day now, we're going to receive that Perkin-Elmer machine we've spoken of before that will really increase our capacity. So hopefully we'll be able to move onward with this. When we went to the DA's office, she did incentivize people to come out of the courthouses and out of her own building to get tested. There were raffle prizes, and this seems to work. It worked when we went to Hamilton Elementary School and we had all those freebies, and we attracted so many people at our drive-through kids COVID event. And it seems to me that when you kind of measure the psyche of people, they're motivated by different things. So maybe one group of people is motivated by freebies, whereas another group of people simply were motivated by the fact that they thought they were helping restaurants survive. And this was a different sort of population that came out on behalf of restaurants. We didn't need to incentivize it at all, except to say that we're trying to help businesses stay open. I do know that in certain counties, I think it's Contra Costa, that they've incentivized the county employees by saying you get a day off of work, 8 hours, if you test 6 times by December. So there are counties doing things like that. I don't know how well it's working, but I've heard about it. So, you know, we have to try to get to the audience and figure out what audience are we dealing with and how can we incentivize the testing. But I'm happy to keep working with agencies to see if we can stimulate more of the testing. But this is all something that's new to public health that we just started initiating in the last couple of weeks as we validated our machines and we were able to do it.
I thank you for that information. I never intimated or meant to mean that public health's not doing their job. I know you're working overtime for that.
Thank you.
I would make one last comment. I had a conversation over the weekend in regards to going to Disney World as opposed to Disneyland. And I bring that up because Disney World's been open for months. And the question arises is why is Florida so open if you look at the numbers between California and Florida, which I think Florida is like the third largest population in the country, the question arises is they don't have any greater. Their numbers are a little higher in regards to the percentages or the numbers, but the fact of the matter is they're not much worse off, or actually in some cases better, and yet they're open. So again, I'm a believer in science based upon observation and testing and validation, not on computer models and projections, which unfortunately are always way off the marks. And to make decisions based upon that, I don't think benefit anyone. So again, thank you for the information and certainly all that you and your staff are doing. And also Mr. Diederich, I know he's got a full plate, and I know there's a lot of things going on, but again, I think that's a good suggestion in regards to county employees. And there are other things I've talked to Ms. Nino in regards to, a program among departments that we can maybe look at in regards to getting that incentivization, so to speak. So again, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Winn.
Last question, Supervisor Villapudua.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mr. Diederich, I'm just curious, like in December when the CARES money is exhausted, is there a plan in place for 2021 to keep some of these programs going as far as testing and so forth?
Well, one of the big benefits of using HR support is we don't have a contract with them. We're not funding them. Their business model is that they bill state insurance, Medicaid, Medicare, or commercial insurance, and there's a pool of funds from the federal government for residual uninsured. So hopefully HR support can continue that model and continue to expand. I mentioned the 12 sites that they're at that are open to the public, but they have done some events at individual employers as well. So as long as HR support can continue to grow, and I know they're doing something that is also facing county staff as well, if they can continue to grow and use that business model, it is funded in 2021. I'd be more concerned about some of the other things we're doing with contact tracing, as well as motels for homeless. So.
Okay, I see. I have a question for the CEO. Well, I'm just curious, as far as our employees telecommuting, how long do you see that going on, like past December? I mean, I think it's working right now, right?
It is. I need to get some feedback from our department heads as far as its effectiveness. Mm-hmm. We're still seeing a lot of work being done. And so right now we do only have it through December, but we are looking at continuing it. But we have not sent anything out to department heads, and especially with this, since we're currently experiencing this spike again, even a department for my size, having only 13 folks we've had 2 positive cases.
Okay.
So clearly, but it hasn't, other folks have not contacted as a result of those 2 positive cases. So obviously, people teleworking, and right now we have 2 days maximum. And if you have staff who are roughly 75% out of the office, then they go up to 3 days.
Okay, just hearing through the department heads and some employees that I know that it seems to be working, and they seem to be happy. Mm-hmm. Hoping we can expand that. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to hear now from Dan Birch, our EMS director. Going to update us on our hospitals and our emergency medical system. Morning.
Everybody, excuse me. Give everybody an update on where we are with the hospitals, catch everybody a little up to date, and then answer any questions that you have. I'll kind of start out with a general comment. In the last couple of weeks, in listening to the briefings from the state, they anticipate that we can expect a 10 to 12% hospitalization based on case positivity. They expect on an average, and this is the average that just came out in the last couple of days, somewhere between 800 and 950 hospitalizations statewide per day on California's current rates are going. Statewide, What we're seeing is when we had the last increase over the summer, spring into the summer, and then we decreased, what you saw in California and actually throughout the nation was regionalized outbreaks of COVID. And so when Imperial County, for example, had a massive outbreak and they were having to transport patients throughout all the way into Northern California and even into San Joaquin County to treat their patients, we were able to absorb their patients. Then they were able to get their outbreak under control, and then the Central Valley really took off. And so California was able to balance the patient load. What you're seeing right now at the beginning stages of where we are is the inability potentially to be able to adjust and balance patient load and resources because everybody seems to be rising all at the same time, statewide and nationally. And actually, if you looked at some of the national numbers, I think California held it off longer than a lot of other states. And it kind of came here, I wouldn't say last, but we're at the bottom end of the outbreak nationally rather than at the forefront. So that's just kind of in a general sense, kind of where we're looking at in the healthcare system. If I can figure out how to use this. Okay, so our hospital numbers today, rather than reading from my notes, I think I'll put my glasses on. So what we're seeing is the hospitals are currently in really good shape. We have 12, this is based on yesterday's numbers, we have 12 ICU beds available. Our ICU census is running high at 104% capacity. A lot of that is due to San Joaquin General Hospital working over capacity with trauma patients in their ICUs amongst some more serious medical patients. And then St. Joe's, as you can see, is also working above capacity. What we know from our previous experience over the summer is the hospitals have been able to adapt and absorb and expand their ICU capacity as they needed it. So that's a good thing. The other thing the hospitals were able to prove last time around is that they could also decompress and release patients from their hospital and still be able to manage the influx. And so far, our overall hospital numbers are looking fairly good. And the one thing, just on the previous slide, but the one thing that we never ran out of was ventilators, statewide or countywide. So I mean that's good. So this is all our hospitalization. This is all COVID information on this particular page, or almost. So we had yesterday 81 hospitalized patients for COVID, or suspected. 18 were in the ICUs. 10 of those were on ventilators. New admissions, we're tracking that with the hospitals. You saw 11 patients on Sunday were admitted for Monday morning's report. On Saturday, we had 19 new admissions over the weekend. And then we're tracking the discharges and the transfers out. And then you'll see we're also tracking deaths, hospitalized deaths. And so they report them in the last 24-hour period. What we started, we added to our report, and we've been collecting now for a couple of months, is the number of hospitalized influenza positive patients, so we can distinguish between the two disease processes. And so far, none of the hospitals have reported a positive influenza case so far this year. In talking with the hospitals and the chief medical officers and CEOs, all of the hospitals have in place a process for screening patients that are symptomatic for both influenza and COVID, so they can separate those patients. So each hospital is approaching that slightly differently in how they're going to do those tests. But essentially, every patient that comes in with respiratory symptoms, which can mask either disease process, will be tested for both diseases. So the hospitals know what that patient has. This is just, as you've seen this report before, we just are basically our 30-day graph. And if you look at on 10/31, which was Halloween, we only had 24 patients hospitalized for COVID. And essentially that was our lowest number. We hit 24, 23 was on 10/19. We stayed in the 40s and 20s and 30s for a long time once we reached down that mark. And since really the November 1st, we've been on an incline up. And it's just a matter of how fast that incline has gone. And I believe, and I'm going to have to not going to do this. I'm not going to give you the exact dates, but in 1 week we had a 92% increase in cases. We had followed up by a 50% increase in cases from Friday to Friday. So we're clearly going up. It's what I termed a spike in a press release that we sent out a couple of weeks ago, mostly because that's what it was, and we wanted to kind of get people's attention that it's coming back around and bring up the seriousness. So what you can see is this is our graph. The blue line represents the number of hospitalized COVID patients. The red line represents the number of COVID patients that are positive in the ICUs. We've been tracking this since March of last year. And so you can see we're now on an upward trend, which corresponds to the case rates that we're seeing for positivity in the county. The question really is going to become is how steep does that increase drive us? So right now we don't know that. If the case positivity is where it's going and the numbers from the state, what they tell us for a 10 to 12% positivity rate, we're going to climb fairly fast. When we first started climbing at the end of May, we didn't peak until July 27th. 6 weeks is how long the disease process in the county took from the end of May through essentially the end of July before we started dropping back down and started seeing a slight, and as you can see on the curve, it was really a slight decrease, a couple of hiccups back up, and then slowly to the bottom to where at the end of October is where we finally plateaued, but we never did get back down to our pre-surge numbers that we saw in April and May overall. So overall for the hospitals, the black line on this graph represents our total licensed hospital bed capacity for all beds in the facility. The green number just represents all admissions at the hospital. So you can see we're operating below licensed bed capacity, just below 700 total in the county. And then the blue line represents all of the COVID positive patients for the same time period. And so that gives you a visual sense of how many COVID positive patients over the course of the admissions. What you'll see, and I think this is what's noteworthy as we prepare to go into the winter and where the cases are going, what you saw during the summer is as hospital admissions rose, they were able to absorb the impact of the COVID patients and basically stay. If you look at, we really emptied the hospitals in March, right? So if we look at, we artificially lowered, so at the beginning, where it says, I think it says April, the very first data point at about 300 patients. That's about as low as we could take the hospitals. We had decompressed the hospitals and dissuaded people from coming to the hospitals and really emptied them in anticipation of that surge that was supposed to hit us in April that didn't come until really July. So that was kind of an artificiality for the hospital operations. So when they went back to normal, they went back into the 500, 600 range. And then as the case rates increased with May, June, and July, they were still able to operate below that maximum capacity, below their licensed maximum capacity. They were able to absorb those patients. They managed their caseload. They decreased elective surgeries. They decreased elective admissions so they could absorb that number of patients coming in. So those are great lessons learned from the hospitals, and we expect that they'll be able to do the same as we go into the winter months, as long as we don't go, off the charts with COVID admissions or with flu as we head into the winter months. So those are all positives. And then the hospitals essentially have been able to manage their caseloads since that time. This last graph is what we're tracking, is just a 30-day look. It gives you a little bit more granular detail. And so you can see in the last 30 days, we had been essentially through September and October running below in the 30 range. And then we started seeing a slight uptick, and we're like, well, is it really hitting yet? And we didn't think so. And then on November 1st, it essentially started up and hasn't started back down since. Now it's just a matter of looking at the case rates throughout the entire region, not just the county, is where we're headed. Those are the numbers that I have on the PowerPoint. I have a few other things I'd like to kind of share with the board and then answer any questions that you might have. So we still have all of our same surge strategies in place with the hospitals when the time comes. We can reduce elective surgeries. We can control admissions, scheduled admissions into the facilities. They all have now had the practice of their engineering controls for almost 9 months on how to keep themselves safe and keep their patients safe and prevent outbreaks within their facilities. So those are all positives that we can work with. There currently is no shortages of any personal protective equipment in the county. The supply chains are currently working. We have PPE supplies available in our temporary warehouse locations in the county as well, so we can immediately meet needs as they come in today, and we're still providing those needs. Just one warehouse update. I'd come to the board a couple of months ago to ask for permission to purchase a temporary warehouse. We didn't move forward with that project because we ran into some environmental engineering concerns and permit issues in timing to spend the money. What we did have, and I'd like to thank Dave Culberson and his team, is essentially the engineering department made available to us essentially one of their warehouses that they cleared out, and we've been able to move into that space along with a couple other portable containers. So we were able to come up with a workaround solution and save the county a little bit of money. So in that sense, I just wanted to make sure the board was aware of that change in operation. Already talked about the testing between COVID and flu that the hospitals are set up to do as we move into the winter. Our biggest concern for the hospitals, skilled nursing facilities, and others is the resiliency of the healthcare workers. Keeping our healthcare workers safe is a primary focus for us. What we're not going to have the ability to do this time around, or it's going to be limited, is my concern, is when we did have a few outbreaks at the hospitals and we needed ICU staff, we were able to bring the federal resources into our system. Because we have a truly nationwide spike right now and a statewide spike, those resources are going to be, there's not enough of them to go around to everybody. So we may not have those resources around to us this time. So it's even more important that the hospitals and the healthcare workers and their staffs are all protecting themselves and so that they're going to be available. That's my number one concern is making sure that we have the healthcare workers that are going to be necessary to treat the rising patients and keeping them safe. Speaking of lessons learned, the medical community will all tell you that they know a lot more about the disease and the disease process of hospitalized patients today than they did in March. You're seeing that, and there's the patients who survive hospitalization is greatly increased, or I should say we've greatly decreased the number of patients who die hospitalized from this disease itself. May have this disease and have be positive for COVID and die from other factors, but you're not necessarily dying from COVID itself. And hopefully we can keep those numbers low. On the hospital side, for inpatients, they have Remdesivir that became available at the beginning of the summer. It was in very short supply. We distributed that to all the hospitals through the Medical Health Mutual Aid system. That since now is widely available and they can purchase it directly. We used some of our CARES Act grant money that we shared with the hospitals so they could purchase those medications, and they have those in stock now at all 7 hospitals in the county, and then they can use those as they feel it's necessary for their patient population. A new therapy we just received yesterday, or not yesterday, last week, is, and I'm gonna butcher this word. It's bamlanivimab, and around my office we just call it Bam Bam because none of us can really pronounce it in a hurry. But it's antibody therapy, but it's designed for outpatients. The San Joaquin County, so it's made available from the federal government to the states. The states allocated to each of the counties based on the county burden of COVID. We received 80 courses of treatment. In turn, and they basically told us we were getting this on Tuesday. We got it to the hospitals on Friday. So we were able to turn it around very quickly. We had a conference call with all the hospital CMOs and CEOs on Thursday about how we can utilize this. One of the difficulties that we have with this particular medication is it has to be infused by IV, but it's only intended for outpatients who don't require hospitalization. So it's somebody who's COVID positive, but it's not sick enough to be admitted to a hospital, not ill enough to be admitted to a hospital, but it takes maybe an hour to 2 hours in the patient contact to be able to properly evaluate the patient, set up the infusion, infuse the medication, observe the patient, and then release them from the emergency department or other outpatient setting. So the hospitals all had to kind of scramble with how to best utilize this particular medication, so we're still working with them on that process. The federal government's priority and the CDPH's priority is to target high-risk populations for the use of this particular medication to prevent hospitalizations and decrease the impact of the disease on those particular individuals. So we're going to have some work ahead working with the hospitals and other community partners as this medication is made available to us. We're not sure how often it's going to come and how much we're going to get, but trying to get it to those people it'll best benefit, and then make sure it can get used. The drug is free. And the hospitals and other practitioners who administer it can't charge for the medication, but they can charge and bill insurances for the infusion setup itself and for the treatment, everything else that goes around with it, not just for the medication. So those are the Remdesivir and the Bam Bam, which we got now, are things that we didn't have before to help treat patients, which is a good thing. We also have all the experience that we've learned with high-flow oxygen therapy and others on how to treat patients and keep them off of ventilators. We know that if the patient can be kept off of a ventilator and kept breathing on their own, they have a better medical outcome and a better course of treatment overall. So that's a priority with the hospitals. So with that, I think I'll stop for now and then just open up for any questions that the supervisors may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Supervisor Winn?
So obviously now we're in a much better situation to treat anybody who's diagnosed with COVID-19 as opposed to back in March.
Yes, sir. We have treatments now that are available specifically for the treatment of COVID, and we have the medical community has the experience now of treating patients with this process, which they didn't have.
You made a comment in your opening in regards to, we were kind of late to the dance, so to speak, in regards to our increase in number of cases. Kind of begs the question. It seems to me, based upon what Dr. Park says and things that I've read, and I'm sure others have, it seems to me that no matter what you do, it's going to happen as far as an increase in numbers. And obviously, when you talk about the dates, there's always a question in regards to, what was the trigger, what changed, which caused, an increase in the number of cases, or there's a deviation from the normal path, et cetera. So have you, or in your conversations with the hospitals, had an opportunity to really look at what the cause is? Is it because the weather turned cold and more people are inside and obviously gathering, longer periods of time? Is it just a natural course of any pandemic or virus that, goes through cycles and reinvents itself, so to speak, with maybe a different strain? So why are we experiencing, and not just this county, but nationwide, this has happened? So what do you think is the trigger in regards to why we're experiencing these numbers?
I don't know I'm qualified to answer the question, but I can give you an opinion.
That's fine.
The disease is here. Until we have a vaccine or something else that will make it into very manageable levels, it's a disease we're going to have to learn to live with, unfortunately. And I think we learned those lessons over the preceding months. And then, people's behaviors have changed. We all have. When we first, one of the reasons we were able to delay, I think, the disease taking hold in the spring is because we did have that massive, as you would say, black level shutdown, right? We just shut everything down, and everybody didn't know what was going to happen, and they just stopped interacting with each other. And we went to almost 0 cases. The moment we start interacting as human beings again, we start transmitting diseases. That's the natural course of disease process since the beginning of man, and I don't think that's going to change. So you asked the interesting question is, if it's going to be here, how can we learn better to live with the disease as we move forward? And that's a policy level question. I have my own opinions on that, but that's really That's a question for not just the board, but the governors and the president and administration that comes in on how they want to move forward. On the medical community, one of the beginning, our concern was, and the concern of the leadership at the state and federal level, is that we would not have the hospital beds, especially the ICU beds, to care for the patients that were projected to be infected with COVID and need hospitalization. I think we've shown, at least in California, that we got through the first stage of that. So the healthcare system worked. It was able to respond to the needs that came through. I'm confident that we'll be able to do that again, and I would like to see us put as much resources and focus on that aspect, because I think that's a winning strategy versus trying some of the artificial strategies of, if you, like you said, if you go to Target or the mall and there's 25% people there, that's still 25% people interacting, right? We do know that social distancing, plexiglass that prevents people from transmitting back and forth, wearing a mask, washing your hands, keeping 6 feet distance, that all works. And if we could all follow those rules, we could probably open up everything, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion.
Well, since you're an expert, and I have a lot more experience and training than I do, I would be interested, and I understand this isn't an official position, but I would be interested in your opinion as to, you know, what's happened and what can happen in the future if we were to take a particular course of action.
I think, and Dr. Park shared some of these numbers, that what we do know is we know a couple of things that we didn't know before. One of the things that we know is that there's not a very large percentage of COVID transmission within the young population and in school. So I think we could have targeted openings that the governor really should take more into consideration, and schools should be one of them. Because if we have at least primary school open, 8th grade and below, that frees up the workforce, especially the healthcare workforce, the government workforce, and everybody else that we need. They rely on schools being open for their livelihoods, for their families and their schools. If we just targeted that aspect and did everything we could to keep schools safe and schools open, that would take a lot of pressure off everybody else in statewide in the nation, in my opinion. And that would be a more winning strategy for us than the current metrics that the state's using.
Well, and you also touched upon, you know, back then the big crisis was PPE, and also, you know, ventilators, et cetera, and drugs, you know, to treat the disease, et cetera. Sounds to me like we're in a much better position currently to handle it, to allow a little more flexibility in regards to policies you're talking about, to open up our communities, because the alternative is not a pretty picture, and that's unfortunately what we're all dealing with. So,
I agree, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have a question in terms of the PPE. I know we've got a good supply, and but you also said your concern is making sure that we keep our healthcare workforce safe and able to work. So I have a question on the PPE usage policies, because we get a lot of conflicting information from healthcare workers saying the policies at my hospital are not best practices. We're being told that we have to reuse things, that we have to use things for a longer period of time than we've ever used them before. That's not recommended. I feel like this is really putting our workforce at risk. So currently, we have a good supply. Is it in alignment with policies? I mean, are our policies at all of our hospitals in the system, are they geared toward conserving the supplies, or are they geared toward providing the maximum amount of protection to our workforce? My question, you know, I'm trying to get at, are they in alignment? Because if you feel, and many others feel, that the biggest concern is we be able to keep our healthcare workforce on the job, then do we really have an adequate supply of PPE, and is it being used effectively to that end?
Chairman Elliott, that's a a broad question, and I can't speak to every healthcare facility itself and how they're actually managing their own utilization. What I can say is that there are plenty of supplies available through both the normal supply chain and through the state supply chain that we can provide. In the early days, we did not have enough PPE, and the CDC guidance came down on how you can best preserve PPE and protect yourself. So now that we have an adequate supply again, and now we know that you can utilize PPE longer than we used to. It used to be one and done. We were very loose about, I might use an N95 mask for one patient and discard it. Well, an N95 mask is rated to last a lot longer than that. And if you work in an industrial setting, you may have an N95 mask on for your entire shift, right? That's what it's designed for. But our practices hadn't been that way. So I think it's a time that the hospitals and the skilled nursing facilities and others can relax a little bit on some of the their utilization, the strict utilization to conserve PPE. But at the same time, we do not want to go back to just willy-nilly throwing out a mask because I used it one time on a patient. Right? That's just not a good practice at all, even in normal supply chain environment, I would think. So I think it's a give and take between management and the employees on coming to what actually works. Because the medicine, the science behind PPE is you don't have to do one and done every time that you for example, like on an N95 respirator. Gloves are a different story. We want you changing gloves between patients and different things. There are strategies when you're cohorting in facilities where you may be working on a ward at a skilled nursing facility that is all COVID, where you don't have to gown up and change because you're working on everybody within that ward at one time. That's a conservation strategy, both that protects the healthcare worker, as there is an exposure potential when you don and doff your PPE. So by not having to unnecessarily don and doff room to room because you're cohorting your patients, you can conserve PPE. You can actually protect the healthcare worker better because they don't have to exchange as often. But it doesn't have to be for an 8-hour shift. There are limits, and I think most of the hospitals, from my understanding, have been able to work that out with their employees. I know we still get complaints that come through, but I don't think anybody can complain that there's not enough of the equipment.
Okay, so I know you can't speak for all of them, but for our hospital, for San Joaquin General, are you aware that our policies for PPE usage are very much in alignment with making sure that our workforce is safe and on the job?
All the information I have on that is yes, that those are aligned and that our hospital is following best practices. I'd also like to say, speaking of our hospital, when we approached all the hospitals last week about having the antibody therapy, Dr. Capre and her staff immediately jumped on saying, yes, we will find a way to be able to utilize this medication. They were very aggressive about it. We had one hospital that chose not to take their allocation. We handed that to San Joaquin General because they were the ones most willing right off the bat to be able to put that treatment into practice and utilize it. So we have a good relationship, I think, with our hospital, and we try to keep them supplied and meeting the needs of the community.
That's great. Good to know. Mr. Culberson, I'm assuming you would like to chime in on this one.
Yes, I would, Chair Miller. Thank you. Yes, at the current time, San Joaquin General Hospital is fully staffed with PPE. We occasionally have shortages. For example, right now, the alarm is on gloves, and they come and go. Quite honestly, the N95 masks are in ample supply right now. As Dan pointed out, our concern really is that this could be it probably will be a nationwide demand, and we pointed out earlier that what we had earlier in July when we had this big spike was really a regional demand, and so we're keeping an eye on that. That's one of the things that we look at every day. There's a report that comes out that shows the current burn rate, the current inventory, and therefore the number of days available. It's something that we work very, very closely on, but we are in compliance right now, yes. And of course, as you are probably aware, there is a new state law, actually 2 new state laws that will kick into effect, I believe one in the springtime and one later on, that require a much more robust accounting and inventory of PPE, and that was signed into by the governor in October, I believe.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all very good for us to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would ask the clerk if we've received any public comment on this.
Not for this discussion item.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to move on to our consent calendar. I want to make the board aware of the fact that consent item number 22 has been, at the request of the county administrator, has been pulled from our agenda, so it will come back to us at a later date.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I believe that there's also a second discussion item for public health services.
Oh, excuse me. Well, that's on my outline, so agenda. Yeah, it's, oh, excuse me. All right, you're right. It's on the agenda. Yeah, thank you. Okay, we are going to look at retroactive approval of acceptance of funds from the California Department of Public Health for funding received through the Federal Epidemiology and Laboratory Capacity for Prevention and Control of Emerging Infectious Diseases Program for the period of May 18th, 2020 through November 17th, 2022 in the amount of $7,372,417 and adopt a resolution to allocate 7 positions to the public health services. And we have our public health director here today. Welcome. Thank you.
Good morning. So as mentioned, this is to approve retroactively the funding that we've received. This is federal funds for the Epidemiology and Laboratory Capacity Grant. This will support a broad range of COVID testing and surveillance activities, and our allocation is about $7.3 million. The strategies for the ELC funding are very specific, and so there's different activities for every portion of this grant. So the strategies are outlined here and include enhancing laboratory surveillance and workforce capacity, strengthening laboratory testing, advancing electronic data exchange at public health laboratories, improve public health surveillance and reporting to identify disparities, use laboratory data to enhance investigation, response, and prevention through CalConnect. And CalConnect is the state system that we use for contact tracing and case investigation, and to coordinate and engage with partners. And that's the breakdown of the funding into those buckets. So with this, we need to basically develop a whole program to respond to emerging issues in this situation, namely COVID. So I need to add a management analyst to actually manage this program. We're adding epidemiologists, supervising public health microbiologists to actually run the tests in the lab, health educators, health education assistants to develop and disseminate public information, office supervisor to work with the intake team, management analyst 2, and business analyst. That position will work with our laboratory information management system. Office tech coordinator, also in the laboratory, office assistant specialist, senior communicable disease investigators, department information systems analysts to support some of the new databases that need to be implemented and improved upon, and then also an assistant director for laboratory services. So strategy 1, some of the action items and deliverables are to hire and train staff to improve laboratory workforce ability to address issues around laboratory safety, ascensioning, testing, and reporting. And as you saw on the list of new positions to be added with these funds, many of them are in the laboratory. To build expertise for healthcare and community outbreak response. That again is with our epidemiology staff enhancements. To hire and train staff to improve epidemiology informatics workforce to conduct effective surveillance and response. That, in addition to the epidemiology, the business analyst will assist with some of that analysis as well. Build expertise to support the management of COVID-19 related activities. Increase the capacity for timely data management, analysis, and reporting of COVID-19 and other diseases. Strategy 2 actions and deliverables include expansion of laboratory capacity, enhancing laboratory capacity testing for COVID-19 outside of public health laboratories, and enhanced laboratory data management. We have actually purchased multiple pieces of equipment for the lab in order to enhance our testing capabilities. As previously mentioned today, we did order the high throughput PerkinElmer. I just got word that it was supposed to have been delivered this week, and that was pushed back a week due to the vendor inability to deliver this week. So we're expecting that next week. We had the ABI 7500 PCR equipment. We had 2 ultra cold freezers. One is used to store COVID samples. The other one will be used to store the COVID vaccine. And I would just like to point out that we were able to purchase and receive those prior to the rush to get those. So we planned ahead and were able to secure those. Now they are on back order till April or May. So statewide, they're looking at how to store vaccine, and we actually are able to do so. We purchased the Kingfisher extraction platform that helps in the extraction process to expedite the number of specimens. It's an automatic process and requires less staff time. We had to replace a centrifuge that decided to die on us, and then we also implemented whole genome sequencing to be able to tie outbreaks together. And I would just like to point out that the bulk of this equipment was actually purchased using CARES Act money, and the whole genome sequencing was Homeland Security money, but it falls into alignment with Strategy 2 in expanding our lab capacity. So the laboratory testing piece of Strategy 2, public health works with community partners to test vulnerable populations. We specifically focus on homeless, agricultural workers, and our identified census areas that are part of our health equity measure. We work with other agencies to conduct testing and laboratory services. Our Verily site, our OptumServe site, HR support, as previously discussed, and then we also use the BioHub lab through UCSF when we have maxed out our capacity in our own public health laboratory. Strategy 3 actions and deliverables are to expand laboratory information infrastructure, and that was done through expanding access through our Orchard Lab information management system. What we recognized was there was a lot of bottlenecks as far as getting the data entered, so we purchased extra user licenses to be able to expedite the data entry. Strategy 4 is establish automated reporting of morbidity and mortality to the CDC, establish automated reporting of individual level data to the CDC, improve understanding of capacity, resources, and patient impact at healthcare facilities through electronic reporting, enhance systems for data collection, reporting, and analysis, and establish data transmission system by zip code for the public. And so the strategies that we've already implemented for this, CalConnect is fully implemented and in use. We have processes in place to work with the EMS agency to identify resource needs and to work to distribute PPE. We utilize Web EOC, and as you all know, we have our COVID dashboard. Strategy 5 is to use laboratory data to initiate case investigations, contact tracing, and implement containment measures, identify cases and exposures in high-risk settings or within vulnerable populations, implement prevention strategies in high-risk settings or within vulnerable populations, and asymptomatic case detection. Our responses at Public Health for Strategy 5 include implementation of the phone bank. We've developed teams within Public Health to deal with school, business, skilled nursing facility, and congregate setting outbreaks and to provide resources and education to those facilities. We developed the Resilient Community Advisory Committee, and through that group have developed more messaging and mitigation strategies. And then strategy 6, we partnered to enhance COVID testing in skilled nursing facilities, assisted living, agriculture workers, homeless, and also some of our larger businesses that have experienced outbreaks, and to partner to enhance capacity for COVID prevention through our Resilient Community Advisory Committee and through our media campaigns. And that is all I have, but I'm willing to take questions.
Have any questions? Supervisor Winn.
Just a quick question. Contact tracing, how are you doing with that?
So we actually are doing well, although I will say that with the surge, we are ramping back up. For a while there, we had some bottlenecks as far as case investigators. They're the ones that actually talk to the client first and identify the infectious period and whatnot, and then pass it on to a contact tracer. And so there was a period in time that we had more contact tracers and not enough case investigators. And currently we have kind of turned that corner and do have the case investigation staff now. So we have a plan in place where we can ramp up quickly with contact tracers as needed. And so we're actually holding our own at the moment, but anticipate rapidly increasing our staff as our numbers quickly go up again.
So with all our efforts, what are we finding out?
As far as
where are these individuals being infected?
Well, that is the question of the day, and if I knew the answer to that, I could probably solve COVID in our county. Unfortunately, when we interview clients, we try to track where they've been and who they've been in contact with. And I don't know about you, but I sometimes forget what I even had for breakfast today. So it is very difficult for people to remember all of those different contacts. But the data that we do have does show that they are most likely from having gatherings.
Well, the reason I asked the question is, we're staffing these positions and spending, millions of dollars in regards to this particular aspect of it. And obviously, I think, at least in the beginning, the thought was that by doing contact tracing investigations, or at least the discussion with the individual, we would have a better idea of where to focus our efforts in regards to, assisted living facilities, restaurants, whatever. But if we don't have any kind of data that's usable, that can really, pinpoint a particular activity or location, whether it be, particular, like a compo in my district or places like that, then the question arises is, if there's no output or results that we can really, after the investigation, use to improve, as you say, the reduce the potential for an outbreak. I get, the requirements, et cetera, but it seems to me that we're spending a lot of money and time, and I'm not being critical of their efforts. I'm just saying that, when you spend that kind of money and have people working very hard, as you talk about, increases, but we're not getting anything that's usable that then we can apply. The question is, why are we doing it? Because we can invest that money in other aspects of our programs, whether it be in testing or equipment or whatever. So anyway, just a question. I'm not trying to be critical. I'm just saying, I always question why government spends money on something when there's no usable outcome. So you don't have to answer that unless you want to.
Well, I won't answer the last part of your question, but I will weigh on the first part. And thank you for the question, and I do believe it is your job to ask hard questions. I do think that early on we saw a lot of outbreaks in skilled nursing facilities and such like that. And then, my team at Public Health working with Mr. Birch's team at EMS, we were able to get out PPE, and we were able to help develop protocols and processes to assure that the skilled facilities and congregate living facilities and even workplaces where we were seeing the outbreaks, whether that be some of our food distribution or agricultural workers on some of our farms. And once we all pulled our resources there and started working together to assure that measures were in place to keep the workers safe, we saw a decline in those outbreaks in those areas. The gatherings, as we discussed previously, that's the general public. So I can work with the teams in place that have agencies that fall under different guidances and have licenses and whatnot, whether that's, hospitals or skilled nursing facilities having to maintain their licensure. It's difficult when it's people gathering and families not following the guidelines. That's where we're seeing it, and that's where I need the public to adhere to the recommendations and stay at home and be safe. None of us want to be home alone for the holidays, but if that's what's going to keep us alive, then that's what we need to do.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I look at the periodically look at the reports from the state, all the state agencies, ABC, Consumer Affairs, that go out and do their investigations. Very rarely, and I look at San Joaquin County, I don't think I've seen one citation issued. It's all about education, essentially. So, and again, when you talk about, we've been doing this for 8 months now, I think we're all pretty familiar where the outbreaks are occurring generally. Maybe not the specific house or business, but I think we have enough data to pretty much predict on areas that we need to focus on as far as whether it be PPE or education or whatever. So anyway, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other questions? I appreciate how difficult your job is. Part of it is we have been consistently seeing upticks after holidays, and we've been tracing them back to family gatherings or neighborhood gatherings or gatherings of friends. The problem is nobody wants to hear that part of the information because that goes to all of us. And I appreciate how difficult it is. We made the decision 2 days ago to cancel our Thanksgiving with our kids and grandkids. And I can tell you that it was really a very, very hard decision. I would like to be around my family now more than ever, but I have a new grandbaby coming in the spring, and by golly, I'm determined I'm going to be alive to do that first bath, which is what I do with all my grandkids, and it's more important for the future. And so I appreciate for everybody. It's a hard decision to make, but we all have to make a decision personally for our own families and for our neighbors and for our friends and step up and listen to what our public health experts are saying, that it's dangerous. I was over in Monterey in August. Monterey has a very strict mask wearing requirement, $100 fine, and they enforce it. They have police officers walking a beat all over downtown Monterey, and I have to tell you, restaurants were open, businesses were open, everybody was out there, and there was 100% compliance with mask wearing in Monterey because they took it really seriously and they enforced it. We haven't done that. And it's not just here. We haven't done it in our state. We haven't done it in our nation, or at least in very few places. And so they are hard decisions, and I agree that everybody is an individual, and we should trust people to make those decisions and do the right thing. It's hard for the folks that are doing that when they see so many people not doing it, and then they see their business getting closed down because of it. It's tough. So we appreciate what a difficult job you all have to do in public health. I'm very grateful that we have this additional funding coming in, and that we're going to be ramping up and being able to staff up so that we can do a better job of responding to this. And so at this point, I would be looking for...
Chair Miller, I want to make sure the department has an opportunity to express to the board, because this money only goes through November of 2022. What's the plan as a result of adding those 17 positions once that money goes away? Because a big portion of public health's budget is funded by the county general fund. And we all know whether the recession starts after January or a year from now. I think it's important that this board know that there's 17 new positions that are at risk. And I thank you, Supervisor Winn, in asking the question relative to, what's going to be the outcome when we add more staffing, and, that costs millions of dollars and then not necessarily have the outcomes as a result of it.
So obviously we have an aging workforce as throughout the county, I think. So the plan is that we would hold positions and, keep those through attrition. So I don't anticipate that there would need to be any layoffs or anything like that due to our turnover rate. And also, it's most likely, given the climate, both politically and with the coronavirus, not going anywhere anytime soon, that there will be additional funding for this moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Have we received any public comments on this item?
No, we have not, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. If there's no more questions from the board, then I would be entertaining a motion to approve this item in a second.
I'll make a motion to retroactively approve the acceptance of the funding from the Department of Public Health and adopt the resolution to allocate 17 positions to public health services.
Second motion.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And that is approved 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to move on to consent. I don't think I've missed anything else. Exactly. So again, item number 22 has been pulled by staff. Unless there are any items that board members feel are critical that we pull, then I will be looking for a motion to approve consent items 1 through 21.
Quick question, Madam Chair. Did you want to pull item number 1? Want it to be voted on? That would be an assignment shift for the, as it relates to the retirement board? That be relevant to just
I think if I'm not mistaken, that only takes place if I vacate my position. Is that correct?
I would have to, let me pull up that resolution.
I don't believe that that's how it's currently written.
Okay, I thought that was how it was going to be written. If that's not the case, then thank you for pointing that out, Supervisor Patty. Currently, it does not look like we will need to replace me on the SJ Sarah board at least till the end of the year.
At the very least, we could certainly postpone this, and if it's necessary to bring it back, we can bring it back.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve consent items 2 through 21.
I will second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And that is approved 4-0. Okay. I think we'll go ahead and perhaps do, I don't anticipate these public hearings will take. So I think we'll go ahead and we'll get through the public hearings and then maybe take a short break before we go to our discussion items. That sound acceptable to the board?
Sure.
Okay. So our first scheduled public hearing is to conduct a bid opening for the sale of county surplus real property located at 205 West 9th Street in Tracy, California. And I would ask our General Services Director if she has a presentation on this.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Marcia Cunningham, Director of General Services, Supervisors, County Council, and CAO Nino. With me this afternoon is David Tolliver, Assistant Director of General Services, and he'll just give a summary of the 205 West 9th Street property in Tracy. David, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Miller, members of the board. David Tolliver, Assistant Director of General Services. On July 21st, 2020, your board approved a resolution of intent to sell real property located at 205 West 9th Street in Tracy. This location previously housed public health clinical services. The resolution established a minimum bid of $200,000 for an as-is sale with no contingencies, along with other procedural requirements for participation in the bidding process. Notice of the resolution and proposed sale have been posted and advertised. Certain public agencies were notified of the county's intention to sell the property as surplus. The notice provided agencies a 60-day window in which to declare interest. The county received no responses. Your board set today, November 17th, 2020, in the chambers of the Board of Supervisors at the time and the place for the opening of written bids and the conducting of oral bidding for the proposed sale. This concludes my report.
Thank you. So now, if there are no questions from the board, I would like to ask the clerk of the board to open all written bids that have been received.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have received 5 written bids, which I will open now. Okay. The first bid is from Anil Wadhwani. The bid amount is for $255,000, and they have submitted a cashier's check with a $20,000 deposit. The second bid is provided by Vincent Marchini. This is for $225,000, and they have provided a cashier's check in the amount of $20,000. The next bid is provided by Dr. Alina Yusafi. This is for an amount of $220,000, and they have provided a cashier's check of $20,000. The next proposal is by Christina O. Rodriguez. The bid amount is $400,000, and a cashier's check of $20,000 has been provided. Final bid has been provided by Maria Karina Diaz de Barajas for $250,000, and a cashier's check of $20,000 is also included. At this time, I'd like to ask General Services Director staff to calculate the minimum oral bid, of at least 5% greater than the highest written bid, which was $400,000.
Calculation of 5% of $400,000, which is the highest written bid, is $420,000.
Okay. So I, at this point, declare that the minimum oral bid amount is $420,000. All bidders will be required to post a $20,000 deposit in the form of a cashier's check, certified check, or cash by close of business today. All interested bidders must phone into this hearing at 209-645-4071, and the conference ID is 654-638-237, and then a pound sign. All phones can be muted by hitting the *6 or cell phone handsets, and phones should only be unmuted when speaking or placing your bid. Minimum bid increments are $5,000. So once again, the phone number to call in, 209-645-4071, and the conference ID is 654-638-237, pound sign. Any unsuccessful bidders' deposits will be returned at the General Services Department upon presentation of proper identification beginning tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock?
Yes.
At 9 a.m. Thank you. So at this time, I want to officially open the oral bidding and ask if there are any bidders on the phone line. I would ask the clerk of the board, do you see anyone on the phone lines?
We do have bidders on the phone lines, however, it could be for the second bid. This oral bid that we're taking right now would be for 205 West 9th Street, Tracy. So if there is anyone looking to bid on that property, welcome to do so now by pressing *6 to unmute themselves.
Great. So if you would hit *6 and unmute yourself if you wish to bid on this property, 205 West 9th Street, Tracy. Okay, then we are going to close the bidding. And I would like to announce that the high bidder is Christina Rodriguez with a bid of $400,000. She has already presented her $20,000 cashier's check. So our General Services Department staff will coordinate purchase and sales documents for execution. The county property manager will return the unsuccessful bidders' deposits. And I'd like to thank everyone for participating in this bid process today. And now we're going to move on to our second bid opening, which is for the sale of county surplus real property at 300 West Oak Street in Lodi. So I'd like to ask General Services to please give a staff report on this particular item.
Hi, I'll make this brief. Again, David Tolliver, Assistant Director, General Services. On July 21st, 2020, your board approved a resolution of intent to sell real property located at 300 West Oak Street in Lodi. This location previously housed public health clinical services. The resolution established a minimum bid of $520,000 for an as-is sale with no contingencies, along with other procedural requirements for participation in the bidding process. Notice of the resolution and proposed sale have been posted and advertised. Certain public agencies were notified of the county's intention to sell the property as surplus. The notice provided agencies a 60-day window in which to declare interest. The county received no responses. Your board set today, November 17th, 2020, in the chambers of the Board of Supervisors as the time and the place for the opening of written bids and conducting of oral bidding for the proposed sale. This concludes my report.
Thank you. If there's no questions from the board, we're going to open this process, and I am going to ask the clerk of the board to open all written bids that have been received.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I declare that no valid bids have been received. Therefore, the minimum oral bid is $520,000. And I turn it back over to you, Chair Miller.
Okay. So the minimum oral bid amount is $520,000. All bidders will be required to post a $20,000 deposit in the form of a cashier's check, certified check, or cash by close of business today. All interested bidders should telephone into this hearing at 209-645-4071. The conference ID number is 654-638-237, and then the pound sign. We ask that you mute your phone either by using *6 or your cell phone handset, and to only unmute when you are speaking or placing your bid. The minimum bid increments on this particular bid will be $10,000. So again, the number is 209-645-4071, and the conference ID is 654-638-237, pound sign. Once again, any unsuccessful bidders' deposits will be returned at the General Services Department upon proper presentation of proper identification beginning tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So I would like to ask if there are bidders on the phone line. Please unmute yourself, state your name and bid amount for the record, and you'll need to do that each time you bid. So is there anyone on the phone wishing to place a bid?
Madam Chair, we see that there appears to be 3 people logged into the meeting. None of them are muted, and no one appears to be attempting to speak at this time. We're going to go double check that there's not an issue with hearing the meeting or anything coming through into board chambers.
Okay, great. Going to take just a few minutes and double check and make sure that if any of these individuals wish to place a bid, that they're able to do so. So I would ask anyone on the phone to double check again, either with *6 or your handset. Make sure that you're not muted.
Madam Chair, there are people on the phone, but again, no one is attempting to speak at this time. If they were, we would be able to see that occurring through the Teams meeting on the computer. However, nobody appears to be attempting to speak right now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Then going once, twice, 3 times, I'm going to close this bid process. General Services Department will continue to market the property and will return to the board with a recommendation for its disposition at a future date.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your participation.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I believe that there are actually resolutions that are attached to both of these items that call for a vote from the board to adopt the resolution. So on the prior item for 205 West 9th Street and Tracy, it would be appropriate for a motion and vote to adopt the resolution authorizing accepting the bid, authorizing the chair to execute on behalf of the county the deed conveying the property, and all of the documents that are necessary with. And then for this second item where there were no bids received, it would be appropriate for a motion and vote from the board to authorizing the Director of General Services to continue to market the property and to return to the board with possible offers to purchase the property from a willing.
Okay, wonderful. On the first, I am looking for a motion to adopt the resolution accepting the bid, successful bid on 205 West 9th Street, Tracy, Wistina Rodriguez in the amount of $400,000, and authorize the chair to execute all documents necessary to convey the property.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And that is approved 4-0. On the second, I am looking for a motion and a second to authorize General Services Director to continue marketing the property and return to the board with a recommendation for disposition at a future date of 300 West Oak Street, Lodi.
Second.
I have a motion and a second.
Can I confirm the mover again? I'm sorry.
Supervisor Patty and then Supervisor Villapudua as the second. And that resolution is approved 4-0. Great. Thank you all very much. We are going to take a brief break here. Let's reconvene at 1:15 for our discussion items, and then after discussion, we will go. We can go directly into our closed session, or if County Council recommends, we can go into our afternoon presentation and then do closed session at the end. I'll let you.
That would be preferable, I think, to go into the scheduled afternoon, and we can do closed session afterwards.
Perfect.
Okay.
We'll do that, and we will see you back here in 30 minutes at 1:15. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are here for 2 discussion items. The first is to direct the San Joaquin County Director of General Services to pursue acquisition of former Stockton Record Building as a transitional housing facility. This came forward from Supervisor Patty, so I'm going to turn to him and ask if he would like to provide some context for this.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to bring to the board a possibility. About 5 or 6 weeks ago, I guess, there was a availability for the Stockton Record property, and then it went into contract, and it's since fallen out. So there's availability for one or actually both buildings, and I thought it might be worth this board considering General Services to take a look at this facility. We've talked about in the past how in Stanislaus County there's a program run for the county, on behalf of the county. There's a program run by the Salvation Army that takes care of several hundred people at that facility. So we seem to have a continued problem with homeless, and if we could create a location and populate it with services and partnerships from adjoining cities, I believe we can have a rather robust and a sustainable program that would be worthy of San Joaquin County and dedication of and use of some funds that we have that are set aside that would be applicable for an acquisition like this. Now, this, of course, we're not approving the use of the money in any capacity. We're not even approving that this process going forward for this location. This just allows us that while this piece of property is available and for sale, it allows us to take a deeper dive, look into it, see if it's viable. It may have some environmental issues that are prohibitive for us to even consider, or it may end up being something that we can come back to this board and present the option of purchasing at a little bit down the road. So that's kind of the impetus as to why it's on the agenda. And I'd like the board to consider going forward with this, with taking a deeper dive into this property and moving forward for creating what would be a transitional housing, homeless shelter here in the county.
Thank you. Any comments from the board?
I'll make a few comments. I think a building like this is needed, and I am concerned. There is a charter school across the street, and I'm concerned about the safety of the children. There's hundreds of kids at different ages, and I would like some answers. If we were to buy a building, how would we contain the people that were actually in the building? How do we contain them? How would we stop them from coming out and interacting with the children? And there's a lot of questions to be asked, but I definitely think it's a good building. I think it could be useful for the homeless.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Winn?
So how much are they asking for this building?
The building prices had begun for both the entire complex was $12.5 million. It was listed then, it was reduced to $7.5. I believe the current listing is $5.5. And it's based on discussions that not only what I've had, but also Ms. Cunningham, the property would and could be obtained for a much better price.
Are you talking about the entire facility or just a portion of it?
I think at this time we're looking at a portion of.
How many square feet?
Over roughly and almost 100,000 usable square feet in a 2-story building.
And what would be the cost of renovation to use it for the homeless?
And that's exactly what we'd be looking into, is coming back and looking at, it could be if there is or isn't any severe, dramatic environmental issues on a walkthrough with a person that looks for asbestos and environmental issues. There were some superficial things, but there needs to be a bigger dive to take and look into it. We know that if we get into any facility, there's going to be showers and bathrooms and make it adequate. So I believe what we need to do for this board to make a an informed decision, we need to take a deeper dive into it, look at the environmental issues, look at the cost for build out, and take into consideration all of the factors, including operating expenses. And I think during this period of time, we could perhaps form some partnerships and come back with a package plan that would include this building or not. Maybe there may be another building that comes up, but it would, in this instance, we would look at bringing back to the board a package plan of what this would look like if it's run: acquisition, build out, mitigation, and some partnerships.
So have you discussed this with Mr. Cheshire and continuum care?
I've discussed this with him in the past as a possibility in location. As for it being on the agenda today, discussed with him, I have not.
Okay. Have you just, when that discussion occurred, did you talk about, on whatever building that maybe we were to acquire, you talk about partnerships, was he, and I know he's in the audience, so we could probably ask him directly, what was his position in regards to the members of continuum of care as far as any particular entity being interested in taking over or running this type of facility?
At this stage, it would be premature for a commitment like what they did in Stanislaus. Is they acquired the building, they did a build out, and they put out an RFP, and Salvation Army came in as the operator. What I would envision, if I were to spitball it, I would say there might be a place for, if you're looking at, let's say, several, 600 to maybe 800 person capacity, you might have Stockton Homeless Shelter as participating and running the emergency overnight shelter part of it. You might bring in someone like a Salvation Army that currently has 17 transitional housing programs in the state of California, and they might run a component. And there's other possibilities of who might be involved as an operator in different components. There might be one operator that does the women's component, women and children only. So there's many, I think, possibilities. But I think you need to have the location. And as we've all listened to the reports and read them, that the one thing we're short of the most in the county is that emergency shelter. So this, I believe, could be a jumping off point of something for the board to consider once the due diligence is put into play.
I guess from my vantage point, it would seem that we would maybe want to do that conversation first to see who is truly interested or maybe even committed to run a facility, whatever we were able to find, as opposed to if we spent the time looking for a facility and maybe with this Stockton Record Building, whatever, negotiating, what happens if we find that nobody's really interested or we can't afford or they can't afford to run a facility of that size? That's a pretty large size facility.
Sure.
My question is, I don't have a problem looking at potential buildings available in general. I'm not sure I would publicize that we're interested in focusing on one building, because I think there's other buildings of similar size and different location. As Supervisor Villapudua, I've already heard from individuals who are very concerned about the child care center and the charter school, and even businesses in the area right across the street in regards to a homeless facility being in that particular location. So I don't have any problem with us, as you state in your memorandum, to look at the potential of what's out there and available. But I'm assuming, and Ms. Cunningham is probably more familiar with this than I am, I know you've looked at buildings around the city and other areas as far as other potential locations for county operations. So maybe I defer to Chair, but I think probably Mr. Cheshire and Ms. Cunningham may provide us with some of their insights in regards to what they've done already, so we can kind of make a decision on which direction we want to go.
Yeah, I would like to have you both down here, because on July 21st, Mr. Cheshire, you did a very, very involved presentation based on a deep dive that a county administrator and deputy or assistant county administrator prepared on this concept. And you traveled down to Stanislaus, came back to us with a lot of different numbers and figures. We had a lengthy board meeting and discussion about it. So I went back and reviewed what we had then, just as a jumping off point. There was a 9-page board letter full of charts, graphs, facts, figures, numbers, everything. We also received that day input from the district attorney, county council, and the sheriff. We had a long discussion here at the board, and the numbers that I pulled out and what I want to verify is this was based on no cost to obtain a facility. This was just based on, because we hadn't identified a property. So these were just numbers on top of, once we located a property, we would hold that separate, that cost, and perhaps we could find one that would be, a partner would contribute, whether it was a state or a city. At that time, the cost you gave us to convert for a 200-bed facility, not 6 or 8, but 200, was about $3 million in conversion costs, and then an estimated $3.4 million annual operating cost. You also said that since our annual permanent local housing allocation is roughly only about $2.8 million, which was the revenue stream that we could count on for 5 years to fund operations, that would fund about a 76-bed operations for 76 beds. We talked a lot about other potential revenue streams, funding sources, what could we count on, what was iffy, all that kind of stuff. And it was my understanding at the end of that, the board reached a conclusion and actually took a vote. In fact, my notes said that Supervisor Patty made the motion that we voted to remain on course with the joint NOFA process in collaboration with the City of Stockton and the Continuum of Care, because both of those entities had also expressed a priority for those funds to go to developing expanded temporary shelter facilities, and that we had made the decision, provided direction to staff that we were not interested in moving forward alone to take on a project of this scope with the county on the full financial hook for it. So I guess what I want to ask you is, both of you today, have those numbers shifted or changed? Has a new revenue stream been identified or emerged, perhaps because of COVID? Is there anything that has materially changed from your presentation in July?
No, ma'am. It's the same funding climate. We're working with the same programs right now here in November. So no, nothing has appreciably changed since that presentation.
Okay. Does anybody else have questions for Mr. Cheshire or Ms. Cunningham?
Ms. Cunningham,
yes.
My question is I know we've talked in the past about a variety of buildings that have come available, for the county to purchase, to expand or relocate our operations. So I guess my question is, are you familiar with that particular building and other buildings around the city that may be potential locations for this type of facility?
So I am familiar with this building. We did look at this building at one point for E2D2 for it as a lease potential. At that point, they were not selling the property. They were leasing it Obviously, we ended up going a different route with them. And then since we looked at it from a lease perspective, it came up for sale. Other than looking at it for a potential for other county properties, we have not, but all of this has been recent in the transition of what we've looked through E2D2. This is the first that we've been asked to look at a specific property, I think because of the opportunity that presented itself, and that's General Services' role. If there is a potential for property, and we can certainly, if there's others that could be looked at, I mean, that's a viable too, but this one's being brought forward because, as Supervisor Patty said, 6 weeks ago, it was under the process of being sold. That fell through. At that point, they were marketing the property as one whole piece. It's our understanding that potentially it's two separate pieces now they'd be willing to do. So beyond that, no, we have not done any homework specific to saying, and I think that's why we're here today. We've done no research on that property from the perspective of it being a homeless location. No deep dive at all on it.
Well, I understand, and based upon what you've said and what Supervisor Patty has said, that maybe, you know, the initial price, at least presented, was maybe extremely excessive, and maybe it's a little, excuse me, maybe it's a little more reasonable now. But I would say if we were even going to do a preliminary investigation, but look at properties, I can think of a couple of properties that I would add to that list, but I won't do it here in an open board meeting because I think it's something that we need to do due diligence, and I know you and your staff have the capability of looking into things and then coming back to the board at some future time and say, you know, maybe this is something we might consider, especially if it would fit the needs of the county and certainly its residents. So I guess my concern is I don't want to focus on one property because I know there's others out there around, and I know you're aware of that. So that would be probably my suggestion as we do a general look, very broad, but and I don't want to say superficial, but preliminary look at it to see if there's anything that may be an opportunity, and certainly Adam and certainly your contacts and obviously the presentation you made, maybe there is a point in time where maybe the two come together. Obviously with your discussions with the continuum of care and various agencies, maybe there would be more interest if we had something a little more concrete to discuss, as opposed to just, you know, hypothetically what would we do. So again, I'm not opposed to doing this because obviously there's an opportunity or a need, but I think we would probably do it a little more general as opposed to being very specific. With you, Adam, I think it would be more obviously in your realm to have the discussions with individual agencies to see what their thoughts would be, especially if we're talking about a partnership, because the county doesn't have the funds to necessarily embark upon this. And certainly if we're talking about a lease, which is an option, or a purchase. No. Anyway, thank you.
Mr. Cheshire, perhaps you could provide us with an update on that joint NOFA process, because one of the things that this board discussed in July was there are existing shelters that we're looking to expand and looking for funding to do those expansions and create more shelter space. And we also, there were, and in Stockton, but there were also plans in some of the other cities to address shelter needs. So maybe you could let us know where that joint NOFA process is and where the continuum of care is on this issue.
Absolutely. So first of all, let me say my apologies, because the original that I would bring some recommendations that process here on November 3rd. I was, don't mind to say, in the hospital, unable to do that. I feel great today. But we are now scheduled to come back to this board on December 8th with really the same recommendations. I won't get into that here, but the process that the joint NOFA kind of engaged in ultimately led us to 34 applications being ranked and scored. So the recommendations that this board is going to see on December 8th will include, based on that discussion and the direction of the board on July 21st, will include the top scoring shelter projects, the shelter-related projects, one of which is in Stockton, the other one of which is in the French Camp Hospital area, and the other one that's being recommended will be in the city of Tracy. Additionally, there's another project that is not shelter related, but it is related to youth, and that requires that no of our total amount be used for a youth-focused project. And so of the two projects that were submitted through this joint NOFA rank and score process, the top scoring project is the one that this board will be seeing and hearing about from me on December 8th. So that's where we stand, and I appreciate the board's patience.
Great. Thank you. Supervisor Petty?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Cheshire, question for you. I remember reading over the notes on that presentation that we're looking forward to, of course, in December. From my take on it, though, it was kind of a slight enhancement. It wasn't, I didn't see the increase in the capacities by 500, 600, 800, like previously recommended and identified that we had a shortcoming of roughly 1,000 beds in the county, if I remember reading one of the reports properly. But we know that any given night, there's how many unsheltered people in the county? What was it?
Per the 2019 PIT count, it was 1,558 unsheltered people countywide.
There is over 1,500, right. And I know 30% of them or so have been here for a year or less, so we have a lot of travelers that might come and go. So what I've seen so far from everybody, I know even I read a proposal from one of the homeless shelters that for $14 million, it was between $12 or $14 million, they would be able to get up to 300 people off the streets. And that's great for $14 million, 12 to 14 million, that's wonderful. But we might be able to do something for 5 or 6 million and get 1,000 people off the streets, 800 people off the streets. So, I appreciate lots of efforts and lots of use of funds and the challenge for getting the money to spread as far as it can go. But I do, and to Supervisor Winn's point, I agree, we take a holistic look at what's available, but we have a property that's uniquely positioned downtown at a great price point that would be an exceptional buy and a great entry to put together a campus self-contained within a very large facility. And I believe it's worth pursuing. I mean, we can just keep looking and looking and get, 100 over here and 70 over here, but we're never going to get to that 1,000 person we can't enforce code. We can't get them off our waterways. We can't get them, the compassionate help and services that they need. So the blight, the filth, the pollution, the needles, the fires, the impact that this population is having from the lack of action that's measurable to the scope of the challenge, I believe, we should be taking a look at something like this. And if during the course of time we find that this building isn't suitable, but yet something else has arisen because this is something that we've tasked our Department of General Services to look into, great. But at least we're moving forward. We seem to be stuck at the starting line, and it's just nothing is perfect enough, nothing's big enough, nothing's good enough, and it's just a conflict. And there's those that want housing first, and there's the competition for that money, so that everybody deserves a home, as some people would profess to say, and we could all believe. Yes, we want everybody to be in a house in a good, safe, warm environment, but we're not going anywhere. And if we have an opportunity, I'll finish in saying that, and repeat myself, if we have an opportunity to look at a large building with 800 to almost 100,000 square foot available that can house 800 to 1,000 people, and we can bring in operators and partners with adjoining cities that have already expressed an interest to do so, I believe we should go down that road and explore it and bring it back and through Mr. Cheshire and through Continuum of Care and through whatever agencies you want. I believe we could put together a robust plan of consideration for this board to then take a look at. But if we keep waiting for that perfect plan to come forward, I don't believe it's ever going to happen, and I don't believe we're ever going to clean up our waterways. I don't believe we'll ever match the capacity until the county steps up, as they did in Stanislaus, and they acquired a property, they renovated it, and they put into action a plan by bringing in an operator after they had the location in a functional position. So, I think it would be wise for this board to consider and give General Services the opportunity to take a dive into this and others, and let the board decide in 90 days or so if we're going to close on something that's this or perhaps something else.
Okay, so if we're going to talk about this particular property, there's a couple of fatal problems with this particular location. Redevelopment into a navigation center and any kind of residential use, including temporary shelter, will require phase two environmental studies are done. There's possible brownfield contamination, which would disallow this kind of use. The owner of the property, Gannett's insurance company, will not indemnify them and cover them if any of these inspections, subsoil sampling, or anything else is done prior to the purchase, which means that county or any other potential buyer would have to make the purchase and complete it before we would be able to ascertain whether or not it could be used for the intended purpose. In addition to that, the Downtown Stockton Alliance, representing the downtown property owners and the business owners, as well as numerous potential downtown investors, oppose this plan, this location. Mike Huber sent an email to Supervisor Patty on Friday stating this opposition in very strong terms. He stated that current downtown developers such as Bear Paw Shoe Company, which have just completed redeveloping several properties into market rate housing, they would cease investment. Team Charter has already, as Supervisor Villapudua pointed out, expressed huge concerns about the location. It's literally kitty corner from their playground. They have already notified and been in discussions with the Alliance and other individuals downtown that they will be looking at relocating out of downtown if this location. We've all received 9 letters from team administration and teachers. And that's before any parents weigh in. That's just from the staff. The city of Stockton has also stated that they will likely oppose this particular location and project as it's not in alignment with their vision for downtown. The city of Stockton would be the partner we would most likely need to come in for a project of this scope and size, especially if it's located in downtown Stockton. So I think this goes to what Supervisor Winn was saying, that the board had made a decision that we were going to continue working through the process. I respectfully disagree that nothing has happened. I think if you look at the capacity expansion at the Stockton Shelter, as well as what's happening at Gospel Center Rescue Mission, I believe they would also disagree with your statement that nothing is happening in terms of shelter. And we have several permanent supportive housing projects, which we just had a virtual ribbon cutting here a week or two ago. We have numerous projects that have come up around town. Are we there yet? No. Do we need more shelter absolutely. And do we need navigation services? Yes, to a certain extent, they are being provided at the various shelter intakes, but yes, those are all services that we need. But I still believe, based on the numbers we saw here in July, that this county does not have the financial capacity, especially now with the threat to all of our local budgets from COVID. I do not believe we have the capacity to launch out on our own with purchasing property before we have any plan for partnerships or cost sharing or identifying revenue streams. I could not support this county moving forward on our own with something of this magnitude. I think that the county has stepped up in terms of leadership. We have led the way in terms of expanding the continuum of care and bringing in more partners. The amount of funding that has come in has been greatly increased over the last 5 years. We have assumed a leadership role in monitoring those dollars and handling the reporting, and which are very strenuous and expensive administrative requirements. The county has stepped up, and we have done that, and we've worked really hard to forge a strong collaboration, especially with the city of Stockton, which has not happened in the past, to move forward. I have to say what I'm most troubled about this, and I realize that that you were under the impression that suddenly this property was available, but per the broker yesterday, another offer has been received and submitted to Gannett, and it is anticipated that it is likely to be accepted. So the time constraints are really not there. But what troubles me the most is that moving forward on something like this, for the county to take on a project solo and operate, even if we outsource via contract operations, it's still going to be a county project with the financial responsibility falling on the county. That really represents a reversal of what the full board discussed and the direction we gave staff in July, and what I believe we're going to hear back on the 8th. I think anytime we are going to be discussing reversal of an earlier board vote, and especially when it means a very real and impactful policy change that would impact the county's financial future for many, many years, I think an item like that should always be brought forward when there is a full board here to represent all 5 districts and discuss the ramifications and weigh in. It was anticipated that there would only be 3 supervisors here today, and I don't think an item of this type of magnitude should come forward when there is only a partial board. I think it should have been scheduled for a time when everyone could weigh in. So from my standpoint, I don't want to have our staff going out looking for property and analyzing property if this board's policy decision remains to utilize our funding through the joint NOFA process, which is what we said we wanted to do, and remain in collaboration with all of the community partners that are affiliated with the continuum of care. I could not support having our staff just go out and spend valuable resources just looking for property if that's not something this board is looking to do. And so I appreciate you being here. I appreciate your passion, Supervisor Patty, for this topic, but I just don't think right now, given the numbers we saw in July and the uncertainty with the budget that we're facing, I don't feel that having the county take this on alone would be something that I would be willing to support. And I certainly don't want to waste staff time if it's not something that I would want to support. So I'd like to hear from board members in terms of Supervisor Villapudua.
I just want to say I see both the points. I see what you're saying, but I also feel like I've been here almost 4 years, and I feel like we're not getting anywhere with the homeless. And I think that we need to make some positive steps in finding a home, for a shelter, a center. See what Stanislaus done, and they've done a good job. And I think that time for us to make a move. And I see Supervisors Patty and pointing like, hey, this is an opportunity. We should look at it. I have no problem taking a look at it. I'm not saying we'll buy it, but I'm saying we should study it if it's available. I don't know if it's available or not. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess if anything, I would probably wait for Mr. Cheshire's report in December just to continue this conversation and see if the board in total would be interested in making any modifications to a prior decision. I'm assuming that your report will give us an update on what's happening currently and what your projection would be for the future based upon maybe some additional information that you've received.
Certainly, if I gain any additional information between now and then, but the report is very focused on the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program, the applications that we received, and the recommendations to the board for funding.
Okay, well, I look forward to hearing that. So I would want to at least put this off until, there's an opportunity to really take in the total picture of what's happening with the homeless, because it isn't just one component. There's a lot of things, obviously, that would interconnect, and especially with the continuum of care and the number of agencies that participate, and I'm sure they all have their own ideas. And as Supervisor Villapudua said, I've already been approached in regards to the charter school and the child care. And again, I think there would be a lot of opposition to this one. But again, I would want to wait and hear from you. And Ms. Gunningham, I know, and I'm not asking you to go out and do anything, but I know I've talked to you before, and you are very knowledgeable of what's happening around the city of Stockton and certainly throughout the county as far as availability. So I wouldn't expect any kind of investigation or looking into something, because I think there's probably enough information floating around your office that you can kind of give us at least a quick look at what that we can talk about maybe in closed session in regards to the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for clarity, when I said nothing is happening, I did say incomplete thought was that nothing is happening in the magnitude and scope of what we need to make a difference. 100 here, 70 there is not going to get the 1,000 plus off the roads and streets and clean up the waterways and such. So that was just for clarity. It's not that nothing is happening. There's a lot of people trying to do many things, but we need to really create an opportunity for an impact of a much greater scope than 100 here, 60 there, 50 here or there. So it's that's my point, what I was making. So if you got an update that the property is now back in contract, that kind of reinforces my idea that we should be out looking for something, because something that might be for sale now, and then you start to you fail to act on it, then you lose out on that opportunity because it's not going to stay for sale forever. So. These are all great, valid points, and I appreciate that's why this is certainly not a cowboy act. This is something that we all do collectively. The idea that there was 3 and now there's 4, not 5, it was time sensitive because of the potential value that we could be getting for the dollar. If you were to lease a space for a homeless shelter at $1 a square foot, you're looking at $80,000 a month for something of this size. That's $800,000 a year. Thereabouts, even more, and you might be able to buy the building for $2 million. So So in your rate of your return of investment and the savings, if you're looking at a long-term plan, would be dramatic. And that's why when something comes along, you might want to pursue it. As far as the phase two, I was under the impression that during a period of time, we could do a phase two. So if you have the impression or different knowledge, but based on the discussions I had with Ms. Cunningham, we did need to do a phase two environmental report to look at those issues, because we certainly wouldn't want to get into something that would be a black hole and an expense and something prohibitive to even operate. So I look forward to the report we're going to hear on December 8th. As I've noted, whatever we're doing and what I'm seeing, it's not going far enough. If we can buy a building for $2 million and we could put $2 or $3 million into it and be into it for $5 million and have 1,000-person capacity or 800-person capacity, that's a better investment than $14 million for 300 people at the Stockton Homeless Shelter. I'd rather go bigger, better, and more so that we can concentrate and create a campus and a better environment wherever it may be. This building may or may not ever have been suitable, but it's worth the discussion, just like when I was presented with the Roberts Island shuttered school. I brought out you and others and looked at it and said, this place may not be suitable, but let's look at what it could be if we found this or something similar to it to create a campus environment where we can do more. So I'm under that impression that we need to do more. Whatever's being presented, it's not enough. So that's what I'm hearing from my constituents. Other supervisors might hear things from they may be there in their districts. Their constituents may be just happy as it is, and we can do a couple hundred more capacity and all feel good about it. My constituents are demanding that we get them off the waterways, which is my district, that we get them off the neighborhoods, backyards, streets, levee banks, you name it. It's permeating throughout our community, and whatever we're doing, it's not enough. Whatever's going to be presented on December 8th, it's not enough to the scope of what needs to be done. How do we do it? More money. How do we do that? That's a great question. Partnerships, alliances, I do think it would be very wise for us to ask our general services to maybe take a look at properties that are available. What would it hurt? And I'm uncertain about your timeline to dedicate to do such a task. And maybe it's something that we discuss after a December presentation. But I'm of the mindset, and listening to my constituents, we need to do more. So with that said, I appreciate everybody's opinion, and that's why we have this on the agenda to discuss and bring back to the board at one point whatever we're going to do so we could discuss it and decide collectively as a board. So thank you. And it seems like, I don't think we need any further action, but it's been a very healthy and important discussion that we cannot do offline. We can only do it when we are in session.
Thank you. And I guess the only thing I would say is I think everyone agrees that more needs to be done. The issue is not the investment in the facility. The issue is the ongoing operating costs. And as we were presented in July, our annual allocation would only cover 76 beds. That's a far cry from the 600 or 800 or 1,000 that you envision. City of Stockton's won't cover a whole lot more than that, nor will the continuum of cares. And so the issue is not how do we get as with anything, the capital costs are usually the easiest part of the puzzle. It's the ongoing operating expenses, and this is an extremely high needs population that requires a very, very high level of services. Otherwise, you're talking about warehousing people where they won't get services and they won't be directed and they won't move through the shelter system into permanent housing. And so my concern, as always, is going to be making sure that we don't get too far out in front of our partners and put the county financially at risk, because once we commit to this, it is our budget that will end up being on the line. So I think there is much to discuss going forward, and I join with the rest of the board, looking forward to your presentation on the 8th.
Madam Chair, if I could provide some clarification, I don't believe we have a full board until December 15th, so we'll bring that presentation on December 15th.
Perfect. Thank you.
Madam Chair, quick follow-up, just again, so we can speak as a board. I do have a commitment for half of the operating costs. So if we do put up a program that's large scale, not facility costs, but the operating costs, which is anywhere between $35 to $45 per person per day. So I do have a commitment, firm commitment, to cover half of that cost. The cost in Stanislaus, the government, the county has not had to dip into the general fund. They have found and allocated different pockets of funding to cover that as well. So I do think we can do, and through partnerships and through alliances and beyond, including nonprofits, I think we can get there. But I firmly believe we need that facility to then bring in all the buy-in from the public and the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any public comment on this, Clerk?
We do, Madam Chair. We have received one public comment.
Thank you.
This
Could
is
read
from
that?
Denise Ost of Goodwill Industries, who writes, "Ladies and gentlemen of San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors, please be aware that the Goodwill property located at 129 South Grant Street is available for sale. We would appreciate the opportunity to participate in a transparent process to assess downtown properties you are considering as part of the creation of a homeless services center. Please advise as to how we can participate in this process." And Madam Chair, I also see that we received an email on Friday night that was intended to be read for today's meeting. If you don't mind, it's a brief comment that I'll go ahead and read now.
Absolutely. Thank you.
This is from Wayne Richardson of Gospel Center Rescue Mission, who writes, "I write to simply inform you that San Joaquin County's contract with Gospel Center Rescue Mission regarding a 36-bed COVID campus for homeless positive clients and their isolation and recovery expires on 12/31/20. With no county guidance for 2021 regarding this campus, we must plan for other uses for these facilities and corresponding staff commencing 1/1/21. Unless we have an extension from the county by 12/18/20, we will begin wrapping down this delicate service. Sincerely, Wayne Richardson." And that concludes our public comments.
Thank you. That goes to the question that we asked earlier. So I believe staff is working on that. Thank you. Thank you both. Appreciate it. Next up, we have our state and federal advocacy reports from the County Administrator's Office. Our Deputy County Administrator, Jolina Voorhees.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Chair Miller, members of the board, CA Nuno, and County Council Miles, it's a pleasure to be here this afternoon now to provide the year-end legislative presentations from our legislative advocates. As you know, San Joaquin County recognizes the need to protect its interests in Sacramento and in Washington, D.C., and to be effective in this mission, the county requires the legislative advocates to provide year-end reports to update the board on the legislative activity. So the board letter provides an overview of the major accomplishments from the past year, and each of our legislative advocacy firms are present virtually today over the phone to provide their year-end reports. So first we have our state legislative report from Shaw, Yoder, Antwi, Schmelzer, and Lang, which will be provided by Paul Yoder, who's a partner at the firm. So I will hopefully kick it over to Mr. Yoder to provide his presentation, if the clerk could bring up his presentation, which is a PowerPoint. So, Paul, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me okay, Jolina?
Yes, I think we can.
Okay, wonderful. Hey, good afternoon, board members. Thank you, Jolina, for the introduction. I'm Paul Yoder at SYASL. Karen Lang, unfortunately, this item came up a little later in the day than we'd anticipated, and so she and I had to split up, so it'll just be me today. So first I want to talk about, we can go to the first slide here. I want to talk about the wrap up really of the 2019-2020 state legislative session. What we've done here on this slide is allowed the board members and the public to see 2020 in a context over the last couple of years. You can see that in a typical, quote unquote typical or average year, we would expect at least over 1,000 bills of the 2,700 or 3,700 that get introduced to become law because of COVID, straight up, flat out, because of COVID in 2020. What you see there is a lot more bills died than would in a quote unquote average year, and less than half of the bills from any of the three previous legislative years were signed into law. Now, frankly, for counties, that was a bit of a blessing. When you have, as you see there in 2018, over 1,300 bills becoming law, frankly, a lot of them can be consternating and frustrating for the counties. And so we had less of those this year, but we did certainly have a couple, and we'll talk about those shortly. So next slide. We can skip through that. So a couple of bills we want to highlight for the board and the public today. Senate Bill 974 by Senator Hurtado waives CEQA for small water projects in disadvantaged areas. That bill was signed by the governor. It is law. It will help, we believe, San Joaquin County. AB 6 is a bill we want to highlight for two reasons. One, because it was one of those potentially frustrating bills, but happy to say that our firm, working together with CSAC, RCRC, the other county organizations, we were able to derail this bill. This bill was a gut and amend, and especially for the public's view or understanding, a gut and amend is a bill that loses its previous contents in their entirety and has completely new subject matter inserted into it very late in a legislative year. That's what happened with Assembly Bill 6. And what this bill would have done is, with respect to nationwide opioid-related litigation, this bill would have allowed the state's attorney general to basically jump the line, to leapfrog right over the counties, and to be in sort of the quarterbacking position with respect to the disposition of that lawsuit and ultimately how the proceeds from that lawsuit would have gone out in California. And so we joined with others, as I mentioned, and we were very successful in thwarting that at the end of the year, and it was held in the Senate Rules Committee. Third bill we wanted to highlight very specifically for the board is Senate Bill 823. This is a bill that realigned the Department of Juvenile Justice in California. Very large impacts to counties. Board members may want to talk about it during question and answer, but what I really want to convey right now before we change slides is that there are technical flaws in SB 823. There are even some substantive flaws in the bill. We know for a fact, we've talked to the governor's staff, that they have to bring back a cleanup bill. And I don't want to give anyone false hope that we can majorly change what was enacted there. I think juvenile justice in California is going to significantly change going forward, but we are going to have a sort of maybe a smaller second bite at the apple just because the cleanup to that is necessary. And we're talking to the governor's staff. We're working with CSAC on that bill. So we can go to the next slide. So because of COVID, a lot of things didn't happen or happened to a much lesser degree than I think we would have seen otherwise. So very quickly, housing reform. There was an executive order to help renters, and very late in the year, Assembly Bill 3088 did go to the governor. It did get signed. It could potentially help renters, but in case board members and the public haven't seen it, the current estimated total of unpaid rent in the state of California is $1.7 billion. And so what happens for renters, what happens for landlords, either through AB 3088 or some other process, I think more is going to have to be done given how big that number is. A resiliency bond, we watched that for a variety of reasons for the county. First and foremost, to make sure that there was no funny business with respect to the governor's tunnel, Delta tunnel proposal. But in the end, all those efforts stalled. And they stalled mainly because the governor just didn't want to put another bond on the November ballot. He said that he didn't want the state to incur more bonded indebtedness, especially during an economic downturn. And frankly, I think he wanted to see what happened with the stem cell bond, which has now been basically certified as having passed. Before that, the last two bonds that were proposed to the voters actually were defeated. The voters rejected them. I think the governor wanted to see if the voters even had any appetite for any kind of bond. On Prop 63 and mental health, your very own Assemblywoman Eggman authored a bill that changes Laura's Law opt-out changes it to an opt-out from an opt-in. That's, I would say, far and away the biggest bill on mental health. What didn't happen was a really major revamping of Proposition 63 monies and a proposed reallocation of those funds that Darrell Steinberg, the author of the initiative, was discussing with the governor and others. And that just, again, sort of fell by the wayside. Too much to do in a COVID year. On homelessness, there were major things that did happen in the state budget, hundreds of millions of dollars, as the board knows, home key awards that have gone out. The state is working through the wait list now. There are some awardees who have had to relinquish their awards, and so that is ongoing. But as much as did happen, what didn't happen was an ongoing, stable funding source to support efforts on homelessness in California. The big city mayors, the County of Los Angeles, homelessness advocates are actually next year, we know for a fact, because the effort failed in 2020, they're going to be back. And we even know what their proposal is already. And that proposal is to take the Prop 63 tax, the Mental Health Services Act tax, and to increase the increment on it to potentially raise another $2.4 billion annually to go towards homelessness-related services. Again, that would be even more of a surcharge on millionaires, people making net over $1 million in the state of California. Last but not least on this list, realignment backfill, unfortunately, ended up being $750 million instead of $1 billion. We needed another federal aid package to happen prior to October 15th. It didn't, and there was no real prospects of that happening. And so per the law in the state budget, in the agreement in the state budget, counties right now can only expect $750 million in backfill rather than $1 billion. So we can go on the next slide. So very quickly, starting to look ahead a little bit here. There is some good news. If you've missed it, cash receipts through the end of the first quarter fiscal year in California are $11.3 billion over projections. We are, however, starting to see expenditures trending upwards, which you would expect in any economic downturn. There's usually a double whammy where revenues go down and expenses go up. But right now, revenues are coming in, again, substantially over projections. There are some reasons that are known for that, and then there's some conjecture about why they're coming in so much higher than the projections that were done just as recently as June. Nevertheless, even with that additional money coming in, if you talk to the Senate Budget Committee or the Assembly Budget Committee, which we do on a regular basis, they're saying that if the state spends down what's left of the reserves, does some internal borrowing and some cuts, that they still think that the problem that really will have to be solved heading into next summer will be somewhere in the neighborhood of $10, $11, $12 billion. And we expect the governor to use a number at least somewhere in that neighborhood when he produces his next proposed budget on January 10th. So next slide. So we're into the fall. We'll be into the winter here quickly. Again, trying to look ahead very quickly here. We do think there's going to be more emphasis on Project Home Key. The administration just released about $65 million in operating funds to go out to the counties that have received Home Key awards. The continued slow reopening, everybody knows dozens of counties have gone back to purple. We know the administration is very concerned about COVID coupled with the flu. They want to get through that flu season. They want to get to a point where the vaccines, maybe plural, can start getting distributed, and that's why we have this colored tiered system that we're all living under right now. We're working with CSEC on the juvenile justice realignment. As I've mentioned, we continue to track any kind of conversations and rumors regarding the Delta Tunnel and what might happen next year as a result of the November statewide propositions. What I want to note there to the board and the public today is Karen and I think it's pretty interesting. In every respect where the voters statewide were asked whether they agreed with what the legislature had done, pretty much, I mean, not I would say not completely, but pretty much the voters actually had a different opinion of what had gotten through the legislature. And so there is a little bit of a tension there between what the legislature is doing right now and the general populace, and certainly the voting populace in California. And then that last bullet there, it's everybody's favorite parlor game around the state, wondering who the next United States Senator would be. Karen and I want to highlight for you all, it could be more than that. And Governor Newsom may have a really extraordinary opportunity to not only appoint a new United States Senator, but depending on who he appoints, the governor may also be able to appoint another constitutional officer. There are rumors that at least one or two constitutional officers may be considering posts in a new Biden administration. And if those rumors are true, even if one of the rumors is true, for Governor Newsom to be able to appoint a U.S. Senator and potentially two constitutional officers in more or less the same time frame would truly be extraordinary. I just don't remember anything like that really ever in my career. So we will wait and see. Jolena, next slide, which the board members I think will be thrilled to know I'm going to skip right through because that's just a recap. And this is a little dated because when we had to provide this report, but happy to say that none of the outcomes that are on here have changed. Prop 14, where we said it's too close to call, more votes have been counted. And that's the stem cell bond, and it's been certified as victorious. So we can move on to the next slide. So obviously the presidential election has significant impacts. Talked a little bit about the U.S. Senate vacancy and the domino effect there. We do think at some point the domino effect could even extend into the legislature. And it is possible that, let's say, for one of the vacancies amongst the constitutional officers, that the governor could appoint a member of the legislature. He could appoint two members of the legislature, depending on how many vacancies there are. There's a possibility, there's always a possibility that, you know, an appointee could be a legislative leader. And I'm just saying hypothetically, you could have a scenario where, in addition to all the other appointments that I've already talked about, let's just say the pro tem or the speaker is tapped for something, and either the Senate or the Assembly has to figure out who its new leader will be. And so we're again, ears to the ground, and just tracking all this best we can. 2020 was really marked. It just impacted everything. It impacted advocacy in Sacramento. And I want to, before I stop and conclude here, I just want to say that we were shifting on the fly in 2020. Everybody was, from an advocacy perspective. There are rumors that the legislature will probably continue to operate the same way in January, February, maybe even into March. The reason being they would err on the side of caution. New bills introduced in 2021, the majority of those bills don't really need to be heard until early April. And so again, erring on the side of caution, keep as many people out of the Capitol, and just do that for as long as possible into 2021. But I'm happy to report to the board, we learned a lot about remote advocacy. In 2021, CSEC would probably tell you the same thing. Other folks would as well. And in some ways, we've learned to be just as effective, if not even more effective. And so, you know, if we go back to normal, which I hope we do tomorrow, you know, we'll be ready for that. But if we, and it's more in the April timeframe, as I've described, Karen and I, our firm, will be very ready to advocate 100% for all the things that the county's identified as priorities. So I think we're done. I think we're at the questions stage of the presentation. If we go to the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry. Forgot about this one. This is just, you know, we just wanted to show the board, the public, the Democrats are adding to their majorities in both the Senate and the Assembly. And very quickly, we went and checked. When was the last time the Democrats had as many as 32 of the 40 seats in the California State Senate? That is the highest number of seats ever occupied by one party. And the last time a party had that many seats was, I believe, in the 1880s. So over, what, 120 years ago, 130 years ago. So truly, if my math is right, so truly remarkable. But on this slide, you see the breakdown, what was and what we expect to be in place in 2021. And I think that probably takes us to the questions slide. There we are. So thank you, board members. Always appreciate being able to make this presentation to you. We, of course, as always, are honored to be your advocates in Sacramento. And I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Paul. We appreciate all of your hard work as well on your very effective representation for San Joaquin County. Are there any questions from the board? We don't have any for you. That means you did a great presentation as well. Thank you.
Okay, next we have our federal report for general government, which covers the general government services, which is provided by Carpi and Calais, who are our legislative advocates. And this report will be provided by David Wetmore. He's the partner with Carpi and Clay. So I hope Mr. Wetmore is available and we can pull up his PowerPoint. David, are you there?
I'm here. Sound check. Is that good?
Yeah, we can hear you, I think.
People usually ask me to mute my phone. Now I get to unmute it.
Trying to pull up the PowerPoint. Give us a second. It's loading, so go ahead, David.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, Chair Miller, Supervisors, CEO Nino. I'm sorry I can't be there with you in person, but I've enjoyed watching you on YouTube today and listening to your deliberation. Just going back to what Paul said, 2020 has been a year on the fly across the board, and so we've all had to be flexible and learn new ways of doing business, and I think we've been successful in doing that. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, here's a quick list of the issues I'll cover. I put emphasis on 2 in the blue font just because everything this year has been about coronavirus, and everything that was supposed to have happened this year hasn't happened yet, and so we're really waiting for the lame duck session, which has happened now. And we have a few short weeks that are left now during this lame duck session to wrap up a year's worth of business. In the interest of time, I'll tick through these issues pretty quickly, and because I want to hear your thoughts if you have them or questions. Next slide, please. So let's start with the budget. And a little refresher, Congress is currently considering the FY21 appropriations bills. And these are based on a 2-year budget agreement that was enacted in August of 2019. That agreement covered fiscal year 20 and fiscal year 21. And it established the spending caps for the programs important to the county. But it also suspended the debt ceiling through July of next year. Those FY20 bills were signed into law late last December, actually after our report to you. And we're back into the same situation where everything is being backloaded. So Congress must now complete the FY21 bills, hopefully before the end of the year. And why am I telling you this now? Because once that occurs, once those agreements are in place, the current budget agreement ends, and we're back to the unknown or budget uncertainty. With a new president and a likely divided Congress, it's going to be difficult to reach agreements on a budget blueprint which raises the possibility that any major upcoming decisions on fiscal policy will be pushed off, maybe until lawmakers are forced to vote on raising the debt limit, probably sometime around next September or October. Go to the next slide, please. So here's where we are today. No surprise, Congress missed the October 1st deadline, which marks the first day of the fiscal year. They passed the continuing resolution to keep things going, no lapse in government services. The CR ends December 11th. So that's the new deadline for them to act. As you see here, the House passed 10 of its bills. The Senate did not pass any bills, but last week it released all the bills. And that's going to be their negotiating position going forward. The hope, of course, is enactment of a year-end funding agreement of some sort, even if that just means another continuing resolution into next year for the new Congress and the next president to figure out. And that's happened in the past. The worst case scenario, obviously, is no agreement and a shutdown during a pandemic. No one wants that. No one's predicting that. But there was a 34-day partial government shutdown in 2019, and we're still in a period of general uncertainty. So let's go to the next slide, please. This slide and the next few charts, just to show you the funding levels in play right now. I wanted to show you that the numbers for these programs important to county governments are relatively stable when you compare current enacted numbers, the final FY20 number, versus what the House passed versus what the Senate put out last week. The numbers are relatively stable. And that's what I think we can anticipate under this last year of the budget agreement. Go to the next slide, please. Okay, public safety programs, the highlights, again, consistent year funding. I'll call your attention to the fifth line SCAP, State Criminal Alien Assistance Program. This is federal reimbursement to your jails. If the reimbursement does not happen, it's coming straight out of your general fund. It's one we watch very closely, and it's one the sheriff stressed when we met with him last month. You'll see the Senate numbers a little low, but we're anticipating that's just negotiating, and that will get worked out in a conference. It's also important to know that this is one of the few discretionary programs that enjoys unanimous support within the California congressional delegation. And that's important because this year and the previous years, the president proposed to zero out that program. So these are good numbers given that. Next slide, please. Here we're looking at the labor HHS accounts, important across the board to county service delivery. Again, the numbers are looking fairly consistent. In addition, the Labor Department's workforce training programs are also holding steady. And that's especially important, obviously, to a workforce in an uncertain economy. Go to the next slide, please, Julian. Here, just the EPA programs, again, stability. Let's skip ahead. Finally, agriculture. The ag funding levels important to your county growers with respect to combating the invasive pests. And these numbers are holding solid. Not as high as people would want, but they're holding solid. Go to the next slide, please. Okay, the elephant that's been in the room all year long, COVID. And just like in your meeting today, it's something that's been talked about endlessly for all the right reasons, within Congress, within the agencies, and within the states, obviously. And so it's important to know that Congress and the administration did come together early on, remarkably quick to enact 4 bills, all bipartisan, each with unanimous votes and big dollar amounts. The last 3 were almost virtual in terms of how they came together. And we were reporting these developments to the county at each step. The first was completed even before the public was widely aware of the virus. And I remember, business as usual with my job, walking the halls of Congress, large meetings, large receptions. I was at an event in Statuary Hall. People were standing shoulder to shoulder, and that was it before we really knew what this was about. But you'll see there was some funding put in place there, mostly for research, vaccine development, et cetera. Next came the Family First Act on March 18th, expanding federal funds, attention to family leave issues, food assistance, unemployment benefits, and other things. But it's obvious that wasn't going to be enough, which prompted enactment of the CARES Act. more than $2 trillion that came together in very short time. And you'll see here on the slide some of the provisions that were in that bill: paycheck protection, individual economic stimulus payments to people. But the most important for the county, I think, is the coronavirus relief fund, and that directed $133 million to the county. And the deadline for spending those funds is December 30th. And as I think you know, jurisdictions with populations below 500,000 have been completely reliant on suballocations. And those jurisdictions continue to call for additional federal relief. Go to the next slide, please. And here we can close out the last slide on COVID, the fourth and final bill, the Paycheck Protection Program, Healthcare Enhancement Act, adding money to paycheck protection, increasing funding for small businesses, small business loans, disaster loans, funding for hospitals, more money for testing, etc. That's the last bill that was signed into law on April 24th. And since then, the two sides have been trying to come together on an agreement. We saw the House HEROES Act, which was $3+ trillion and proposed more money for state and local assistance. And that squared up against the Senate Republicans' HEALS Act, which did not include any additional fiscal relief to local governments. And after that, there were some so-called skinny bills to try and make each side's ideas more appetizing, but there have really been no agreements. So this issue, too, is getting pushed into the lame duck session for some consideration. Now, yesterday, you may have seen President-elect Biden called on Congress to pass relief during the lame duck. President Trump's been calling for Congress to pass relief. So we're going to have to see what that is. But a key negotiating item will be whether or not there's additional funds to states and local governments, and whether they will be able to use any of those funds to replace lost revenues due to COVID. And that has been a local government priority. I'll go to the next slide, please. Infrastructure. There isn't a year go by that we can't and we don't talk about infrastructure. I remember coming before you in 2016, and we were talking then about the new Trump administration's short list of priorities, including the goal of a new massive federal investment in infrastructure. It's bipartisan, it's easy to understand, but 4 years later, it's still not easy to pass. So here, as you see, the trust fund, as we know, is running on empty. Congress had to borrow money from the general fund in 2016, and again, $13 billion this past September to replenish the trust fund. And because there wasn't going to be an action on a new bill, they just simply extended the FAST Act, the current law, for one more year through next September. But while no law was passed, we saw the Senate Environment Public Works Committee passed a bill which increased funding levels above the FAST Act. But the committee is responsible for coming up with ways to fund that, did not propose any solutions. So there's no financing mechanism. Meanwhile, on the House side, they did pass the Moving Forward Act, which was much bigger than transportation, included a lot of climate issues, was very controversial. And so it passed the House pretty much on a partisan line, and it did not go any further. The bad news is no bill became law. The good news is we've seen drafts of both bills. We have a general direction of which way they're going to be going. And they're already talking that next year is the near free infrastructure. So cross your fingers. Let's go to the next slide, please. Sometimes you have to play small ball and get your successes where you can, and I think that's what this slide tries to show you. One notable success, nutria. The invasive nutria legislation was signed into law. Been a priority for the county, a priority for the Ag Commissioner. And, you know, hats off to Congressman Harder, made this a top priority. He was able to generate a coalition of support. Senator Feinstein was active in the Senate. And this new law is going to free up $12 million to California and programs in other nutria-impacted states. Also good news, next slide down, is the repeal of the Affordable Care Act's Cadillac tax. And I've talked about this in the past. As you'll recall, this is a 40% excise tax that's imposed on high-cost employer-sponsored healthcare plans, including the county's own plans. And that was going to create a huge financial liability to the county, and it was a priority. And while we have been working over the years to support suspension of that, and were successful, what was really needed was a repeal, and now that's the case. Law has now been signed that removes this unforeseen financial liability. Regarding food assistance, again, this is a small item, but important. The administration was pursuing new rules to establish stricter eligibility requirements for participants in the food stamp program, SNAP. And states and counties opposed the rules because they believed there wasn't sufficient opportunity for input, but they viewed these potential rules as a cost shift because vulnerable populations who are no longer eligible for federal aid would shift to your county programs and a cost to you. So far, the courts have agreed. The USDA has said it may appeal, but with the change in administration expected, that appeal may not proceed. The Affordable Care Act has obviously been a topic we've talked about quite a bit. The debate moved to the courts. The Supreme Court, as you know, heard the arguments last week on the mandate, and we expect a decision sometime in the spring. But for the time being, my message is those programs at the federal level that currently sustain the healthcare delivery in the county and support San Joaquin General Hospital remain in place. And the 340B program is also in place without change. I can also report our expectation that the disproportionate share hospital payment program, these are payments for uncompensated costs, and typically targeting safety net hospitals like San Joaquin General. We anticipate those payments are also going to be renewed. Homelessness is something that obviously we've worked on very closely with you, and there have been 2 proposals to expand assistance, but in light of COVID, they did not advance. However, we're seeing the funding continue. And of course, you know, additional coronavirus relief has been with us all along. Let's go to the next slide, please, Jolena. The elections, what more can be said? We're 2 weeks out, the results are in, questioned. President-elect Biden's moving ahead with the transition. As you're reading in the papers, seeing on cable news, he's named a transition team. He's vetting a cabinet. He's vetting his senior staff. He's talking to world leaders. But more importantly, he's looking at issues. What does he want to accomplish? So obviously, coronavirus is top of mind. The economy is top of mind. He'll need to roll out a budget in March timeframe. What's his agenda, first 100 days agenda going to be? They're working on executive orders that he can sign the first day. They're also going to be watching very closely on anything the Trump administration may be doing in the closing hours, what they may have to undo. But I think it's fair to say that there hasn't been any harmony as of today. I don't know if there will be, but government is going to be moving on here. Obviously, these key dates, each state has its own rules about how it finishes its votes counts. States are moving quickly. Deadlines are looming in all the states over the next 10 to 20 days to officially close out the vote count reported to the Electoral College. The Electoral College votes the 14th. Congress meets on January 6th to count those votes, and then we have the inauguration on the 20th. Next slide, please. Okay, going to the Congress very quickly. Today, the current 116th Congress, the Republicans have a majority of 53 to 47 seats. Based on the elections as of today, the Republicans hold 50 seats, the Democrats hold 48. But then there's Georgia. And since you know, in Georgia, if a candidate does not receive more than 50% of the vote, they have to go to a runoff. And for both Republican-held Georgia Senate seats, there will be runoffs on January 5th, which means we're still dealing with 2020 elections in 2021. The Democrats will need to sweep both races to secure a 50-50 tie in the Senate. There's a lot of motivation on the ground in Georgia, a lot of energy on the ground there. We'll see what happens. If the Democrats sweep the table, Vice President-elect Harris would sit as president of the Senate and hold the tie-breaking vote. So it would be 50 Democrats plus 1, the vice president. Alternatively, the Republicans may hold or retain one of those seats and therefore be the majority party. Now, being in the majority party obviously has wonderful benefits. You control the floor agenda, you control the committee leadership, you control the ratios on committees, and many other items. But actual control comes down to what you can actually enact, and that's a different matter. And as we know all along, it takes 50 votes in the Senate to break a filibuster. And Leader McConnell's insisting that even if Vice President Biden takes office, he is saying Democrats do not have a mandate. He is saying that this was a status quo election. Incumbents did not lose. So therefore, we have to anticipate it's going to be a very divided Senate for the next 2 years. And then we can just look at the House very quickly and see the same thing. Speaker Pelosi has a much more narrow margin. There's still many races to be called. In fact, I think it's less than 20 now. I prepared this on Friday, and I think some more have been called. But we know there's 2 in California that could, one could flip to the Republican, and one could retain Republican. This just makes it harder to pass a bill, less leverage. And we know the split between the moderate Democrats and progressives is pretty pronounced. We also know the Republicans are going to hang together, and Leader McCarthy will be looking to forge alliances. Meanwhile, Republicans and their strategists are already fixating on the next 2 years on retaking control of the House. And history as a guide tells us that during midterm elections, the party out of the White House generally picks up seats. So they would see this as winnable. They will play the long game. So obviously the 2022 cycle is already upon us. Let's go to the next slide. So it's against this election backdrop, which is murky and divided, that we have Congress about a month to close out all the business that wasn't closed out over the year. We have much passed legislation. The defense bill has been enacted each of the past 60 years without fault. The president has said he'll veto it unless certain provisions aren't taken out, namely the renaming of military installations. The defense bill I'm getting some feedback, I'm sorry. The defense bill also can be a vehicle for other things. Water Resources Development Act, projects and priorities and policies. COVID obviously is on everyone's mind. And then there are all these scenarios of whether or not the federal government is going to be funded, which I predict it will be. But how will it be funded? Under what form? Will we have an omnibus bill, a bunch of small bills, or just a continuing resolution to push everything into next year for the next team to figure out what to do with it? And then there's the miscellaneous measures. Miscellaneous measures dealing with healthcare, dealing with welfare, dealing with tax policy. Every member of Congress has something they want to accomplish before the end of the year. And these are the vehicles that people try to move forward. I know for the county, we want some more certainty in the welfare programs. Community health centers legislation needs to be authorized. Workforce Opportunities Act needs to be extended. So there are some important issues out there that will have to be wrapped into one of these larger bills. We'll go to the next slide, please. Closer to home, no surprise to you here, Senator Feinstein's 6th term, very senior on all of her committees. The Harris seat obviously will be vacated at some point with a new senator who will have to stand for re-election in 2022. So they will hit the ground and have to start running very quickly and get educated very quickly. Mr. McNerney re-elected to his 2nd term, and Mr. Harder obviously just re-elected to his 2nd term. So some consistency here. Let's go to the next slide here. So finally, each year I report to you on our communications with you, and each year I've told you that the work I'm able to do is just so much greatly enhanced by you, the supervisors, and your county staff, and nothing has changed. CAO Nino and her staff, Jelena, the department directors, just wonderful, true professionals, great to work with. They're always accessible and very persuasive advocates for the county. And while COVID restricted our travel and it's forced us to do our business differently, the information flow and the interactions haven't lessened. So we can move to the next slide. This concludes my report. I'm sorry if went on a little long here, but I really do appreciate and the honor of working with you in the county. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. Are there any questions from the board? Okay, no.
Okay. So our last report is for the Water Resources Advocacy, which provides an overview of the issues related to water. And our water advocates are the Ferguson Group. So this report will be provided by Roger Winn, who's the CEO, and Christy Moore, who's the Managing Partner for Strategic Development. So I think Mr. Winn is on the phone, and his PowerPoint should be loading. So Roger, are you there?
I am, yes. Did you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you, Jolena, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors, County Administrator Nino. It's a great pleasure to be with you today. And just to echo what David just said, let me say from the outset that you do have an outstanding staff. You know, we appreciate the leadership and direct engagement for the board, and it really is an honor to be part of this, really effective, highly effective state and federal advocacy team that you've assembled. Next slide, please. As you know, our work on behalf of the county focuses principally on water resources related issues, identifying federal support for water supply and water management priorities of the county. And I'll briefly summarize the highlights of our work with the county on water supply, flood protection, the Delta. Then I'll turn the presentation over to Christy Moore, one of the two other partners in our firm that make up our TFG San Joaquin County team. Christy will cover a few of the major policy issues that have been a priority for our work this year and on behalf of the county, and then she'll outline the focus of next year's water-related federal advocacy work on behalf of the county. Next slide, please. On water supply, the county has worked to build support for expanding federal funding opportunities for non-federal water infrastructure projects, particularly those that emanate out of the regional water management plans, such as those underway here in San Joaquin County. The county has supported new authorities and funding for existing programs to support expansion of the DREAM project, a collaborative pilot in lieu groundwater banking project that benefits the overdrafted Eastern San Joaquin groundwater subbasin, and the Acampo project, area drainage innovation project, which seeks to prevent future flooding and use flood water for recharge and conjunctive use in that critically overdrafted groundwater basin. And we've been pleased to be part of the county's work to support the county's regional water resource partners in their efforts to secure federal assistance, such as the North San Joaquin Water Conservation District's effort to secure drought resiliency assistance through the Bureau of Reclamation's Water Smart program. County is also leading an effort to work with its partners to identify and secure federal assistance to address a variety of other water infrastructure and water quality improvements. For example, it's noted here the county assisted the Sunnyside Estates Maintenance District in its successful effort to secure Water Smart funds to help install residential water meters at currently unmetered connections. Next slide, please. In coordination with the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency, the county's worked to ensure the Lower San Joaquin River Flood Control Project remains a priority for the Corps of Engineers. And earlier this year, the project received a new construction start designation and an allocation of $22.8 million in the Corps' FY 2020 work plan. The county has advocated for funding to enable the Corps to meet all of its federal obligations for operation and maintenance and repair and the like on the project levees and channels in the county. And the county has worked to ensure the Corps' PL 8499 program is adequately funded. And, we've begun to explore creating, this past year, explored creating new opportunities to accelerate the repair and restoration of project levees and channels that are damaged during a flood event. And finally, the county has been among the leaders calling on Congress to fund the Corps of Engineers WIFIA program. And that's a program to create a new source of low-cost, long-term financing for needed improvements to non-federal levees and other flood control features in the county. And I'm happy to say that the Senate Committee on Appropriations just released its recommendations for FY 2021, and that includes $25 million to launch the Corps' WIFIA program. And that sounds like a relatively small amount of money, but that's actually going to support about $2.8 billion in federally backed financing. Next slide, please. County staff and Supervisors Miller and Winn, and on behalf of the board, provide regular updates to members of Congress and their staff and the key congressional committees and the executive branch, both in Washington and the regional offices, on the county's Delta priorities and the county's support for a shared solution to the state's water supply challenges. And the county's been promoting the need for additional federal investments in regional water self-sufficiency, water storage, levee system improvements, conservation, and water use efficiency, as well as environmental restoration and protection of the Delta. But and certainly the county has worked tirelessly in its leadership within the county, the Delta Counties Coalition, to urge Congress and administration to take all steps necessary to make sure that no federal dollars are used to support the state's proposed Delta Conveyance project. Next slide, please. The county led efforts to mobilize resources from multiple federal agencies to detect, treat, prevent, and eliminate noxious weeds. This is an effort that the county's been involved in for years now, and most notably on the noxious weed side, the hyacinth and the harmful algal blooms that impact the county's waterways. This year, the focus was on securing a new designation for participation in a newly proposed core program to combat harmful algal blooms. And the county's been successful in securing language in the Water Resource Development Act that was reported out of the House for that and to get included in that program. Similarly, as David Wetmore indicated earlier, the county supported Representative Josh Harder's successful effort to secure the California Delta participation in the an existing federal program to eradicate nutria. That proposal, which will give the county and the Delta access to new federal resources to eradicate nutria, as David said, was signed into law at the end of last month. Next slide, please. With that, let me actually turn the presentation over to Christy Moore. Christy?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. It's like a mic check, right? Wrap up the work that we did in 2020 on behalf of the county. We wanted to go over a couple of policy priorities. One is the National Flood Insurance Program, and we're under the 17th reauthorization or extension of the program. The program's been extended 17 times so far in a series of either small or short-term or long-term extensions with no modifications to the policy itself or changes to the law. The current extension was actually included in the continuing resolution that Congress passed shortly before the start of the fiscal year on October 1st. And the extension goes all the way through the current federal fiscal year and expires on September 30th, 2021. I think it's probably a good move on Congress's part to just punt it out another year. There's very little work actually done on efforts to legislatively reauthorize the program. There's a lot of different issues involved in that, including affordability of the overall program. A couple of other issues that we continue to work on the county with and advocate for is looking at different flood zone variances to accommodate for agricultural use as well as rural communities. So that still is a top priority for the county. We're engaged along with several other counties across the nation, but primarily in California, to hopefully try to build some flexibility into the program for those issues. Lastly, Waters of the U.S. This is an ongoing rulemaking that has spanned over multiple administrations. We worked with the county to ensure that ag ditches, drains, and roadside ditches were not deemed jurisdictional as a water of the U.S. And we'll continue to work on this in 2021 no matter where the new administration might take this role. Next slide, please. Now, looking at 2021, and before we get there, I wanted to kind of talk a little bit as well. David and Paul mentioned it as well. COVID changed everything this year in terms of advocacy. I think one thing that, just in terms of being able to get in front of your members of Congress, the federal agencies, as well as the committee staff became more difficult. The county quickly shifted gears and started to present information in a different way and started to look forward at doing more virtual meetings, so on and so forth, to be able to have that same communication and that contact. One of the most valuable moves that the county made was actually occurred prior to COVID in October of last year. The county actually was a co-sponsor of a 3-day water tour for congressional staff, where we led a variety of congressional staff from multiple offices and committees to different projects in the state and in the North State, including giving them briefings in person on Delta issues. We toured and visited the DREAM project location, as well as the Ocampo conjunctive use project. That became very critical as we moved into virtual advocacy once COVID hit, because those staff members had already started to develop those relationships with county staff and actually had seen the project. So I just wanted to commend the county for going out and doing that and being a sponsor of that program and that event, because it really helped us as we had to continue our advocacy in a virtual world. And we also weren't able to get to Washington, but the county was still able to meet with their representatives, obviously through the work with the Delta Counties Coalition. And then we worked to develop some talking points on the water issues for Supervisor Winn and his participation in the Regional One Voice advocacy as well, which was all virtual. So as we continue through 2021, we're going to continue to focus on a lot of the projects that Roger and issues that Roger outlined. On the water supply side, we have started to develop lists of projects to identify infrastructure needs, program needs, and aligning those with the different grant agencies, funding opportunities, and financing options to hopefully continue to bring down resources to the county. In that same vein, we'll continue to advocate for expansion of those programs through the appropriations process to make sure that they get funding, and then advocate for any tweaks to the programs that could help bring benefits down to the county. In one way, that's WIFIA through the Corps of Engineers and the EPA, is to open up those programs to the Corps and hopefully extend the repayment period for the EPA program. Continue to advocate for expansion of WaterSmart under Bureau of Reclamation. And then we started exploring environmental infrastructure authorities that are currently in place under the Corps of Engineers to hopefully bring Corps of Engineers funding down to some of the water resource and conjunctive use and multi-use projects that the county is currently undergoing. Next slide, please. Thank you. As Roger mentioned, we continue to support any efforts that that SJASCA has for the flood control project, and continue to advocate and support that Congress puts that as a high priority. NFIP obviously will be another priority, looking for a full extension or full reauthorization, and again looking for those accommodations for rural communities and agricultural areas. WOTUS we'll keep an eye on. We're not sure how the new administration will look at the rule, or if they will take it up as a policy initiative. We will certainly advocate for the same positions in the same way that we did in supporting the county under the current rulemaking or the last rulemaking. And finally, the Delta Counties issues and working with the DCC to continue to advocate for all the priorities on Delta issues. And that's kind of next slide. I think it brings us to the end. So with that, we'll open it up to questions.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work that the Ferguson Group does on behalf of San Joaquin County every year. I'm continually impressed whenever we're in discussions. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Supervisor Winn?
Well, this question is either, well, for anybody actually, but you've touched upon it a couple of times. Do you have any insights as to WOTUS? Because that was such a major controversial issue under the Obama administration, and certainly when President Trump took over, that was a 180-degree change. Is there any indication from the potential Biden administration as to whether they're going to go back to previous position of President Obama, or do you think they're going to take a different tact?
I'll take that one, and Roger, you can interject. It's hard to tell. I haven't seen anything clearly. I would be speculative to say that I would anticipate that the new administration would take it up. Just not sure how they will do that or how that initiative would come about. One thing to note is that the new rule is in place in 49 states across the country. It's currently at a stay in Colorado, and we're expecting more lawsuits well, there's pending lawsuits against the rule right now, and more might be coming as well. So there's a legal side to this as well, so that I think will play into whether or not the Biden administration takes it up, and when they take it up, or if they take it up. Roger?
Really nothing else to add. I mean, there's nothing, we just don't know at this point. Again, it's we've got the court issues, and we'll have to wait and see. It's not been identified as a priority yet, is all we can say.
I would assume if there's a change in direction from the current administration that there'll be litigation on the other side. Is that correct?
I think that's safe to, yes. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
It tends to be a heavily litigated issue.
Right.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I am looking for a motion and a second to accept and file the 2020 state and federal advocacy reports.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That is approved, 4-0. Thank you again, everyone, for being here today and for the briefing, the update. Thank you, Jolena.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move to our scheduled afternoon item, which is our service and retiree award presentations. So I'm going to ask our Human Resources Director, Brandy Hopkins, to come forward.
Good afternoon, Chair Miller, members of the board, CAO Nino, and County Council Miles. Thank you for this opportunity to express appreciation for our county service awards and our retirees this afternoon. We'll try to make it brief, but there are quite a few people who wanted to participate this time, so a successful second virtual service awards. As a reminder for our board and for the public, San Joaquin County Human Resources is proud to be part of the county's service award program. This award program strives to recognize employees at milestone periods, starting at 10 years and up to 40 years of service to our community. And we have a service award at 40 years today, which is very exciting to see someone spend that much time dedicated to the citizens of our community. Employees with over 20 years of service are honored by the Board of Supervisors in this awards ceremony. And again, typically the honorees are invited to attend, and at the end of the ceremony, they take pictures with the board and they're able to come up, and that's not something that we can do during COVID at this time. So we are still trying to maintain the ability to recognize these individuals, but maintain our COVID-19 protocols. Honorees are provided 2 long-lasting gifts, a service pin identifying the years of service and a framed matted print. And we're hoping that this is something our employees are proud to have and display. We'll show you a sample of that in just a few minutes. Today, for our board, 68 employees from 22 departments were eligible to participate. 50 of those employees requested to be honored publicly today. Some employees also provided a photograph, and you'll see that displayed with their names. Retirees are also recognized as part of our service award program. We had 169 employees from 27 departments retire since September of 2019. 16 retirees have requested to be honored publicly today. And again, Human Resources is proud to recognize the employees for their year of service and dedication to our community, and we thank the Board of Supervisors for providing this opportunity to express meaningful recognition to our employees who've made public service their career choice. We will now honor our retirees and then our service award recipients. Mary Hernandez from the Office of Revenue and Recovery with 36 years of service. Gregory Price, Department of Child Support Service, 35 years of service. Joanne Jordan, District Attorney's Office, 31 years of service. Karen Keene, Employment Economic Development Department, 30 years of service. Christian Pell from the Sheriff's Office, 30 years of service. Karen Frank from our San Joaquin General Hospital, 29 years of service. Darlene Emerson from the District Attorney's Office, 28 years of service. Susan Leon, Behavioral Health Services, 28 years of service. Stephanie James, our retired probation chief, 25 years of service. Doris Cody, Behavioral Health Services, 23 years of service. Michael Holmes from the Department of Child Support Services, 21 years of service. Maria Rugano, Probation Department, 20 years of service. Renelle Stoner from the District Attorney's Office, 20 years of service. John Austin from the Human Services Agency, 18 years of service. Emmanuel Sisson, San Joaquin General Hospital, 14 years of service. Patricia Kendall from the Human Services Agency, 6 years of service. As mentioned previously, these are samples of the prints that our employees with 20 years of service or more receive. These are high-quality reproductions of 19th and 20th century originals from the archives of the San Joaquin County Historical Society and Museum. So employees are allowed to pick from 45 different prints to hang either at home or in their office. We'll be moving on to the service awards. As I mentioned, we have one employee being recognized today for 40 years of service, and that is Janine Scott from the Healthcare Services Conservator's Office. 30 years of service, we have 6 employees. William Bayer, Public Works. Michael Bullard from the Public Defender's Office. Mary Lopez, the Department of Child Support Services. Lori Moreno from the Sheriff's Office. Tuya Moya from San Joaquin General Hospital. And William Weston from the Sheriff's Office. Moving on to 25 years of service, we have 8 employees who requested to be honored today. Melinda De Oliveira from the San Joaquin County Employees Retirement Association. Jeanette Hale from the Department of Child Support Services. Patricia Yarmillo from Probation. Arlene Miller from the Human Services Agency. Andrew Rea, Behavioral Health Services. Mark Santos, also from Behavioral Health Services. Anthony Walter from Public Works. And Kangua Yang from San Joaquin General Hospital. We'll be moving on to our last category for today. We have 36 employees with 20 years of service, so if you can bear with me for a few minutes, I have backup if my voice goes out. But we are excited for these individuals. Benjamin Albin from Behavioral Health Services. Brian Beckman from General Services. Grant Brooks from the District Attorney's Office. Lua Butler from San Joaquin General Hospital. Michael Castanon from the Sheriff's Office. Jennifer Delaney from the Human Services Agency. Michelle Evangelista from Behavioral Health Services. Mary Ellen Gallardo from the Recorder County Clerk's Office. Arthur Hartley from the Sheriff's Office. Enrique Hernandez from the Department of Public Works. Melissa Hernandez from the Human Services Agency, Stacy Hernandez from Correctional Health Services, Melanie Jaques from the Department of Child Support Services, Erica Jimenez from the Human Services Agency, Corinne King from Community Development Services, Jennifer Klein from the Sheriff's Office, Anath Lutz from the Department of Child Support Services, Mary Lou Martinez from the Department of Child Support Services, Rosemary Mendez from the Recorder County Clerk's Office, Marco Mendoza from the Sheriff's Office, Carla Miramontes from the Human Services Agency, Annalisa Navarrete from the Stockton Metropolitan Airport, Valentina Pig from Public Health Services, Latasha Powell from the Probation Office, Marvick Ramos from San Joaquin General Hospital, Alvin Reyes from the Sheriff's Office, Adam Solis from the Probation Office, Hortensia Saleso Newsom from Probation as well, Tamara, I'm going to say this incorrectly, so I apologize in advance, Snoshenbaugh from Healthcare Services, Cheo Shang Shi from the Department of Environmental Health, Janet Smith from the District Attorney's Office, Neri Sok from Human Services Agency, Stephen Thomas from Community Development Services, Tammy Van Camp from the Human Services Agency, Daniel Victoria from the Sheriff's Office, and Baya Zarif from the Human Services Agency. That concludes all of our honorees for this afternoon, and we thank you and the board very much for this opportunity to honor our employees for their dedication to the community.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the board if there's any comments. Supervisor Villapudua?
Sure. Thank you, Chairman. I just want to say congratulations to all the employees and to the retirees. Hope you're enjoying your retirement, and thank you for all your service to this county.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your dedication to this community, to service, and to all that you offer those that are most in need throughout our county that turn to you for resources. Thank you.
Supervisor Winn?
Congratulations to the retirees, and I wish you the very best in your retirement. And for those with the years of service, and all our employees, we want to thank them for their daily professionalism and certainly the service they provide to our constituents, because you all are really the face of the county, not us up here on the dais. But we really appreciate everything you do, and look forward to next year. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will add my thanks as well, and congratulations to our retirees. We hope you enjoy a well-deserved retirement, and to our employees, we want to thank you for all that you do, for really helping to make San Joaquin County an effective organization that really provides critical services to the residents here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to closed session, I would ask if there's any final board comments or report outs. Supervisor Patty?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I know it's been a very long day and we still have more work to do, but I do want to ask county staff through the CAO's office to bring back to this board something that we could do that's being done in Stanislaus. There was an innovative economic stimulus that Stanislaus enacted. It started off as a downtown program, then expanded to the cities throughout the county of Stanislaus, where if somebody bought a gift card, the county used CARES funding to double the gift card. So 25 became 50, 50 became 100, and so on. So that was helping local restaurants in particular in first, again, starting downtown in Modesto and then expanding throughout the county. I'd like the CAO's office to take a look into that and see if they can bring back something for this board to consider, and perhaps a use of funds that would help these restaurants about to go into shutdown, where they can't bring people indoors but into their facility, but some food to go would keep them alive. And I think that would be great use of some of our CARES funding that might be available, or might be able to be allocated for this.
So thank you, Supervisor Patty, Madam Chair, board members. Our last update on the CARES Act, which took place on October 20th, we had fully expended those funds. The only funds, and actually overexpended them based upon all the recovery, that included all the small loan grants, that included the hospital grants, and the board actually even gave me the authority to look at loaning some money, doing a grant program for the fire districts. And so right now, there aren't any more CARES Act dollars. So unless the majority of the board has changed their mind on how they'd like to spend those funds, they were fully expended, Supervisor Patty.
Understood, Madam Chair. I'm sorry. Ms. Nino, CAO. I also know that we've been able to allocate some recover some administrative costs that might be pocketed elsewhere. We can reallocate it and repurpose it. If our businesses go under, restaurants, and by not only dozens but hundreds throughout this county, we're going to lose more and more tax base. We're going to have an economic hardship for not only the people but the county. So that allocating some funds in some capacity might be a great use to repurpose some of the funding that we've been allowed to legally reimburse the county for. So I think it's worth bringing to the board for the board to decide collectively, do we want to do this? What's that program look like over there? It's based on what I'm reading. It's been a fantastic and resounding success. It's kept businesses in business versus going out of business. And I think that's very important for our people in the county.
Is that something the majority, because that's going to take effort of county administrator staff time. I know we have, through the business grant program, gave out a number of grants to restaurants. So I know we've done quite a bit of contribution. This board has already done that through the various business grant program. But if the board wants, the CAO's office, we're bringing first quarter to the board on December 8th. So if the board would like some, I know we can't get it done between now and December 8th. So probably at the earliest would be December or even January. Because especially if you're looking at utilizing not CARES Act, but essentially freeing up general fund dollars that have essentially been reimbursed, it would be essentially a general fund contribution, and that could go after December.
Okay, what could we do prior? Is there any way to expedite it? Because some of these restaurants that depend on holidays and parties and gatherings to sustain them throughout the business year, that's all disappearing. So if we can help supplement that and stimulate some activity at those restaurants, what could we do? How could we do it before January?
So just a thought, if there's another department, for instance, we have a division of economic development in our E2D2 department, if they have some availability, I just know my staff is tapped because we are bringing first quarter on December 8th. And so, but it doesn't mean that it has to come out of the CAO's office. It could be done through another department, possibly even economic development within E2D2 would be a suggestion if they have resources. And I'm not saying resources from money. We could come back and bring a funding plan that would come from contingencies. So, but I'm just talking staff resources.
Sure, understood. And it's last minute. I'm just throwing this out there.
No, exactly.
You know,
so
with the shutdown happening yesterday and restaurants all of a sudden, I mean, they can't even sell food that they've bought that they anticipate selling over the next week. So there's extreme hardships, as we all are aware. So this was brought to my attention. I thought to bring it here during this board discussion. And would it be best if I contact someone at E2D2, or is it something that under you and your direction, they would come back to us?
So if the majority of the board wants me to reach out, I will reach out to Mr. Solis and see if they have resources within their economic development division, which is the other, entity within county organization that works with businesses. So that would probably be the other opportunity that may be there.
I'm in favor of that, so that would be helpful.
From my standpoint, it's more appropriate that it be through, but that depends on their capacity as well.
Is that? Because I would have no problem reaching out to Mr. Solis. Okay, yeah. Because I'm not familiar with what they're doing, Supervisor Patty and Stanislaus, but I've heard about it because I think it was your lead aide that reached out to me to see if I was familiar, and I'm not at all.
Okay.
I just know this county has done a lot for our restaurants, but businesses, hair salons, nail salons, beyond just restaurant. But I can follow up and ask Mr. Solis to come back before the board.
And the terrible news is the hardships have not disappeared.
Oh, of course.
There's more struggle. There's more hardship just imposed yesterday to shut down without any scientific justification for it. We now have more hardship on our businesses. So this would be a possibility for us, this board, to consider. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Comments? Board?
I would just, I appreciate Supervisor Patty's concern, and I think we all have the same concern. I guess a couple things. One is that I know during the CARES Act funding and all the associated programs, usually the money's been intended to reimburse for costs expended and related to COVID. The second part is, again, I'm certainly have no problem with contacting Mr. Solis. However, there's a lot of businesses that are impacted by this current shutdown. And I've talked about this before. I always have a problem with government picking winners and losers and deciding which businesses should get, a little help and others that don't, because you talk about nail salons and barbershops and, any number of businesses. I get businesses in downtown Lodi and Ripon and Escalon, and I'm sure Stockton. Everybody's hurting. So again, I'm not opposed to looking into it, but I do have a concern that, why do we pick certain businesses? And I understand restaurants have a different text, or place, but again, I'm just concerned that, where do you stop and who do you say no to? Because it's going to come. I guarantee you, once word gets out, people will start asking, well, what about me? Because they're just as in debt and probably leveraged as anybody else. So again, I don't have any problem with talking to Mr. Solis and looking at it, but I would be concerned in regards to, selecting a particular business type and excluding everybody else from that opportunity to restore whatever revenues they've lost because of this COVID shutdown. So again, thank you.
And we'll make sure we bring back those final statistics on the small business grants, all 3 grant programs, which were extremely successful. And I know some of the board members have already received requests for more money, and people have been very transparent to say, unfortunately, I didn't apply for CARES Act money. So because of the existing relationships out in the community, we've also been reaching out to nonprofits to see if there's some other grant programs. One was an ag-based business that I worked on with Mr. Pelican, and then the Community Foundation of San Joaquin were able to come through for them. So they're recognizing that. But we'll make sure we at least bring some data of what has been done, even when Mr. Solis can, because that's information we have out of the county administrator's office, which is already collected.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other comments? Then I'm going to ask County Council to please announce closed session.
The board will meet in closed session on the items listed on the agenda. There may be an announcement following closed session. Coming back from closed session, there are no announcements coming out of closed session.
And then, until December 8th, hope everybody has a wonderful and safe and socially distanced Thanksgiving.